Alright, let's try that again. Hello, welcome to Let's Stream Final Fantasy XIV. With me, Boltish McGammar. Yes, I almost said let's play again. I sure do change rails every other day, it feels like. That's a good thing. It's a good problem to have. I hope that you all have a wonderful week. Or have had a wonderful week, rather. Mine's been lovely. I beat Triad Quests 3. That sure is a task I got done that took more time than it should have taken to get done. But it got done, and that's what matters. For today's stream, I will be finishing Heavensward, very likely, and starting a bit of side content, though I'm not sure which bit of side content I feel like doing yet. I saw a couple of people in chat. The beginning of today's stream was a little bit scuttled. Twitch's end and my end. Oh well. We both got together in the end. That's what matters. I'm pretty sure I talked to everybody previously. Yeah, if this says Trouble in Paradise.
Oh, as if you wouldn't try to get rid of me at the first opportunity. Don't you drag me into it. But I have a precious sibling too, and I'm sure she'd be happy to join us.
Believe me, I know all too well the burden that is precocious sibling. We should trade tales over a drink sometime, or perhaps even with the four of us.
It's a bit overwhelming, frankly, having spent so much time on the road often by myself. Yeah, I will try to approach this as a learning experience, as I did in my travels. Had I not kept an open mind, after all, I doubt I would have even been able to master the ethereal blade, nor would I have benefited from the rather pointed advice I received. There is no one path, as some are given to say, and there is wisdom in exploring every school of magic, as there is an exploration of all things.
Or you can just hit it really hard. It's not as if I don't enjoy a company of so many motivated youths. However, without Isolde around, I cannot help but feel somewhat isolated. He got carried away with his training, last you wonder, and injured his back. Elian has been looking after him ever since. Yeah, these are different than last time I looked. Hey, Fons. Hey, Zolkova. Good seeing you.
I told her everything that happened. She needed to know. And I thought it would be best it came from me. It's strange to look back on the circumstances of our first meeting. We were all so very young, so foolish, so powerless.
Aren't you both only like 30?
In that moment she departed this realm for the first I heard her speak to me. I know this to be true, just as I know that she will one day return to us. In these final moments she was smiling, was she not? She was proud and hopeful and looking to the future. So I will too, Bont. I will. I have been thinking, Bont. When the time allows, we should go and pay a visit to Gabu with Alize. Though our time together is short, I know she felt a kinship with the young child. I guess I was so caught up in thinking about, well, everything that I dozed off for a moment.
Oh, there you are, stream elements. At least it's showing that I'm streaming the right thing now. And I was worried about how to be probably more than many moments of events of which we borne witness in recent memory. Little did I know, I need only leave wholly to it. So often, though, we all know he's got his mind made up. The crystal blades are no more. It's all over. Bam! You haven't got to go home, but you can't stay here. But real, he's not having it. Go here and let Alfie finish.
My word, Bont, I must confess to some considerable amazement at the great trials and tribulations you and the others have recently overcame. I must again apologize for a prolonged absence, and for the fact that we have yet to answer for your many questions. As for Ida, well, all things in time, I suppose.
Switch is a great product. Don't even know how you actually went live again because mobile and TV app didn't show after manual refresh. Had to go on desktop. Wow! Wow. Well, I mean, it probably did that because I went live twice within a span of 5 minutes. That's my guess. Some kind of spam prevention. Tidings from Girabanya. Tataru has a request for you.
Ah, Bond, just the hero I want to see. You just mind doing me a small favor? I need you to meet me at the Diamond Forge. This won't take long, I promise.
Oh?
You're familiar with Rowena's House of Splendors, aren't you? Wait for me at the Diamond Forge and I'll be along shortly.
Well, I guess I do buy tome gear theoretically from them. Yeah, now that I think about it, I don't even think I bought a lance. I never bought any gear for this expansion because the game handed it out to me very, very quickly. Meanwhile, in The Realm Reborn, I absolutely bought some tanking jewelry. Didn't I? No, I bought an axe. The game took a long time to furnish me with a weapon. I feel like the item level gap in The Realm Reborn was also much wider than the item level gap in Heavensward. Let's see, I think I'm supposed to meet her here. Yep, here we go. And we're waiting. Hello, small one.
I'm sorry to drag you away from your duties, but as I said, this won't take long. I just need you to stand perfectly still for a few moments.
What? Oh. That sure is a smile on that last one.
Right, everyone. Ready to go to work?
No
squirming now. Oh, and you might want to close your eyes.
That sure is a zoom in on your face. Why are they beating me up? Why are you writing a book that only has one cover?
There, all finished. The warrior likes every measurement, from heroic head to intrepid toe.
Alright, I'm gonna drink it in Fantasia and make all that wrong.
But wouldn't you like to know? All in good time, Bunt. All in good time.
I hate secrets. They're kept for me anyway.
Aha! Found you! Alphano wants everyone in Solar for a meeting. I don't know what it's about, but he seems to think it was very important. Go on, we have everything we need. No sense in keeping everyone waiting.
Alright. Well, they're all certainly excited. I guess they had a bunch of fans that just wanted to feel me. Whatever. We'll find out the result of that soon enough.
We're here. Did we miss anything?
We would not presume to begin without you, Ida. Urianger has returned to the Waking Sands, but everyone else is now present.
It's weird that, like, half the cutscene is voiced and half the cutscene is not. It's almost like there were supposed to be two separate cutscenes there. But they saved me the time of just moving, so I'll take what I get.
Yes, but for what exactly? We all have duties to attend to, Alphano, so you may dispense with the preamble.
Thank you, Elise. It is the very subject of those duties which compelled me to call this gathering. Though the Warriors of Darkness no longer pose a threat, Eorzea's many troubles demand no less of our attention. And while I stand by the decision to approach each task as we see fit, I fear our effectiveness will ultimately be diminished should we continue to act in ignorance of each other's efforts. Thus, I propose we elect a successor to Minfilia. Not to serve as a fully fledged antecedent, perhaps, but as a coordinator of operations.
Is that all? Oh, then the decision seems clear. No one else has shown any enthusiasm for the role, and judging by your performance at our previous meeting, you would seem the perfect candidate. You always did have a flair for politics.
I did not mean to... That was not my intention. As my tenure as commander of the Crystal Braves comprehensively demonstrated, I lack the qualities required for such an office. I would much prefer to remain as I am now, a soldier in the field, so to speak.
Should none of our number step forward, must we then constrain some unwilling candidate to take up the position?
Well, based on merit alone, a certain adventurer would be my choice. Though I concede he might struggle to balance his new responsibilities with, let me see, slaying primals, thwarting legatuses, and feeding the orphan poor.
Thancred makes a good point. Any who would wear such a mantle would be bound by its obligations. Have we not become sufficiently familiar with each other's methods to act without an overseer? At present, I see no cause to so willingly limit one of our number.
Oh my goodness! Help! I need some help here!
Not again. It's always something in here.
Tataru, are you all right?
Me? I'm fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I'm worried about.
Narco! God, how did... Yashola! Please, you have to help her.
Kral, a hand if you would. Let us see about closing these wounds.
And thus healing works.
Now, we staunched the bleeding, but it may be a while before you can move about again. Though having seen your wounds, I'm surprised you are still moving at all. Thank you. My message. It was too important to delay. I took the shortest route I could, though I knew it was more heavily patrolled. As you can see, my efforts at evasion were not entirely successful.
Honestly, you're too brave for your own good. What was so urgent that you needed to fight half the Empire to get here? You could have been killed.
I'm sorry, Ida. I had good reason. But I imagine your friends are wondering who this bloody mess of a Mikote is. My name is Minago, and I belong to the Alamegan Resistance. I came to warn Ida and Papalimo about one of our leaders. A man who calls himself the Griffin. He's always been dangerous, but he's planning something new. Something reckless.
The Griffin, you say? I've heard the name. Rumor has it your man is eager to test his claws.
Aye, and on no easy target. He means to assault Baelsar's wall from the Alamegan side.
But what does the Griffin possibly hope to gain from such an attack?
From what I understand, he wants the fires of war to spread to Eorzea. And for that, he needs to control the border with Gridania.
So, he means to spark a conflict between the Alliance and the Imperial forces stationed in Alamigo, to have Eorzea's armies aid in the liberation effort, whether they will it or no.
His plan is flawed. Even should the Resistance succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to hold it. Imperial reinforcements would drive them out within a week.
Be that as it may, if there is even a chance that this scheme could bring about an escalation in hostilities between Eorzea and the Empire, the Alliance must be informed.
Agreed. I should depart for Limsa forthwith and seek an audience with the Admiral. Thancred, Uldar is yours. Alphinaud and Alize, make haste to the Twelveswood and notify the Elder Seedseer of the danger to Gridania. She would duly call a council of the Alliance leaders, whom you must be ready to receive. You will be our voice in Ishgard. Explain the situation to Sir Emmerich and encourage him to send an envoy.
You know, he'll be glad to see me. And I'll be glad to go back.
Tataru, Krile, I leave the care of our injured messenger to you. See that she remains quiescent and her wounds closed. I believe that covers everything. Let us be about our tasks.
Okay, Minfilia 3.
I suspect the ill tidings from Girabania will be held as a turning point. The beginning to a bloody end.
Blood, you say? Or think, rather.
The business of war was ever conducted with the coin of self-sacrifice. 'Twas Master Louis Soir himself who taught us that such costs are not to be ignored or denied. And so, I shall embrace them. When the time comes, I will make my choice, as you will yours.
Oh, well, that isn't ominous at all. Didn't we just give him Tube Samadhi too? Yeah, the great big magic stick. That isn't ominous at all.
After conferring with Y'shtola, we have decided that our attention to East Shroud. Someone needs to keep an eye on the border, not to mention the sylphs.
I hate leaving Naga like this, but I know Kryl and Tataru will take good care of her.
Let's see, you got anything new?
Tataru and Kryl says the resistance fires and no more private chambers and she might recuperate in peace. Poor girl was in quite a state, wasn't she?
I wonder what Isildur would have said about our wounded visitor. His own injuries yet keep him abed, and I miss saving a cup of tea along with his usual observations.
We have some training in our healing arts, so we shall take turns with the Mistress Kryl for caring for a patient. Ochre in particular seems rather eager to learn from his experience.
Mistress Kryl and Archon Y'shtola are truly exceptional healers, and 'twas an honor to witness their ministrations firsthand. If only I could turn to my brother's hearts with such proficiency. I have much yet to study ahead of me.
Everyone casting the same incantation, the master of each particular greatly affects the efficiency of a spell, and the efficacy at that. A principle which will apply demonstrated on our two young mages here.
We're all surprised at our sudden visitor, but Hori was able to gauge the situation at a glance. He realized that Mikote posed no immediate threat and permitted her to enter. But that didn't mean he wasn't alert for some manner of trap. Ah, yes, mayhap the Elder is the finer man after all.
I believe she said her name was Minago. Her calls appear to have been genuine, but I must confess I'm feeling no small degree of trepidation, even as I stepped aside.
Yeah, you can't just let everybody in. They might say they're a friend and then stab somebody while they're in the room.
And we can't go inside the room where the sick people are. Okay, I guess it's just time to go to Ishgard. Can't have a Heavensward stream without going to Ishgard. Let's see. Forgotten Night? Forgotten Night. Hey, there's Bert. Good seeing him again.
Greetings, Warrior of Light. What business brings you to Ishgard?
There's a war. Do you guys have a spare army?
I see. Wait here. I will summon Sir Aymeric. It is good to see you, my friend. But 'tis a pity it must be under such circumstances. As Lucia not informed me of the urgency of your suit, I would certainly have sent for some wine. But to business. I thank you for bringing these developments in Alamigo to our attention. Ishgard will of course send an envoy to attend the council in Gridania. I cannot say who will represent us, however, as the choice is not mine to make, not mine alone in any case. Given the imminence of the threat, we may forego the formalities of a full assembly, but I will still need to consult my counterpart in the House of Commons prior to proceeding. Will you permit me some time to make the necessary arrangements?
Of course. Politics are politics. You do what you gotta.
I thank you. Our representative, whomever we select, will require a suitable escort. Make your preparations and inform Sir Handaloop that he is to lead your absence. Yes, Lord Commander. Mont, pray accompany Lucia to the gates of judgment and make ready to depart for Gridania. I'll have our envoy join you as soon as I can. Very speed you on your way.
Yeah, it turns out having... Can't play 14 without going to Ishgard. It depends on what you're doing. There is a point where you get to a point where, like, you just don't go to Ishgard very much anymore. But yeah, actually the developments with Alamigo here are actually really good for Ishgard. Ishgard just finished having war for the first time in their memory. I want to say maybe half of people employed at Ishgard are soldiers with no other skills. So, if their economy, their economy needs a war. It needs a war. In its current state, Ishgard absolutely needs something to fight, otherwise, the country just doesn't work. So having war just arrive right on their doorstep, right as the Dragonsong War ends, it's a different war, but, you know what? They need this. They need this. Ishgard is a military state. Oh, absolutely. It always has been. Well, maybe not 10,000 years ago, but or 1,000 years ago? Yes, 1,000 years ago was when it happened. An envoy for Ishgard. Lucia seems eager to set forth for Gridania.
If you have no further business in the city, join me at the gates of judgment. We must be ready to depart the instant the envoy arrives.
By taking our place in the Ocean Alliance is a vital step to reforging the bonds with the wider realm. The Temple Knights stand ready to honor the promise our nation has made.
Yeah, time can change all things. But there hasn't been enough time since the end of the Dragonsong War for Ishgard to, not be the way it is.
You are perhaps wondering who will represent Ishgard at the council? As this is a military matter, I should not be surprised if Sir Aymeric nominated himself. He is yet Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, after all.
It could be Hilda. I don't know. No, it's Aymeric. Okay.
We meet again. As it happens, my counterpart in the House of Commons agreed that I should act as Ishgard's envoy. Not, I concede, that there was ever any real doubt. As Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, it is my duty to sanction any military cooperation. Be that as it may, I could not in good conscience make that decision alone, not with the ink scarce dry on the Republic's Book of Statutes. I trust you understand, my friend. Alas, I must test your patience still further by making a brief stop at Camp Dragonhead. Given the trouble brewing the Black Shroud, I would see that the garrison is ready to defend the border.
Yeah, that makes sense. Camp Dragonhead's gonna be a little bit different. It used to be Arshfont sitting at the desk. Ready to give a command and lead troops or he was clearly in charge of that garrison. Clearly in charge of that camp. So you have to wonder, now that he's gone, who's his replacement gonna be? Let's see. Where am I looking, actually? Just a little bit south. Got it.
I'm glad that Sir Americ's counterpart saw the wisdom in his coming. Few, if any, in Ishgard can claim to possess his expertise in both politics and warfare. The garrison commander waits within. Why not accompany me, Bont? You may see a familiar face.
Oh? Is it going to be Hilda?
Bont, old boy! How wonderful to see you! And Sir Amric, too. To what do I owe these unexpected pleasures?
I will have some mulled wine brought up from the kitchens at once, if you will excuse.
Nay, do not trouble yourself, Honor. I shall soon be on our way. Lucia, brew some if you will.
Yes, Lord Commander. Explains.
Oh, I see, old girl.
Do not call me old.
Ah, right you do. Huh. These villains hardly need an excuse to wage war. Bloodletting comes as naturally as breathing to I mean to an Imperial.
And thus we shall strengthen our patrols as you suggest. We shall also be sure to communicate these developments to Lord Frankel and the Observatorium.
I see you have everything in hand. Carry on, Commander. Surprised to see yours truly at the helm?
Honestly, a little bit, yeah.
You and me both, old boy. I doubt I'll ever feel worthy to sit where he sat.
Oh, they got that portrait!
Yet we can but play the hand we're dealt. With little help from the veterans and Anwar's ceaseless shining, I'm sure I'll muddle through. So worry not, old boy. I'll have to get on you with you.
Alright. You do your best, guy. I believe that is one of the first times that they changed the furniture layout of an area in world. Like, I'm not talking about the Rising Stones or Waking Sands or anywhere that's, like, instanced specifically to your character and you. No, that's staying there. It's not much. It's not much, but I like seeing change in the world. Well, I just wish it didn't come with this cost.
I shall do my utmost to see that my lord is not overwhelmed by his duties. He can be surprisingly diligent when he puts his mind to it. If he puts his mind to it.
I shan't waste my time attempting to replace him. I can but be my best self and hope that that's enough.
Maybe not that change. Yeah. Oh, they're doing a fade. Okay, to Gridania. Oh good, they want me to go nearby the Aetheryte first, and then to the Lotus Stand. Of course they want me to go to the Lotus Stand. If it's in Gridania, it's the Lotus Stand. I believe Gridania is almost as popular as Limsa these days. People realize Limsa is too congested, and so they go to the next place where they're able to do stuff right next to the Aetheryte, which is here. People still don't like Ul'dah. That's a bit too, inside of a wall. Wait, where's your other? Is Lucia not here? I guess not. Oh, there she is.
A bid welcome to our visitors from Ishgard.
It seems so peaceful. One would scarcely believe that Baelsar's wall and wretched Alamico lie but a few short moms away.
Diplomatic duties have brought me here on several occasions, but I find that I am as enraptured by the Black Shroud's beauty now as when I first laid eyes upon it.
I fear that this time, however, events shall not afford me the luxury of enjoying how splendid the forest is.
Same dialogue? Same dialogue. Every quest in Limsa. Teleport to the Aft Castle, then run. Yes, pretty much. An allied decision. Sir Aymeric is ready to attend the council.
It seems we are to have an escort to the Lotus Stand. A pleasant place to discuss unpleasant matters, is it not?
Yeah. I've been there so many times.
Yes, of course. 'Tis like that we are the last to arrive. Let's announce ourselves, shall we?
And let the politics begin! Curses, they're gonna make me walk! Ah! I suppose I could use the Aethernet, but I'm not going back towards the crystal. People could be performing there! In public! No, I do like hearing public performances. But the copyrighted music! Most people don't care.
The envoy from Ishgard has arrived. Very good. This way, if you there's a Lamentum party as well.
Oh, hey, Yugiri!
I had hoped to slip in unnoticed, but I seem I was not the only one delayed in my arrival.
Greetings, Sir Aymeric.
Admiral, always a pleasure.
And Bont, I trust you are well. It's a day for reunions, it seems. I believe you are well acquainted with my escort.
Master Bont, I was glad to hear from Riol that the missing scions have now been found.
Yeah, we're all getting back together.
There is much and more I would discuss with you, but let us first attend to the issue at hand, shall we?
Right. In we go. Perhaps to voiced cutscene land. Again with the half and half cutscenes, though. It's weird. It's weird, I tell you.
I bid you welcome, my friends. As you will by now be aware, the scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession of certain intelligence concerning recent developments in the region of Gyr Abania. It springs, I am assured, from an unimpeachable source. Is that not so, Master Alphinaud?
Indeed, Elder Seedseer. Our information comes directly from a member of the Resistance's inner circle, and we have no cause to doubt its veracity.
This griffin of theirs is a fool if he thinks he can hold Baelsar's wall against the Empire. When the Imperials move to take it back, they will come in force. And the resulting fighting is all but certain to spill over into the Black Shroud.
At the Battle of Cartaneau, the combined might of 3 grand companies labored to contend with the remnants of but a single Imperial legion. Alone, Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds from reclamation to invasion.
May I once more convey my nation's deepest regrets for our inaction in the days prior to the calamity. 'Tis a stain upon our ledger that I would fain remove. Elder Seedseer, I do hereby request leave to deploy a defensive force within the borders of Gridania. Ishgard's return to the Alliance shall be honored by more than mere ink upon parchment.
The Doman people, too, would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are few, but our most seasoned shinobi are at your disposal.
On behalf of my people, I offer you my humble thanks. Gridania welcomes your assistance.
It is time we set our contingency plans in motion. Is the Alliance agreed? Then let us make ready for war. Victory favors the swift. There is much to be done.
Well, that was rather brief. Well, enjoy a brief.
The Council knows that Alamigo will not soon be wrested from the Empire, and its decision to bolster the border's defences seems eminently practical. Why then, brother, do you scowl so?
I agree that they have chosen the wisest course available. Indeed, the only reasonable one. Yet something feels awry. In making ready for war, is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing he desired? Any attempt to hold the wall is doomed to failure, aye. But I wonder if we have misjudged the prize for which he plays.
Well, you know we're gonna find out soon anyway. We cannot change our course. We can just but walk the road. Normally I'd say we can choose our own path, but these are nations we're talking about here.
That the Council was able to reach an accord so swiftly is a heartening development in itself. I only hope my misgivings prove unfounded. Ah, good. You have yet to depart. I feared I had missed you. Sir Emmerich! Master Alphinaud, a pleasure as always. And Mrs. Alizé, how wonderful to see that you have recovered. Pardon the interruption. I hope to thank Bond for serving as our escort before our other duties called him away. I also wish to thank our Doman ally.
Oh, she was hiding behind a tree the whole time!
Forgive me, my lord. I was but awaiting an opportune moment to join the conversation, and force of habit made me keep to the shadow. No apologies are necessary, Mr. Suguri. I was most grateful for your interjection when I offered Ishgard support. My nation's history of failure to heed the Alliance's pleas for aid is a matter of record. Even so, the Alliance leaders were plainly unprepared for my impromptu apology. The resulting air of awkwardness might have lingered longer were it not for your timely offer of cooperation, which allowed the Elder Seer to accept us both. I very much appreciate the gesture. I only did as my duty told, Sir Emmerich. The Empire is an enemy to us all, and we are grateful for the opportunity to fight at your side. And full glad that we have you. I conveyed my regards to the Scions, my friends. We must return to Ishgard.
Alright, bye, guy.
Whatever is wrong with a simple sorry or thank you? Must these politicians always make a speech out of everything? That is how the adults speak, dear sister. Mayhap ones who like to sound like their own voice. Or enjoy the sound of their voice, even. In any case, our business here is concluded. We should be on our way as well. Will you accompany us to Revenant's Toll, Yugiri? Actually, I think I shall first pay a brief visit to the East Shroud. I'm curious to know how Papalimo Nida fared with the talks with the Sylphs, not to mention what has been going on at Baelsar's Wall. I will join you at the Writing Stones anon.
For once, I'm not going with the boy right away. You know I'll be going to that wall. I will be going to that wall, but not yet. Says the story is wrapping up so quickly, actually. What kind of content would you guys like to see after this? I could unlock the Alliance raid, the extra trials, I could try to do some Hildebrand, or I could try to level up Culinarian, Fisher, a different Gatherer Crafter, or start prepping the next class for the next expansion. Those are all things on the table. Tataru and Kryl took the resistance. Let's see. Same dialogue, actually. Surprised it's the same dialogue. It is the same dialogue. Unusual. Oh, they don't need me in here. They need me in Revenant Stole. I just automatically went into the Rising Stones. That's what I get for not reading. Looking at your statements, Okova, there are the handful that instead of going to Avcastle, they have you run like east right away to go to the Admiral's office. Next class? Yes. We're gonna be ending this expansion soon, so the next class is either going to be Monk or Samurai. Monk would be more work, but I don't like playing Samurai that much.
Even now, I am astonished by how closely Mr. Salazar resembles Master Alphino. Their very mannerisms are alike. From a distance, I should be hard-pressed to tell one from the other, until they open their mouths, of course. Welcome back, Pont. I don't know about you, but I am heartily glad that the talking is over. I understand that these council meetings are important, but do you not find it tiresome to have to weigh every word before you speak? I doubt I will ever feel at home with the realm of politics.
You know what? I don't enjoy it either. That said, people have been known to change. If my brother is willing to run his own errands, anything is possible. Oh, and you're going to give me some food. Let's see. Heavenly Eggnog. A decadently creamy concoction crafted from raw eggs, thick cream, honey, and, if you're feeling adventurous, a healthy splash of dark spiced rum. A favorite in Ishgard's vault. We can get some wildwood scrambled eggs, fragrant mushrooms sautéed with a generous portion of creamy butter and served upon a bed of fluffy eggs, scrambled to perfection. Or spaghetti carbonara. I think I've read all these before. Do I have one of these? Yes, I do have a spaghetti carbonara. You know what? We're getting the spaghetti carbonara again. And I don't want to leave it out. Tender wheat noodles slathered in a rich sauce made from egg yolks and pungent cheese. It's unusual that they give me the same food twice. Griffin on the wall. Alze seems eager to discuss the council's decision with the other scions.
Well, as much as I enjoy the bustle of the toll, I think it's time we headed inside. My brother and the others will not be long.
And you make me go inside. Goodness sake, I'm spoiled. Spoiled by the 3 quests that had me go automatically. You believe Monk would be fun for the expansion, then Samurai for the middle end. Then I would have to level 2 classes, though. I might need to start doing some leveling roulettes if that's the case.
You have returned from the council. But what of Alphino? Did some other matter requires attention? Mine apologies, friends. I trust we have not kept you waiting over long. Greetings, everyone! Oh, Kryl, how's Nago doing? She will be alright, won't she? I don't see why not. She's sleeping at the moment. Tataru is keeping an eye on her, so we'll know soon enough if there's any change in her condition. Her wounds are healing well. With sufficient rest, I am certain she will make a full recovery. Thank goodness for that! Now, mayhap you should like to share with us the Council's decision. Each of the nations, Ishgard included, has committed to providing military support to Gridania. The Orzi Alliance will soon have a significant force in the Black Shroud, ready to respond to any Imperial act of aggression. You know, I almost wish the Council would stop messing around and give the Griffin what he wants. I wouldn't like to be the Imperial cop between the Resistance and the Alliance. You know, you cannot seriously... One does not lightly go to war with the Gallian Empire. Quite. To open hostilities with due consideration would be to invite disaster. If only there were some way to reach the Griffin. Some means to convince him to abandon this reckless course.
As they both consider. It may not be entirely infeasible. There is a network of tunnels beneath Baelsar's walls, secret passages dug by the Resistance to provide a way out of Alamigo.
which may equally serve as a way in.
Precisely. If we are in agreement, I would be one to undertake the necessary negotiations. I'm familiar with the route, and the Resistance is familiar with me.
About as familiar as they are with me, you mean? Say what you want. I'm coming too. I have some experience in the practice of infiltration. If you would have me, my services are at your disposal.
As are mine.
It has been far too long since I shared a shadow with a shinobi, and I do not intend to waste the opportunity. 4 is quite sufficient for an infiltration mission. Greater numbers will only serve to increase the risk of detection. Prowl and I will direct our energies elsewhere. What of you, Lavaliers? I will return to the East Shroud and stand watch over the border. Should matters take a turn for the worse, 'twould seem wise to be on hand. Might I prevail upon you to accompany me, Bont? Gridania will be safer for your presence, and, while it may not seem the most thrilling duty, dear sister, might I ask that you remain at the Rising Stones to pass on messages and so on? To hold the fort, you mean? Very well, I suppose the task must fall to someone. Safe travels, all of you.
Because in the trailers, he started as a monk and then switched over to samurai. Samurai. You almost said a spoiler. So weird seeing everyone in their old outfits. Honestly, the classes I don't feel like are spoilers. Locations and such, yeah, that would be spoilers. But, like, classes, yeah, no problem. It's hard to, like, when you know things, it's hard to rein yourself in other than, like, oh, I know it's coming. And then, like, smile emoji. Because, like, it's just like, I know what's coming. Please look forward to it. Yeah, you see stuff like that, and it's just like... yeah. And it looks like this is all the same dialogue. Unusual. Usually that changes. I suspect Tatara would have little trouble facilitating communication between our forces under normal circumstances, but I can see that she has her hands full nursing the resistance fighter back to health. No matter, my turn to be a field day will come.
I may perhaps have exaggerated my standing with the Resistance a little, but I am confident that I have a reasonable chance of putting a stop to this madness before events spiral out of control. Yes, fair to middling is the very least.
My fellow shinobi require little encouragement to take their place amongst the Alliance forces massing in Gridania. They are most eager to cross blades with the armies of Garlemald once more. I'm no ninja, but I did spend some few moons in the Charlayan homeland learning how to move unseen. Between Yugura and my humble self, Yida and Papolino will be well protected. All I'm saying is that it wouldn't be the worst thing if we ended up joining the Griffins' fight against the Empire. I mean, it's going to happen sooner or later, isn't it?
Yeah, but a couple more years to prepare would have been nice.
If you have any unfinished business in the toll, pray attend to it now. I will depart for Hawthorne Hut without delay. The nearby watchtower offers an unobstructed view of the Baelsar's wall, and I would be interested to speak with the Alliance commanders who have installed themselves at the top.
And away we go. Oh, they're not having me go to the fort immediately. I'm going to talk to somebody in the aforementioned hut. And Final Fantasy V streams right at Shinryu's chest. Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, it's so unusual that Shinryu's just inside of a box in Final Fantasy V, right? And doesn't that box appear right after fighting, what was the name? Omega? Pretty sure it was that one. Anyway.
Ah, Bont, there you are. Come. Emissary's spires awaits. The Alliance officers of the platform should be able to apprise of any development at the wall.
Oh, hey, you four.
Fancy meeting the two of you here. We're about to set forth. Indeed. I was about to say 12 watch over you, but I doubt you have need of divine protection, even if you are venturing into enemy territory. Don't worry, Alphino. We'll have the griffin by the scruff of our neck before you know it.
Do make up your mind, Ida. Now, a moment ago, you seemed ready to shake the griffin by the hand rather than the neck. So which will it be? It would be best to decide before we enter into negotiations.
Trust me, Papa Limo. I'll shake whatever needs shaking. The talking part I'll leave to you.
I think I feel a headache coming on. Let us be on our way, shall we?
Some things never change. Well then, shall we make for the spire? Our alliance friends will doubtless have news for us.
You know, looking at this armor more and more, I'm going to miss it when I do change class, because I won't be able to wear this stuff as either samurai or ninja. Fortunately, samurai and ninja share gear, so if I did end up doing both, then that's a thing. Not at the top. I guess flying didn't exist here yet. Land. Okay. Time to head out for you. Good luck with the griffin. Yeah, we'll do. Good seeing you again, Sokopa. Good luck out there.
Welcome, Warrior of Light. I assume you're here to speak with our commanding officers. You'll find them on the observation platform. Pray proceed.
You mean the place I just was? Okay, thanks, guy.
Greetings, my friends. It's good to see you both well. I was hoping you might turn up. After I crafted me to watch here, see, in the sight of you help remind them why we bothered. If memory serves, I have not seen many of you since the days of the Grand Melee. Having borne the brunt of your blows, I may say what an honor it is to stand at your side. It is heartening indeed to see the realm's most stalwart defenders thus gathered in the common cause. Speaking of which, what news from the wall?
All has been quiet. Never mind. Right on cue.
Report. What? 7 hells! Fighting has broken out on top of the wall. A full-scale assault. Sir Griffin has made his move. Someone has. And what's that supposed to mean? The talkers, they're wearing Grand Company colors. Impossible. We gave no such order. Of course, the wall was never the Griffin's target, it was bait. We have been goaded into deploying our armies nearby, thus lending way to his deception. If those uniforms were convincing enough to deceive my scouts, the Empire will surely think we've launched an offensive. This could mean war. Even so, this may yet be no more than a diversion. With the armies of the Alliance occupying the Empire's attention, it would be comparatively easy for the Griffin supporters to slip into Alamigo. He could then incite a rebellion against his populace, which the Empire and the Imperials would be hard-pressed to contain. Eorzea, meanwhile, would be plunged into chaos.
Bont, we must make for the wall at once. Of course.
What, just the two of you? Our companions embarked on a mission to sway the Griffin in his course, are likely halfway to his command post by now. They will emerge in the midst of a raging battle, and I do not mean to abandon them in their fate. I will be dangerous, but the confusion might work to our advantage. If we are careful to avoid the skirmishing, it may yet be possible to reach the Griffin, and if we can do that... Lady Hilda, might I ask that you have an airship ready to bear the scions to safety? Well, don't know who this Lady Hilda is, Marshal, but you can count on me. Must prepare for the Imperial reprisals. May the Navigator guide us through the storm.
What, you mean I don't get to fight with them in the Trust? In the duty support? Ah, come on. Come on, it would have been great. It would have been perfect right there. Broken War Machina, the sound of fighting. Lots of disguised resistance fighters as the Orsian soldiers. And the Griffin in the thick of it. Forward, comrades! The time has come to drive the Empire from Alamico, and force action upon these who have turned their backs to our suffering for so long. Let this victory be the first step to the liberation of our homeland. Alamigo will be free, no matter the cost. And now we get to go to the wall. Yeah, it was all like night and everything was on fire and it was really cinematic and cool, and then it just pans you back here to the day. Hello, Miss Pepper. It's good seeing you. Looks like you're having a good time.
From what Papa Limo told me, the trailhead should lead us directly to the shadow of the wall. As we have two objectives, I suggest we divide our forces. I shall make straightaways for the tunnel and attempt to intercept our comrades ere they stumble into a bloodbath. While I do so, I must ask that you scale the wall. I know that I would not propose such a course if there were any other way, but the time for subtlety is past. Take a band of your most trusted companions and cut a path through the Griffin. Make him see reason, by any means necessary.
I'll hit him very hard. He'll see something then. Probably stars.
Once we are free to the tunnels, we will make for your position with all due haste. If anything proceeds according to plan, Hilda will then swoop in and spirit us away to safety. And we pray that we have enough time.
Hey, wall, now accessible. I'm sorry, Baelsar's wall, now accessible. With the way the trial is now, this is the last bit of instance content in the main story for them. Because the trial ends after this series of quests. Let's take a look at the duty support. Yep, it sure is scions. It's weird, you get this... They get a bit of a jump there. Let's see, what does the dialogue say? Marking the border between the Black Shroud and Garabania, the legacy of Gaius van Baelsar is a towering monument to imperial tyranny, and now, smoke rises from its iron crenellations. In a bid to drag the armies of Eorzea into the struggle for Alamigan liberation, the Griffin and his resistance fighters have disguised themselves in their Grand Company uniforms and laid siege to Baelsar's wall. While Alfredo seeks to call your companions back from their now meaningless mission of diplomacy, you must ascend the war-torn fortifications by the swiftest route possible and persuade the Griffin, by force if necessary, to abandon his reckless ambition. Let's invite Ivy. Toggle this on. Get ready to say hi to the chat. Make sure that my portrait is fixed. It looks good. And here we go, Baelsar's wall. Hydrate? Yes, thank you. This should not be a long queue. Less than 5 minutes, it says. It looks like I discovered everything here. Voltage looked into the oven. It's some kind of yellow casserole. It smells really good, but doesn't look appetizing at all. Yellow casserole. You know, that doesn't sound bad. It never looks appetizing. It's just like this yellow mound on your plate. But you know what? it's been a good while since I've had anything with cheese in it. No, that's a lie. I had a cheeseburger on Sunday. I had a cheeseburger. But like as a primary... Oh, thank you for dressing me up. I do enjoy having some bunny ears for the stream. It's nice. It's nice. I'm glad that you guys are enjoying the costumes of the oven still. I really do need to just, like, do an art stream. And, like, get tiny little, like, emoticons of everything that comes out of the oven. So that they can pop out of the oven when the redeem goes up. That would be, like, the next step of making that work, right? That would be the next logical step. And I've really been dragging my feet on that. Mostly because I'm, recording a lot. Anyway, I am kind of just restlessly walking around. The weather in the Shroud is fair skies. That's fine. I like that we're able to fly up to the tops of these towers, but the towers are not, Oh, they are. They are rigged for us to land. I still have no idea how someone actually gets up here, though. I think I talked about that last time I was stuck here. Surprised this hasn't popped already. Then again, I suppose there's a different thing going on today. For other MMOs that are going on right now, in life yesterday, dating the video, World of Warcraft hardcore servers became an official thing. There's 2 US and 2 EU at the time, and both are full. Alright, there we go. It popped. Now we just... Okay, there we go. Yeah. Give it a nice little hello. The alarm's raised and everything. The Imperials are in full force. That's their dog. And this is the wall. They sure do love their paved road sections. They're all here and ready. Check to see what's done in chat. Oh, they just gave a response back. That's good. They dropped this sky armor in. Hails in, invaders! Oh, the tank is pulling small. That's unusual. But you know what? It's fine that he does. These archers like to just put dots on people at random. As you can see, they just put one on me, even though I do not have enmity. I'm still hitting the other one over there, even though I'm here. I'm hitting all 3 enemies with my 1 area damage attack. You don't want to get hit by the dog. The dog also likes to yell. Yeah, it's a funny looking dog. They do things to their dogs in Garlemald. I was behind them. I don't know why they went for me. Alright. Alright, if I'm the tank, then I'm going to pull all my cooldowns out. This tank must be adhering to a you pull it, you tank it policy. I'm okay with that. That's fine. It's all fine. We're alive. One dog. Patrol, guys. It breaches the castle borders. Let's see, the weather is still fog. I don't believe the weather here changes. I think it's always just fog. Because if it did that, then you wouldn't get the good view of the, Never mind, I guess it just changed. I guess where we would have been able to look up and see the building a little bit on fire. I got the key. Never mind, Ivy has the key. Isn't it great that the person right outside the door has the key to said door? Security is also always so lax in these environs. Okay, Ivy got the key, so I got the door. The door's open. Thank you, Miss Pepper. And the tank is very, very wishy-washy. They've breached the yard! Call in the armor! The armor will fixate on a random player. Never mind, they got provoked off. I didn't think you could do that. I'm full of misinformation today, it seems. Trying to angle my line attack properly here. I know I'm at least getting 2 of them. I think I'll save my Gear Skullgirl for the final boss. Or the first boss, rather. I got the key. We got the key. We got the terminal. Use the terminal. And look! It's a Magitech Predator. It looks a little bit different than the Magitech armor we've seen up until now, doesn't it? It's almost like it's inspired by a certain piece of artwork. Ah, a practice target. Tankbuster Claw. The tank tried to move away from it there. That doesn't work out. Some Azophyte. Reinforcements, now! Let's see. My dot's fine. My buff is not. I should have did my buff rotation. Ah, well, what can you do? Didn't do my rotation correctly there either. That's fine. More reinforcements, now! That's a big hit. I'm glad I can very quickly get around the arena at least. More targeted missiles, let's spread out. This does seem to be going a little bit slowly. I don't think it's really my armor that's doing it either. Take care of those. Ah, they were dead. I feel like that's their own fault, though. They probably got clipped by a laser or something. Impossible! This is the greatest rated armor. Let's see. Some resistance gear, which I don't need. Still worse than the low-level tome gear that I'm using. Shoved another treasure coffer in the corner. I'll pick that up. Let the tank hit the button when they're ready to go. This elevator does not go up. This is an elevator that goes sideways. This dungeon will pull our mobs to you. It gets you over to this little conveyor here. It just starts ejecting out these little hands. Spider claw things. And then the platform moves to a different conveyor belt. Which will give us a hand. I don't know how it conveys a hand when the hand is floating, but here we are. And the hand will cast the hand, because of course it will. Okay, now we should get 3 mobs that just drop on us. You think a side elevator is a translator? Probably. I'm just gonna focus on one of these. Because they do these great big lasers, and that's not good. Oh. Got me anyway, but it barely hurts. It tickled even. Probably thanks to Miss Pepper's barrier. Very finely placed. More conveyor belts lifted up to convey more enemies to us. This time it's hand with the little tiny dies. More hands, because why not? But when they say give them a hand, I don't think this is what they're thinking. Oh, I think I see what the problem is. We're 2 dragoons. If they're not using their cooldowns, then that would explain a lot, actually. Stun this one so we don't get 3 needle rains at once. That's one thing when you start playing with a class that's not yourself. Or when you start playing with others who are your same class, you like notice like every little mistake they make and stuff. Especially if things are so easy. Now there's a conveyor for conveying us! The translator is done. But now we'll translate to Mecha Spider! Just waiting for the tank to go. Or we're waiting for it. Activating compulse objectives. Eliminate intruder. Launcher. That should be a lot of damage. Yeah, that was a good amount. Motion tracking activated, and I stop! Let that fall away. 2, 1. Nope, I did too soon. Everybody in the party moved, except for Miss Pepper. Ah, so I got the worst of both worlds. I waited and that happened. We have ads. Good thing my Gear Skullger is up. Handles that. I guess I could have used Dragonfire Dive too, but motion tracking activated, and I stop. 2, 1. Wait for it to go away before I move. Oh no. Well, we're doomed. It got Miss Pepper that time. Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Two people were stacked too closely together, too. Yeah, the Paladin doesn't know. Activating Magitech Bit Laser Grid. The tank doesn't know Clemency at this level, or they don't know how to use it. Oh, they're using it, but it's not very strong. Oh yeah, just get me. Just get me. Alright. We try again. Let's see if anything's going on in chat. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, nothing's going on in chat, it's just loot messages. So I have to have the consideration and get rid of the chat before I hide the chat, before I get rid of the cover. I'll see a nice flash and a notification when it's time. Fortunately, the run back isn't very bad because we didn't really go anywhere. We're ready to go again. Engaging enemy. Okay, we're getting the bits again. Why is my laser's about to come off cooldown? Or is it the crossfire? Yeah, it's a grid. Alright, I can fire. Now all my cooldowns are messed up. Oh no, I think that other DPS is dead again. It's very difficult to... Oh, they're alive! Well done! Distress Beacon, summoning the ads. Unfortunately, I did use my AoE just then. All the tools I need. More motion tracking. Fire at me. Thank you. Yeah, second try always goes a lot better, doesn't it? It's nice when you have everything, like, fresh in your memory. Well, it doesn't always go better, but it usually goes better. I think perhaps maybe my companion's gear is broken? Or maybe they're leveling a class and they just never buff their items. Structural integrity compromised. Editioning shutdown protocol. That sure is gloves. They're a little bit better than my gloves. Weird. I'll need them. And there's an earring there. The other Dragoon moved and it set a bomb on you. I see. Yeah, that's a problem. Okay, let's slap those on. It'll make me look really bad for a cutscene. I'll fix that up later. Repel the invaders! The armor does not move. I'll get this box. Fending gear. Neat. Nago's armor looks kind of like Resistance fighter gear. Very thick, very padded, very military. The gear from here kind of looks like Nago's gear. Kinda. There was a period of time where I really wanted it and farmed this set. I don't often farm dungeon sets. Oh, what even got the other Dragoon? Alright, I got the key. I got the door. And we're good to go. I will not be the first to walk up the... I will not be the first to walk up. Not this time. Because there should be a patrol right there. They come storming down. Okay, now they're on him. Or her. I didn't really check. What's important to me is that they are doing their job right now, and that's great. There are 3 packs of mobs here, right after that wall, because there was 1 set there, and there's usually 4 sets between packs. You could pull all 3 together, if you're feeling brave and adventurous, and you pop sprint. But it's okay, this person's not feeling brave and adventurous today. Hey look! Some resistance fighters are fighting the Garlands, and they just won! Except, the Griffin has spoken! With me, my brothers! For al amigo! Oh, I see. So we even have to fight the loyalists. Since we are so close to the boss now, I think I will sit on my cooldowns, with the exception of Lance Surge. You don't think you've seen a level 3 this whole playthrough? What, Limit Break? Yeah, they usually appear in trials and stuff, but we've never really gotten a boss that lives long enough for the level 3 Limit Break to happen. There is one notable exception, Ultima Weapon. I believe someone else was allowed to use the level 3 Limit Break on Ultima Weapon. Because they redid that fight so that you will use it there. You'll not spoil our victory. What we got in that box? Like that, okay. There's level 1 Limit Break again. We'll probably get a level 2, given the speed of the damage here. But now it's time for a cutscene. There's the Griffin, standing and watching over the destruction in a very well-lit circle. In their own landing pad. So, we meet again. Or are you another faker? It's you! Revenge for Ramon's arm! It's the Griffin! But we know who this is. It's Ilbred. I mean, Ilbert. I'll give you a glorious end, warrior light. Come, face me in the Griffin's talons. Speaking of the Griffin is a raid right in room. Flash powders look away attack, which I look away. I'm not blinded. And then he does this blade, which will hit most of the room after jumping to a side.
Sloppy.
And there's his line! He said the thing!
I'll tear you limb from limb.
Fully voice acted boss!
Sloppy. For Alamigo!
Lots of things coming down now, but the boss will not move. It would be nice if we were in the middle of the room, but,
How'd you like this?
oh, he's about to boot me. Nope! I'm able to keep up with him because I'm a Dragoon. But now he's about to do something to Miss Pepper. So I'm going to save my cooldown button for that. Restraint color. Let's see how you look in these. I think I'm the only one doing anything on this. Okay, there we go. Now here comes the double flip. That way.
Sloppy.
Didn't have any jumps available for that. Beak of the Griffin. And now the attack seems to loop. And we barely come under 50%. That's fine. That's fine. We're doing it. Moving away from the tank buster does nothing.
Sloppy. For Alamigo! I have you now. Yeah. How'd you like this? Yeah!
No escape.
Sloppy.
Not nearly enough. Restraint color's going back on Jade.
Yeah!
We gotta get this off Jade or else she's dead. I don't think they're helping. There we go.
Sloppy.
Alright, we're not gonna go through a third cycle. We are going to end this.
I'll tear you limb from limb. Yeah. Sloppy.
Alright, we win. Well, not all of them go so smoothly, but we did it. Duty complete. We don't cheer for that. Alright. The other guy left. Miss Pepper left. Loot is striking pants. Good. One less thing for me to buy next patch. And here we go. Is it voiced? That's the big question. It probably is.
You've beaten me, aye. But you cannot stop what I've begun. Behold, a glimpse of things to come.
Yeah. You wanted a revolution. Sure got it.
We did it! We showed the bastards! Aye! Victory is ours!
And who knows, lads? Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
Oh. It's this guy. This guy treated with the Garlands and joined the Crystal Braves.
This is for Alamigo, for Eorzea. They die that others may live.
And there's Yu Hase.
Vanguards! Attack!
Seven hells. Do you hear that?
Oh, we fought one of those. But they're not us.
War machines. How did they get here so quickly?
You just fought war machines.
Stand your ground! For the resistance!
There's nowhere to run. We're cut off.
Yeah, you haven't won till you've won. They celebrated way too early. There was no escape. There was never any hope for them.
Gods help us! What were we thinking? The Empire's too big. Too powerful. Mighty Rolger, grant us the strength to crush our...
And there's some prayers from dying people's wishes.
There you are.
As you can see, our infiltrators did not elude me for long. Lady Ugiri is sending for an airship even as we speak.
That's good. Good on you, boy.
What do we do? This is a massacre!
How wonderful to see you, Commander.
Ilbird, I should have known. This has to end. It has to end now. Do you not see your countrymen dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that? Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
Retreat? With the moment of my triumph so close at hand? You truly are a sheltered child, Leveilleur.
And there they are. One in each hand.
Nidhogg's eyes. No abyss is too deep for you, I see. But trust me when I say that such power was not meant for mortal hands.
How long have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen, so inured to the taste of defeat, they no longer balk at its bitterness, shouting my throat raw with rallying cries, only to be greeted with dull eyes and blank faces. My brothers and sisters in Ulda have surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of Lodorito's coin, I doubt even those here now would have answered my call. Take back our homeland! Free Alamigo! Ha! They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes? Then I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
What exactly do you mean to do?
Did you hear their cries as victory was snatched away from them? Even with their dying breaths, they cursed the Empire. Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true. A god has no need of faith when summoned by so pure a purpose.
Summoned? You cannot mean to fight the Empire with a primal! You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power.
Oh yes, I know their limitations. Which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm of the calamity itself.
Alright, but he's not stinky. Well, he is, but like...
What? Here? Now?
He's not coated in dragon blood.
Like hells you will!
Didn't I just beat him up? How does he still have the energy to dodge?
An ending to mark a new beginning. My pain, my longing, you shall have it all!
Oh. I don't think he thought that went through. Or maybe he did, he's just not very good at thinking. So many twisted bodies of metal and men. In the aether and purpose. With a dilapidated answer for them. and 2 dragon eyes to fuel a primal.
This light, is it?
But without Hraesvelgur's eye to help me.
His death completed the ritual. The primal is taking shape.
Well, can't we stop it? There must be something we can do.
There is one thing.
What? Hey, where do you think you're going?
Master Louisoix briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same.
But that's impossible! We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days!
Ah, Alphinaud, though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil.
So that's why he wanted the magic stick. He knew this was gonna happen.
Tiptimati, of course! The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
Don't you dare, Papalimo! I know how that spell works. It is time to leave.
Quite right. Quickly now, off you go. The further away, the better.
No! If you're staying, then so am I.
No, Ida. There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here, not like this. Take her! Please, you have to take her!
What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you! Go!
What? But I like fighting gods. I'm gonna stay at Papa Lemon's side. Nope, he just yeets me onto the ship.
Hilda! I think he means now!
But I am the Azure Dragoon! I am the Warrior of Light! How dare you do this to me, Papa Lemon!
I bid thee farewell again, my dear Ida. Now, let us see how good a student I truly was.
Well, that certainly looks like the 1.0 cutscene, or the end of 1.0 cutscene, the beginning of the game cutscene. And it didn't break immediately, so good job for that. But all it really did was cost his life, and it gave us time.
How many more must we lose?
Papalimo knew what he was doing. I could not refuse him.
Every Ishgardian gets taught the sea of clouds turns at the grip of the warrior elements of water and wind. Enough to tear you apart, they say. No one's ever gone to the bottom of the abyss and lived to tell the tale. So how did that bastard manage to get his hands on Nidhogg's eyes?
Good question.
I understand only too well the desire to reclaim one's homeland, but I cannot condone such slaughter. It has been explained to me that what the light represents, and I have ordered our forces to stand ready. It seems we can do little else but wait.
You would be able to do little anyway, because you don't get enthralled, right?
Why? Why didn't they let me stay? Papalymo is my friend! I should have been there with him!
I tried to be there too. You could see it in his eyes, Ida. He knew what he was doing, and what had to be done. Master Louis Wall wore that same look right before the end. How would you know? You weren't there.
Do you think I didn't know that? I know, alright, I know!
There's nothing more that you could have done. It would cause us all off guard. Even Bont was powerless to stop him. I don't know, I beat him up pretty good. If you must blame someone, then blame me. Just promise you that you will never forget what Papalymo strove to protect, or the lessons that he tried to teach you.
Don't speak to me.
Leave Ida with me. Go on. Go back to the Rising Stones. The others need to know what happened here. Alright. And we get music. Another brick. I think that's the Baelsar's Wall theme. So you don't have to farm the dungeon to get it, but we got it anyway. Let's see, that all looks like the same dialogue. Ida says,
It's over, Papalymo. It's all over.
If it be. As he can say will console her now. Louis was finest student. It is plain that recent events have shaken Alphinaud to the core. Once again, I find myself at a loss for words. But Thancred is right. We must return to the Rising Stones and apprise our companions of all this. Pray make your way there at once. I will send word to Yashola and the others of our imminent return. Let us return to the Rising Stones. We must gather our companions. Took someone durable and undying to go into that abyss to be able to get those stones. Let's see, I will leave the party. Thank you again, Miss Pepper, for helping with everything. I'm glad I was able to free you from the shackles a little bit. I should probably get my other slightly worse gear back on. I said I should probably get my other slightly worse gear on so that my gloves match for cutscenes and such. It'll make me look nicer.
Why does everyone look so grim? Has something happened? Say something for heaven's sake.
You mean Heavensward's sake?
Tataru and Krile took the
let's see. Same dialogue? And how about over here? Same dialogue? Same dialogue, okay.
But seem you bring ill tidings, brother.
Aye. Behind the griffin's mask we found the grinning face of an old adversary. Ilbert. I know not how, but he had gotten in his possession the eyes of Nidhogg, whose dread power he used to initiate a summoning ritual even as we looked on.
Explains, explains, explains. He what? Explains. Oh. By the 12. I don't understand. To attempt such a magic requires every ounce of one's aether. No one, not even grandfather, could cast it and hope to survive. Indeed. Was ever a last resort, I am certain Pabalimo was aware. Thus did the pupil follow in the footsteps of his master, even unto the grave. I have as yet been unable to explain how it came to possession of Nidhogg's eyes. In the depth of the sea of clouds, a perpetual storm of water and wind aspected aether rages. No mortal could endure such conditions. And mayhap it was the work of an Ascian. But now is not the time for idle speculations. Trial, I have need of your assistance. Yes, of course. We must inspect the cocoon of light, and ascertain the state of the primal trapped within. Between our respective talents, I dare say we shall glean some measure of insight. Understood. I can't promise I'll be able to sense much through the barrier, but I shall certainly do my best. Let's be about it then. What, without so much as a by your leave? Pray forgive our Conjustula's brevity. She seeketh employment, lest her grief deprive her of her will to act. Her desire to comfort Ida doubtless compoundeth her unseemly haste. I too must contend with this grievous loss of mine own way. By thy leave, Lady Alzay, I shall honour our fallen colleague through gainful study. Their assist writings have yet further our understanding of this cocoon of light. Mayhap I was too quick to judge. Surrendering to sadness and regret would be a poor tribute to Pabalimo's sacrifice. Quite. We must begin preparations to face Ilberd's accursed creation without delay. What time we have is purchased at too dear a price for us to squander it. And now we get the music for Forever Lost, which I'm pretty sure is the track that we were just listening to. School's out forever. I guess it would be if there was no teachers or students. I believe that achievement... Why do I keep opening the fishing log to try and open achievements? Give it a moment. I believe that achievement gave us a title. Yeah, here we go. We got, the finest pupil's ally. As opposed to Surrender Our Souls, which we got from the previous one. We sure do have some titles to choose from now. We don't have to be the Nidhogg Slayer, but as long as I'm a Dragoon, I shall be the Nidhogg Slayer. My own grief is a crushing weight upon my heart. When I think of what Yuta must be feeling, Pabalimo's sacrifice cannot be in vain. We will find the means to deal with this primal. All I want to do is weep, but right now we need to hold back our tears and do what we must to be done. Once Yuta returns, I'll see that she sits down with her favorite dish. When you feel empty inside, it's easy to forget that your belly needs to be filled. They told us what happened to Pabalimo and I. Forgive me, I simply no words. Colton had greatly admired Pabalimo, and aspired to achieve the same lofty heights of magecraft. His loss was a terrible blow to the scions. Sacrificing oneself for one's duty. Such actions remind me of the words of Doma. All samurai and shinobi who died for our cause. I have a long road ahead before I match the Archons in skill and experience, but we must do all our part under times like this. Surely there is something I can do to help. As much as we wish it were different, there is a limit to our healing can accomplish. Even the most powerful magics can do naught for a grieving heart. My brother may wrap himself in steel, but he's a man of tender heart. Witness is concerned for the pain of his dear friend endures. I don't know, I like the B-listers. The obvious solution! And we'll get even more music. It's almost like orchestrons were added in that patch, and they just wanted to suddenly hand out a couple for people to try them.
The interminable wait for news from Gridania seems to be taking its toll on Alizé.
Ah, Bont. I wish I had more to tell you, but the situation in the East Shroud remains largely unchanged. Meaning we still have no idea how long it will be before...
And there's the phone.
A communication for the Alliance. One moment. Yes, of course. Our representatives will be present. My thanks. Word from Gridania, the Council will shortly be reconvened. The Alliance leaders have already begun to assemble. They wish to discuss the Primal, of course. As of Yustola's last report, the cocoon yet hung above the wall, unchanged. Yes, but the Elder Seedseer doubtlessly shares their concerns about how long it will remain so. I am told that Sid Gallerant has been called to add his expertise to the proceedings. A wise decision. The more minds we have working on this, the better. Well, then I suggest we leave for the Rising Stones into Taru's capable hands and make haste for Lodestrand.
But is the game actually going to move me there? Oh, meanwhile, in the Waking Sands, I mean Vesper Bay. But who is this? On a boat. Alone.
A word, if you would, good sir. This place, it is within the realm of Eorzea.
You're an odd-looking fellow, aren't you? Still, takes all sorts, I suppose. This here's Vesper Bay. Thanalan's door to the ocean, as some folk like to call it.
Am I to understand from your answer that I have indeed arrived in Eorzea?
Eh? Yes? You're in Eorzea?
Ah! A plain response at last, and the one I wanted at that. My journey was not without its hardships, and I would sooner travel by land than put to sea again. You do not believe that so small a bark could bear me across the ocean? Such timid little sailors. I had but to set my course, and set my jaw till I made port. Though, 'twould perhaps have been wise to lay down my oars a moment to sup on more than the spray of brine water. By the trembling of my limbs, I sense a brief repast may be in order. Nay, I will not hearken to the feeble grumblings of an empty belly. Duty comes before all.
Good God, man. Are you all right?
Well, he certainly knows how to make a scene.
Thou art far indeed from home, friend.
Ah, it did not convey me to Gridania. It wanted to show me that scene. And what a scene it was! What a character that is. It did, however, convey me out of the Rising Stones. I'm gonna pop back in there briefly to see if dialogue has changed again. Because they're sneaky, they'll do that nonsense.
Let us see. Rio's report needs to be filed. Eliane's request for additional supplies, and then there's... Oh! Don't mind me, everything's under control.
Ah, people moved.
Poor Boulder and his companions left to continue reconnaissance of the beast traps. They were adamant about shouldering what burdens they could while the senior scions were occupied with their cocoon emergency.
Ah, the determination upon their faces. There's nothing more blinding than a youth burning with purpose.
And everybody else is gone. They conveniently explained why they were gone, which is good.
Okay, back to the stand again. In regards to level 3 limit breaks, now that I have a brief moment to talk about it, we should start seeing them soonish. If I do... Alright, maybe one of the Alliance raids will feature a level 3 limit break. Maybe one of the Alliance raids of the series I have yet to unlock. And I'm fairly certain that the normal raid will have a moment where we have to use a limit break. Let's see. Conjurer's Guild. I may not be the person who does it, because those are vast duties with lots and lots of players. But I believe that both of those duties could potentially have us see level 3 limit breaks.
Dear friends, pray accept my heartfelt thanks for your efforts in defense of Gridania's borders. I would fain dwell longer on my gratitude for the support of the Alliance, but the situation at Baelsar's wall demands that we forego such pleasantries.
According to our most recent intelligence, the cocoon of light that formed in the air above the wall remains undimmed and unbroken. After measuring the cocoon's etheric concentrations, Archon Y'shtola has confirmed the presence of a primal entity.
So we must assume that Ilbert's thrice-damned god is indeed trapped within. And what news of the Imperials? They're not like to ignore such a spectacle.
Sir, a Garlean airship was observed making an approach, but the vessel was destroyed when it drew near. The Empire appears to have made no subsequent attempts to reach the object.
The soldiers who witnessed the incident spoke of a lance of light issuing from within the cocoon, of an entire warship being reduced to smoking ruin in the space of a moment. Veterans of Cartaneau, meanwhile, likened the destruction to that wrought by the fiery wrath of Bahamut.
We could face another calamity.
So the Primal is awake then? Contained, yes, but for how long? We must destroy it now, lest it break free.
Agreed. There is, however, the small matter of how to get close enough to a being that swats warships from the sky as you would a bothersome gnat.
This is a problem I cannot hit very hard.
Is this truly so complex a puzzle? Or have you no stomach for the obvious solution?
Oh no, it's you. The moment Sid shows up, you show up.
What in the hells are you doing here?
A pleasure to see you too, Garland. Now, if you'd be so kind as to explain to these good people why you should be begging me for my assistance, that would be most appreciated.
Who is this man?
Oh, how terrifically rude of me. Nero Tolskeva, former tribunus of the 14th Legion of the Garlean Empire. These days, however, one might say that I'm something of a free agent.
What do you want, Nero?
I was getting to that. Although you already know what I'm about to propose, old friend. As you have rather belatedly realized, within that frail binding lurks an entity alike in strength to the great Bahamut, and the only force in existence which might conceivably contend with such a foe is the very creation which captured the Elder Primal in the first place. I speak, of course, of Omega.
Oh yeah, Omega. He was looking into that in a cutscene at the end of last stream. Funny that I mentioned that a little bit earlier in response to one of your comments, Fawns.
Omega? That hulk has been gathering dust beneath the plains of Cartaneau since the Allagans breathed their last. And none alive knows how to wake it.
I'm sorry. Do you understand who it is with whom you have the privilege of speaking? I'm Nero Tolskeva, Master Engineer, the mechanical genius who restored the Ultima weapon to full operational capacity. And as luck would have it, I'm graciously offering you the use of my considerable expertise.
And what, you just expect us to accept? You're a fool if you think your deeds at the Crystal Tower are enough to win my trust, Nero.
Trust? You wound me, Garland. All those years, studying side by side at the Academy, sharing both trial and triumph, we were countrymen once, you and I. But sentiment aside, have you a better solution? Or do you mean to send in your vaunted hero there, as you always do, and pray the world is not engulfed in flame? Let us approach the problem in a rational manner. Does not the fact that Omega slumbers in stasis point to the existence of some overriding technology? A means of control?
I would ask a question, if I may. Nero, was it not? In the event that we succeeded in using Omega to shackle the Primal in the manner you propose, what then would become of it? Do we not risk repeating the mistakes of the Allagans?
Omega is but a tool. How we choose to employ that tool is entirely up to us. Of course, if you would rather leave it buried beneath Cartaneau while you continue your petty squabbles above, then I suppose that is also your choice.
Spare us, Nero. The Seedseer's concern is a valid one. He who controls Omega wields the power of the gods, the very power which led the Allagans to destroy themselves.
And does it not fall to we engineers to prevent such misuse? What was your company's proud slogan? Freedom through technology?
A creed you follow, is it? What say you? Do we take this villain at his word?
Well, it's not like we have a better plan. No, but I'll keep an eye on him.
As will I. I don't like it, but then it doesn't look like we have much choice. Would the Council be willing to entrust this matter to a pair of former Imperials?
Yes. The task of restoring the Allagan relic will be yours, but the responsibility for its reawakening must remain with the Council. Do we condone this course of action?
Aye. 'Twould seem we do. Let the record show that we invest this contingent with the authority to enter Cartaneau and take command of Omega. Cid, I appoint you leader of the expedition. Scions, I would ask that you assign some few of your number to escort Master Garland and supervise the other one.
We're keeping on him on a very short leash.
We should be happy to oblige. The politics of Cartaneau being what they are, I dare say our neutrality will prove useful in avoiding any unnecessary entanglements.
If I am not mistaken, Doma occupies a similarly neutral position. Might we not persuade you to join the expedition, Lady Yugiri? If you suspected any foul play from Nero, you would be welcome to kill him.
My blade is yours.
How easily she volunteers someone else to murder.
Not a moment's hesitation, eh? You'll forgive me if I do not shake your hand.
The male ills and emotions go so well with Nero. Yeah, Garleans get to use lots of other races. Like, they're ultimately human with a third eye. But they sure are Garlean.
Well, that was rather an unexpected development, and one which raises a number of questions, not least among them how Nero chanced to learn of the council meeting in the first place.
And we get that music. Which was, it's probably the music that plays whenever we're in the strategy meeting. The greater obeisance. Obeisance? The greater obeisance. Wow, that sure is a word. And we get a mystery reward! Alphinaud is eager to join Cid with the others.
Cid and the others are assembling at the airship landing. Elsa is already on her way, and it would not do well to lag behind her. Let's be off.
Not the big flex you think it is to say that the new scary monster is as strong as a boss from 10 levels ago. Granted, level scaling is a gameplay mechanic. In terms of, like, world balance and perspective, like, Bahamut did end the world, and the Bahamut that I fought was also, like, a fragment of the memory of a constrained, concealed part of Bahamut. It's at the top, so teleporting to Aethernet Plaza would be better. I fought, like, Bahamut's memory of what Bahamut's strength should be. Which is to say, I fought modern-day Bahamut, which is, like, post-Calamity Bahamut. They're talking about, like, they don't know I did that, because we never told anybody that we did that. Like, they kinda, like, gleaned that we were doing something, but they, like, we never told them exactly what transpired there. They're thinking of the Bahamut from 5 years ago, which was, like, calamity-inducing, breaking the world Bahamut. That's what they're likening this thing to. So, where exactly am I? It is the airship landing. It would have been better to teleport down there. Oh well. Hey, Cid?
Aunt, Alphinaud, ready to go? Others have stepped on their landing for a moment, lest you wonder. Nero insisted that he allowed to inspect the Excelsior before boarding.
And you let him? Despite the very timely offer of assistance, the thought of that man poking about with the workings of the ship without proper supervision does not fill me with confidence.
Calm yourself, Alphinaud. His sister was adamant that he would never leave her sight. She and Yugiri are... wait, here they are now. Alright, I think that's everyone. There's the course for Cartaneau. Ah, might I ask that we delay our departure slightly? I require more than a few hours at most. Our colleagues are studying the cocoon even as we speak, and I would hear their latest observations ere we proceed. It would seem to gain a clearer understanding of the situation as possible before formulating our plan. Oh? I thought time was against us! How foolish of me! Hold your tongue. When we want your opinion, we'll ask for it. Forgive me, my lady. I shall keep my counsel until such time as you have finished procrastinating. All right. While Fenor speaks with his colleagues, I shall fly the Excelsior over to Mordona, and we can reconvene at the Rising Stones. Mine apologies for the trouble. I shall visit you Stola and the others forthwith, and join you as soon as I am able. Pray accompany Alice back to the Rising Stones. I should feel safer knowing that you are present to entertain our guest.
Alright. Alright. Everyone heading to Mordona is welcome to travel aboard the Excelsior. I'll clear things with the girl at the counter here, and let her know when you're ready to go. Taking a bit to load the landing, isn't it? Game, are you alright? It's fine. Okay. Oh good, people are here. Oh no, never mind. They're just the normal people that are always here.
You are traveling with Master Goblin, sir? The Enterprise Excelsior is out this way.
Travel to Mordona. For free! No teleport cost. Oh right, didn't I also get, yeah, eat the music.
What manner of airship has no private cabins? Then again, I suppose Garland has to find somewhere to stow his half-baked inventions. I do not care for that man. Strange though it may seem, Nero's former loyalties do not trouble me, but I can see why people are loath to lower their guard around him.
Not quite door-to-door service, but I couldn't exactly land her in the Toll's main square. So I adjourned to the Rising Stones then. Looks like someone's doing, some leaves. That sure is a way to level. I might use leaves if I'm going to level Monk. Must be careful, old friend. Walking weapons at Alag were expressly designed to subdue primals, but men like Gaius will always seek to use them against mankind. If also was to ensure that Omega is never employed as a weapon of war, in the wrong hands it would be bad.
One was created to capture Bahamut, and the other to surpass him. Which will prove the stronger, I wonder. Fear not. I shall keep a close eye on our new ally. I know Nero's a guest here, but I don't exactly have the happiest history with the Empire, do we? So my question is to you, do I offer him tea?
He'll probably offer himself tea. The others are still gone. And the same dialogue from these two. Malvasi Fridays! We are back! Hey, XZR, welcome! You're about to see a good cutscene, I think. Not this one, but it's coming up in, like, I don't know, probably 40 minutes. Mild spoiler, sorry.
So these are the fabled headquarters of the Scions. I confess I would have expected an order of self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's enlightenment. and yet there's not so much as a single piece of magitech in sight. It never ceases to amaze me how primitive you Eorzeans truly are.
Oh, I'll have you know that the Rising Stones is home to the very latest in magitech innovation.
Oh!
The Mark 14 Thermocoil Boil Master, and it's the finest kettle I've ever had the pleasure to own.
Thank you, XIV. That's really nice. You just got paid and it's Friday, so life is good. Well, thank you for sharing your wealth. That's your second month of subscription. Thank you so much. I really... I'm glad that you think that... I'm glad that you want to support this. Thank you. It does help. Thank you.
We are returned. Well, Ida and I, at least. Ishtola and the others remained behind to continue their assessment of the binding magic.
There didn't seem much point staying just for that, so I decided to come back with Alphinaud. Papalimo bought us this time. We shouldn't waste it.
You had to make the mood sad, Ida.
By your leave!
Oh, now who might that be?
Good God, that voice could fell a gigas.
This is the Rising Stones, domicile of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter at the invitation of one Lord Urianger. I spy you there, Shadow Walker. You always were a hard one to find.
Yugiri, do you know this man?
I thought he was gonna hug her.
Gosetsu, why are you come to Eorzea?
In search of you, Yugiri. For days and nights did I row across the angry sea. I made port in good spirits, only for my own flesh to betray me over the trifling matter of an empty belly. Collapsed in the street like an unfed stray I was, until Lord Urianger came to my aid. Over a most welcome meal, we spoke of the plight of Doma, and I learned of our displaced countrymen's work to resettle this blighted land. 'Twas blind fortune that I was able to locate you so swiftly, but now we must make ready to depart. Our master languishes in dire peril, and Doma calls her daughter home.
It is not so simple, Gosetsu. There are obligations which bind me here.
You refuse? Did you mislay your oath during your flight from our homeland? The laws of hospitality must be honored, but surely the vow to defend your master demands the greater obeisance.
It was our master who bid me guide our people to safe haven by any means necessary. And it was the scions you see before you who provided us succor and sanctuary when all others refused. Dire peril or no, were I to return without first repaying such hospitality, our master would cut me down at the threshold.
Mayhap that is so.
There is more. A crisis threatens all within this realm, Eorzean and Doman alike, and I go to play my part in its resolution. I will not bring shame upon our liege by abandoning my people or my duty.
How very noble of you. Now, in the name of honor, kinship, and, yes, practicality, might I suggest we get this expedition underway? Or would you rather debate the finer points of duty and leave Omega to the Empire?
The Empire? Yugiri, you draw steel against the curse of Garlemald? Then why did you not say so? My blade is oath-bound to fall upon the ranks of the Imperials wheresoever they march. Lead on, Shadow Walker, and may the enemy tremble at our coming.
I wish the samurai class had this guy's energy.
Bont, wait! Can I speak to you for a moment?
Sure. What's this about, little girl?
You remember when I had you meet us at Diamond Forge and we, ambushed you?
Oh, yeah. You made many squishy noises. Don't touch there again.
Well, once we had your measurements, I set to work making you a traveling outfit in my spare time. Oh, we just had a moment to finish the stitching, but I wanted you to have it before you left. Here! You can try it on right now if you like.
Oh, the game's making me try it out for a cutscene just so I can look at it. Okay, very good. Well, these sure are duds.
Assuming we measured correctly, the fit should be just right. Snug but not too snug, if you know what I mean. So, how does it feel?
Well, I like it. I like the jacket. The shoes are something.
You're not just saying that, are you? Oh, I can tell you how much this means to me. To have crafted something worthy of the warrior light well, let's just say it makes all the practice worthwhile. I also sewed a blood pearl charm to, bring you home. May it always protect you.
Well, I appreciate that. It's tied into the tie, isn't it? And there it is. That's that mystery box reward. If that outfit looks a bit monochrome, it's because you're supposed to dye it. By default, its colors are bland so that when you dye it, it looks fine. So if, for example, I try all these on, let's see, save delete outfit. I actually just wore those. I did not want to wear the pants. Ugh. Everything's going downhill. Alright, there we go. Fix that. Try on. Curse. Hold on, my UI is being a UI. There we go. Okay, so if I do this, let's enable the dye preview. What if I were to dye this jacket green? Because you guys know how much I like green. See? Now it's starting to look better already. Enable a dye preview on this. How about copy bag brown? That's like khaki. Yeah, the pants aren't so good. I don't like the pants that much. What if we make the brutes really dark brown? How about chestnut? That's a little bit gross. How about that cobalt, like I was initially gonna do? Like, that's okay. Like, that's getting somewhere. Hold on. Hold on. This is important. The monocle doesn't work for Vieira. A monocle doesn't work for Vieira? Are you kidding me? Preposterous! Tataru! Tataru, you got my measurement and everything. How does this not work?
Just the 2 unexpected guests, then. Still, I suspect that each will prove useful in his own way. How dare he mock me for a science like that? If I ever had to sew and prepare a traveling clothes for him, I might just forget to take out the pins. Never did I think to hear Gosetsu's voice echo through these halls. Truly, I have no idea Domans could be so loud. He and Yugiri could hardly be more different.
Oh, I think he's going to fit right in.
The Mach 14 Thermocoil Boilmaster! Dear me! How recognizable must the previous 13 iterations have been? I could already design a more efficient water heater in the time it took to ill-conceived lump to become lukewarm.
My blade shall carve a path through the Empire's ranks as a scythe fells stalks of wheat. Maybe it's because it goes behind the ear, but that's silly. Doesn't it do that for Mikote? Yeah, it does, right? Because Mikote's ears are also on top of their head, so it just kind of tucks to where the ear should be, behind their hair. Because don't worry about it. Fly free, my pretty. That sure is a face. Ida's eyes shine with rekindled determination, and we'll get 2 bits of music. He who continues the attack and Imperial Will. We've heard those musics a lot. Those pieces of music, I should say.
So we have to wake Omega up, right? When do we start? Ida, are you sure that's... I'm sure, yes. I won't lie and say I'm completely fine, but I'll feel a lot better if I'm doing something useful. Very well. I'll remain here and continue coordinating our efforts with the Alliance. Alphino, maybe you could return to Gridania, Sushistola, and Kryl? A fine suggestion.
The rest of us will form the Cartaneau expedition party. Nero and I will focus on rousing Omega, while Bont, Ida, and Dome and friends take care of that security. Oh! Excelsior is by the lake just outside town. I'll leave as soon as everyone's ready. Yeah, we got Alize, the action girl, who stands around and mans the phone because nobody else feels like doing it. Ah, poor Alize. No worries, she'll get an opportunity to shine soon. Soon enough, anyway. Hello, Miss Pepper. And there it is! That's the mark of a solo duty right there.
Gosetsu is an accomplished swordsman. Should it come to battle, he will prove a staunch ally. Would that I could say the same for Nero.
Will this contraption truly bear us through the skies?
I was a bit lost for a while there. I'll be fine, trust me.
Soon, Omega, soon! I will see you rise again! We haven't far to go. With any luck, we'll be in Cartaneau before Gosetsu graces the deck with his dinner. Once there, however, we had best be on our guard. Given the El Royale was still active when the Omega was discovered, we'll be sure that the Empire has long since been aware of its existence. If Nero deemed it to be the obvious solution for the threat posed by a new primal, it's not impossible that Garlemald might do the same. Have your weapons ready when your wits about you. Something tells me we're flying into a fight. Yeah, it's that great big golden aura around you. Whatever it is, though, I can hit it really hard.
Now, where was that? Ah! I've enabled the teleporter. One brief jump and we shall arrive in Omega's control room.
How convenient. You've been here before.
Of course. It was no easy task threading a path through all the skirmishes. But how could I ignore the existence of such a fascinating toy? You may trust that my preliminary examination was suitably thorough.
Trust? Aye. I trust your appetite for technology.
I chased down a suspect airship, and who should I find but the traitor, Sid Garland. Searching for something, engineer? Something big? It's close, isn't it? It's like all my name days have come at once.
All the scouts the Empire could have sent. Take care of that brute, will you?
God damn it. Can't let Nero tinker around in there by himself. I'm sorry to leave you to it, but I dare say you'll manage without me. This clod has no idea who he's dealing with.
I am Gosetsu, Samurai of Doma. You will rue your choice of opponent this day.
Because this was a patch where they finally got all Samurai's data in. Goodness, I really wish we could just have more hammers. Even if they are for the warrior class, I wish we could just have more hammers. Nero has one, this guy has one. We just need more. Defeat Grinwat. I'll stomp these worms into the dust myself.
Leave this to me.
I would like to see what that dialogue was. I'll go
Look
into
upon
something.
a samurai of Doma.
Okay.
You watching, Pavelino?
Actually, keep on fighting for him. Everybody's got their own little thing to say. I may have been so heavy. We should have been staying the soles of my boots by now. Where are you fools gulping at? Don't stand there. Your captain's in danger. At once, sir. Right away, sir. For the Empire.
No holding back.
Up. The field's down, so we're able to move.
Your defense is lacking.
But all my teammates' AoE is going more than enough.
'Tis my right to strike.
For every weapon I strike down, another takes its place.
This one'll sting.
How many soldiers did he bring with him? We will stand against this tide. Surrender? We have you outnumbered! Wouldn't be the first time. Are you still playing with those soldiers? I suppose I can lend you one of my toys, but only if you promise to give it back. I make no such promise. Nero's red Magitech armor. Behold, the Red Baron! Now end this nonsense! What the? No one told me they had Magitech armor! Forward! For the Empire! And he just ran away. In order to Kerr thinks to abandon his men, I shall see that he shares our fates, right under the rest of his minions. Alright, you go, guy. And the Rogadin go and have a party. I can keep this chat up, it's just game chat in this tab. Okay, so, let's see. I have a cannon, photon stream, diffractive Magitech cannon, and a high-powered Magitech cannon. So let's see. Ground AoE. Bullets.
Look upon a samurai of Doma.
Now this looks like an off-global cooldown blast. Lots of ground targeting AoEs though. The high-powered cannon looks like a good big line. Looks like I'm mostly just supposed to run around and kill everything though. Supposed to play around and have fun with it.
No surrender.
Did you hear that? Whoa!
I have you.
Ah! You felled a Titan! That still only counts as one! They had to do that reference. Of course they did.
This one'll sting.
I'll handle these soldiers. Pray dispose of the giants.
Your defense is lacking.
Well struck. My thanks, Bont.
With soul and steel!
Sure, there's a lot going on. As long as I just keep moving around in circles to save that last one for the giants, I'll be fine.
Tis my right to strike!
There we go, well handled, well saved, well utilized. Things are nice when they just let you play around with a toy, don't they?
Leave this to me.
Uncle Lester, scrap! Captain Fitz is off as his enemy. Enough! Time protector will draw.
Hey! He can't just run off! Deserting a battle is punishable by death! I order you stand your ground! Come back here now, please! Now that's just embarrassing. Pitiful.
You bring this fate upon yourself!
Damn it all, the seven hells! I'll kill you bastards if it's the last thing I do!
Look upon a samurai of Doma!
No retreat. No surrender.
Oh, there's a fire pit on the ground. Maybe I shouldn't stand at that. That keeps happening to me. He's calling in for his air support, but that's not working for him. Oh no, he's firing it from his shield. Right, because he has a shield launcher.
This one'll sting.
Your defense is lacking.
To be fair for him, he is fighting 4 people.
With soul and steel!
That sure was a solo scenario.
You haven't seen the last of me! Mark my words, it'll be you who rues this day!
To be fair, his voice does remind you of John Rhys Davies, the guy who played Gimli in Lord of the Rings. Because that's his voice. Yeah, he gets that line because of that, yes. I wonder what it is in Japanese, though. It's probably not the same line. Well, that sure is a control module.
Temporal stasis disengaged. All systems operational. Garland?
All clear on this side. It's waking up.
Here's that cutscene I said was going to happen in about 40 minutes. It's going to be coming shortly after this.
Remarkable. Omega sensors immediately detected the presence of the cocoon, even at this distance. They must have been set to scan for sources of energy exceeding certain magnitudes.
I still don't see any means to control the machine directly. It seems to have been designed to act wholly autonomously. Once we release Omega, we can be fairly certain it will attempt to capture the Primal at Baelsar's wall. Assuming its mission is successful, our only option at that point will be to re-engage its stasis system and put it back to sleep.
And should the machine happen to misbehave, we'll simply initiate an emergency shutdown. I confess we don't yet have a complete grasp of its capabilities, but I'm certain the details will not elude us for long.
Well, I understood less than half of that. So, my question to you is, are we doing the right thing?
Well, what do you think?
What do I think?
Well, yeah. Your opinion matters.
Step aside, Sid. Is this the thing I need to press?
Yes, that's the one.
A great big hourglass-shaped button.
You gave too much for us to waste this chance, Papalimo. So this is for you. And me.
Yes! Fly free, my pretty! Show us what you can do.
The launch sequence has begun. Omega is loose.
That's not Bahamut, and that's not Roger. So Fawn's about the thing you were talking about earlier. That looks like a tidal wave that just conjured from thin air. That froze the ocean, but Omega's not having that. All dragons have to have lasers. Ah, lightning bolt. That's Omega's weakness, lightning. But come on, you can't have Omega without Shinryu. They're two sides of the same coin. Honestly, Fonz, I was half expecting a popcorn emoji from you because, like, yep, that sure was Shinryu. Yeah, you definitely called it. Good job. Like, even with a kind of a side statement from earlier.
Huh? Omega has stopped transmitting. But that shouldn't be. I didn't engage the stasis system.
And what does this signify? I have little understanding of these contrivances.
The launch went exactly to plan, but all signals emanating from Omega have ceased. This may indicate any number of things, but we will need to join the scions out in the field if we are to ascertain which one.
Right. I've ordered a malfunctioning beast to go to sleep. That should prevent any unfortunate mishaps. I suggest we make our way back to Gridania.
We don't like having it go to sleep out there in the wild. Oh! Your scion mark went away.
Omega destroyed the cocoon. Papalimo's spell is fading. It was bound to his ether, you see. And if the connection is broken...
Ida? This is a neat room. This room is awesome! I'm leaving this room. I'm not sure why we lost contact with Omega, but I mean to find out. Let's be on our way. Let's get rid of this first. Shinryu is more difficult than two, apparently. He didn't fight either, so he wouldn't know. Well... both of them are going to be featured in the next expansion. Please look forward to it. We're still in Heavensward. It'll be a while before we do anything with that. Because I have to finish up a lot of loose ends for Heavensward still. Where... was it back downstairs? Did they just not load? Cursed blasted botheration. Up here. Okay. One more moment to make everything was functioning perfectly, and next it wasn't. Makes no sense. We need to see what's happened to ourselves and soon. There's the music. Alvano looks like he has news for us. I'm just dread to ask. The far edge of fate. Alvano has a look of a man with much to say. Words can ill express how glad I am to see you all unharmed. When Omega came hurtling towards the cocoon, everything dissolved into chaos. I have to see it. I have to see it with my own eyes. Ida, wait! We must The other Seedseer is expecting us. Worry not, Alphino. Gosetsu and I will watch over her. You may safely attend to your meeting. My thanks, Yugiri. The council reconvened a short while ago. Let's make haste for the lotus stand. All there are eager to hear your testimony. I'm honestly surprised Nero just didn't walk off to a side and not even join us. Now is it gonna make me have to walk there? This amount of loading screen implies that it won't, but that could also just be Gridania. Gridania sure seems popular today. We get such a nice cutscene like that, and then we get this. Yeah, it did not convey us there. There's not even that many people here. So it could just be a my computer thing. Yeah, there's not even a great big full band and everything. Good handful of people, though. Healthy population. Considering that this is the least less popular of the two popular capitals for people to hang out in. And there are several servers. Like, there's probably thousands of people playing this game right now. Maybe millions. Alright, put us in. We are ready for more. Oh, it didn't even put me right in the cutscene. That means it wants me to talk to all these people. Hey, bro, Wimp, you sure are here. You haven't said anything in any of these meetings, have you?
Another calamity averted, eh? How many times have you and yours hauled us back from the brink?
To seem Garland, little friend, was as good as his word.
Had I not instructed you to throw Nidhogg's accursed eyes in the abyss, all this might have been avoided. I thought them beyond reach.
Yeah, you know what? We all make mistakes. You made the mistake of asking us to do that, and I made the mistake of listening to you. I should have just kept the Jolly Rancher with me. The Jawbreaker with me, if only. Hindsight's 20/20.
My friends, full eagerly have we awaited your return. You indeed could have discharged your duty entrusted to you, and most humbly do we thank you for seeing it done.
You're too kind, Elder Seedsir. As I recall, we as good as demanded the right to try. Now tell me, how'd the battle unfold? We see it awakening Omega, aye, but we lost contact with the weapon shortly after it launched. From our position, the control room, we were blind as to what followed.
What words could do justice to such a scene? None of my choosing, that much is certain.
I can give you the facts. The cocoon hatched even as Omega arrived, and from its midst rose the great dragon. The pair duly set about each other in the skies over Girabania. The primal might defied belief. It seemed the very heavens would be rent asunder by the force of its blows. As it wielded such magics I have never seen, and hope never to see again. The battle raged on with no end in sight until both combatants were engulfed in a blinding flash of light. When its radiance faded, I saw the pair fall motionless from the sky, coming to rest somewhere in the Malamigan soil. I will not speak for the rest, but to mine eye it seemed that each had landed in fatal blow upon the other.
While most among us could only think of Bahamut when looking upon the primal's form, the Domans were heard whispering the name Shinryu. It would appear that the being resembled a creature of Far Eastern legend, and we have found it convenient to revert to it as such.
Oh no, I spoiled the name by a couple of minutes. Darn. I'm so sorry, everyone.
This Shinryu's fate, as indeed that of Omega, is yet unknown. We have alas no eyes on Girabanian side of the border.
Aye, that is why we have sent our men force, under Commander Marshal Turpin, to capture the wall. With the Imperials in disarray, we have the perfect opportunity to secure Gridania's border and to assess the aftermath of the impacts. I myself will join the Marshal of the men when his council is adjourned. Oh, that explains a few things. No way to this flash of light concluded with the loss of our contact. As you wonder, we quickly re-engaged Omega's stasis system, so even if it has fallen in Empire's lap, it will be of no use to them, save perhaps as a statue.
Correct. Without me to guide the efforts, it would take them decades to decipher Omega's core functions, if they managed it at all. Such reassurances do much to calm our fears, yet the relic's fate is but one of several concerns.
Indeed. I humbly submit that the time has come for us to make contact with the resistance representatives of Girabania. Though Ilberdin has forced our hand, it would seem only logical to seek an alliance, given the inevitability of an imperial relationship. Or retaliation, rather. In the working in concert,
It is not impossible that Almigo might finally be wrested from Guillemot's grasp.
Alright. Is that gonna be my job too? Probably.
I should very much like to see this Shinryu creature for myself.
If it seemingly as it seems to say, we put Omega into stasis after. What did they call it? Yes, after Shinryu was defeated. We shall have little to fear from either one of them.
This operation will take well to the wall, the Ishgard's first military action under the Alliance's banner. Though I have no appetite for bloodshed, a part of me is glad that the chance to begin reparations for our past inaction. I accept my humblest and most earned thanks once again, Warrior of Light. Had Shinryu been suffered to roam free, the Twelveswood would surely have been laid waste. When the Primal emerged, it was one the instant transported back to Cartaneau. For the moment, the Black Worm had made the 8th hell of the battlefield. Gladly would I have liked to be the rest of my days without seeing such a sight again.
I'll go to receive the operations at Baelsar's Wall. You have done your part. Leave us to handle initial Imperial reprisal and the rest while you may.
You must be exhausted. Ordinarily suggest that we retire directly to the Rising Stones, but I wonder if we might first make a small detour? Michaud and the others have gathered at Amesia's Spire, and I would that you too would go to with interest to see what has become of the wall now the cocoon is gone.
Alright.
It is decided then. Lead on.
You wonder what the dialogue is in Japanese. Well, unfortunately, I cannot read Japanese. Unfortunately, I cannot read Japanese. I could change the localization to Japanese, but then I would be unable to read it, and the dialogue, the text would be pretty small. There is a fine website. There is a website out there that does have, maybe not side dialogue like all these guys, but it does have like all the quest dialogue archived in all languages available. I believe it is Gamer Escape. I do use it from time to time when I miss dialogue, when I'm really interested in seeing what they have to say. Anyway, let's press onwards. Actually, did I talk to everybody after? I don't think I did. It looks like this dialogue is the same. It is the same. Okay. All the same. Very good, then. What was it called again? True Dragon God. Yeah, maybe. Or maybe Kaiser Dragon. Or maybe they just adopted the name Shinryu, colloquially across the world? I don't know. I do not have the answer to that question, but it is interesting to think about. Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, Shinryu has been translated several different directions over the years. But honestly, I like the name Shinryu. Even if Shinryu is just Japanese. Yeah. I went to the dungeon entrance. Good job, me.
No trace of the cocoon remains, as if it never existed.
And still the wall stands. Where's my mouse? There it is.
Oh, thank the 12! After witnessing Omega's single-minded onslaught, I had visions of you being trapped between it and the target. Hardly a most rational concern, I concede, but if you had seen what I saw...
My friends, I cannot well express how glad I am to see you both unharmed. They say that Omega's clash with the Primal shook the very firmament.
You need not have worried. The battle took place far above the ground. We were able to observe in relative safety, though I'm given to understand that there were casualties on the far side of the wall.
It was like watching a nightmare unfold before our very eyes.
Ilbert's primal manifested in the form of a colossal dragon, a being of pure violence. It burst forth from the cocoon with such terrible force.
That such a horror should spring from the eyes of Nidhogg comes as no surprise. Nor do I wonder at its form. Ilbert all but announced it in the moments prior to his death. Plainly, it was his dying wish to visit a second calamity upon the Empire.
And I am quite certain the abomination would have obliged had it not found itself outmatched by a mega. Gods! I am no stranger to the works of Alag, but even I was unprepared for the machine's furiosity. It beggared belief.
And how fares poor Ida in the midst of all this? Have you spoken with her?
She's up on the platform, lost in thought. We deemed it best not to disturb her, but mayhaps she would welcome some company after all. Shall we?
The light's gone. It was all we had left of him.
Ida.
I don't blame anyone. I knew what was going to happen. I knew the spell Papalimo meant to cast would drain away his life force. I knew that it would only buy us a little time.
Ida, there is no need to explain.
But there is. I can't hide in Papalimo's little shadow anymore, and I shouldn't hide behind my sister's mask. 20 years ago, on the day the Empire marched into Alamigo, I was still just a child, not even 5 summers old. My father had been one of the leaders of the revolution. He had fought to overthrow the Mad King, Theodoric. And my sister had fought alongside him. But she was strong and kind, and always knew what to do.
So wait, she was
But when the
24 when you...
Guardians came, everything changed. My father went to war against them too. And I never saw him again. After that, I remember a lot of running. My sister dragged me for malms and malms until we came to the city of Charlian. That was where she met Master Louis Soir. He introduced her to the Circle of Knowing, and she eventually became an Archon.
She was your inspiration. Is that not why you took up her mask and her name? Or did you simply mean to continue what she had started?
You've known all along, haven't you? That I wasn't Ida.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's a 20-year difference there.
Of course. We all recognized you at once. 'Twas Papalimo who persuaded us to maintain the charade.
It was silly to think I could fool you. I knew that even then, but I sort of decided not to know.
Meanwhile, I just didn't know her.
Ida died 6 years ago, on a mission to smuggle refugees out of Alamigo. They say she was overwhelmed by Imperial soldiers when she stayed behind to save a little girl. She was so strong. There must have been a lot of them.
Why did you never tell me?
I'm sorry for lying to you. My real name is Lise.
Ah, so you have a new lease on life.
When Papalimo brought me Ida's mask, it was meant as a keepsake, but I decided I wanted to be his new partner, to keep alive all the good that she had done. I didn't want to become Ida, exactly. At the time, though, I still didn't know who I was myself, and it almost seemed easier to play the role. Papalimo agreed to help, of course, but it was never what he wanted for me. He wanted me to walk my own path, and those were his final words to me. The Archon's mark he gave me is faded, and my last excuse along with it. So this is it. Whatever I choose to do from now on, I do as Lys. And I choose to continue my family's fight. I want Ala Mhigo to be the country that Ida and my father always wanted it to be.
So she was never really a scion anyway. And the Archon's mark kind of works like Arcane Mark in D&D a little bit.
War is upon us once more.
Do you regret standing against the Empire? Would you have chosen a different road, knowing what you know now?
To claim that I never doubted the decision would be a lie. But I made my choice, and I have defended it with blade in hand ever since.
The battle continues, and our steel is needed. Come, Shadow Walker, we leave for the east, for Doma.
I sure am glad that they don't feel like animating me going up and down stairs.
It was brave of Lys to remove her mask after so long. Though she had scarce begun to come to terms with Papalimo's loss, that won as I made plain her determination to move forward. And should she ever falter, we shall be there to support her on this road she is resolved to walk. Let's return to the Rising Stones. We have quite a story to tell to Taro and my sister.
Is it credits 2? Yeah, credits 2! Let's see. How do we make the speed? Numpad 2. Fast. Okay. I could skip the credits, but, like, the art is different. The art is different, I believe. Oh, goodness sake. The VODs of this always die for one reason or another. If it's not one song, it's another song. Sometimes it's Dragon Song, sometimes it's Torn from the Heavens, sometimes it's Night Over Thanalan. That one caught me by surprise. Anyway, like, yeah, YouTube doesn't like this. Twitch tolerates this. Like, it's accompanying gameplay and commentary, so I feel like it's fine. Like, no actions are being taken against me, so I can continue to do what I'm doing. But, Square Enix is very, very adamant, or maybe the auto system is very adamant about the whole... Like, yep, you definitely can't make anything on this. Not that I do a lot of making anyway. Tournament was fun. Fighting Nidhogg again for real was fun. Shame I died to an easy mechanic. I really wish I could use the backflip jump more reliably. Oh no, at the end of the day, Dragoon is just not my melee of choice. Dragoon is just not my melee class of choice. And there's still so much more that's left in Heavensward for us to do. I just kinda... That sure was the story. That sure was the story. There's still Hildebrand, There's still the Trial series. Yeah, you'll note that this endgame was a lot shorter than A Realm Reborn. A Realm Reborn, you had to fight all the primals. Like, there's only a couple of optional trial fights that weren't included in the main story. Shoot, you even had to do the Alliance raid to get through it. Because it's important. For plot reasons. About the only optional bit of content I did for Realm Reborn was the Binding Coils, really. Well, that and, you know, leveling up a crafter and a gatherer. Making a well-rounded character. So yes, I have the Trial Raid series, which is the Warring Triad. Yeah, we heard about them, but we didn't really do a lot with them. So that's something to do. There's the Great Big Metal Monstrosity Alexander, the normal raid series. And there's also the Sky Pirates Alliance raid series, which I believe is called the Shadow of Mach. In addition to that, I could level up my Crafter and Gatherer some more. Speaking of them again. Which, this is actually a feature that was added in Shadowbringers, but is relevant to the plot of Ishgard now. So, technically, this is Shadowbringers content that I could do for my Crafter and Gatherer, but it's available now that I am in Heavensward. I could go see about the Ishgardian restoration effort. Content made specifically for Crafters and Gatherers. Which is neat, which is nice. Oh, I have to sing with this last bit. My singing voice is not so good, but I have to. I have to. I love the song. Children of the land, answer this. Why must you turn to empty bliss? Tell me why break trust? Why turn the past to dust? Seeking solace in the abyss. Tell me why create the circle none can break? Why must you let go the life you were bestowed? This I fear I'll never know. Never know. I love that verse. Okay, sorry, emotions. What else is there for me to do in Heavensward? I'm pretty sure there's something else I didn't do. Oh, right. If I level up a side class, I can finally do the unlocking bits for our last bit of the Grand Company from A Realm Reborn, which means I could finally maybe own property. Granted, I don't have enough money for a house. But I could buy an apartment. It would be a start. I could buy an apartment. I believe in the next expansion they're increasing the item limit for a lot of properties. I think they're like doubling the indoor and outdoor item limits. So that's neat. You can make your room look even more cluttered with plushies. Admittedly, large houses absolutely needed it. Like, they're a bit sparse. Their limit's very low. So I look forward to that change. What else could I do for this expansion, though? Yeah, Hildebrand, Crafting and Gathering, leveling up a second class, Alliance Raid Series, Trial Raid Series, Normal Raid Series. I feel like I'm missing something. There's also a couple of optional dungeons. I didn't even unlock the ones for A Realm Reborn. There's tons of optional dungeons for A Realm Reborn I didn't do. And a handful of optional dungeons for Heavensward now. Which, like, they're okay. They're okay. Since I have the next expansion... No. Yeah, since I have the expansion after this one, I'm also level 60 now. Well, a little bit above it. Which means I could unlock the classes that are unlocked from having the Shadowbringers expansion. Which means I could unlock Gunbreaker and or Dancer. They are available now, and they would be of level right now. We've got Alexander and the Alliance Dungeon quests. Good. Oh, there's also one more side quest I need to do. There was a side quest that I alluded to several times and kept constantly checking for. You know where it is? You know where it starts? It starts inside Fortham Manor. It starts inside the manor. Which the game conveniently stopped taking me to right as it was available. A side quest that you actually have to go looking for. How about that? So maybe that's the thing that I'm going to be doing next. Maybe that's the thing that I should be doing next. I don't know. I don't know. What do you guys think? What are you waiting to see? How much time do I even have? Okay, I've only been live for about 3.5 hours. Yeah, there wasn't much left of Heavensward. I knew there wasn't much left. What thing do I think that I could get done within 4 hours in order to make this a cohesive stream that doesn't, like, break apart the action? I don't know if I could get the Alliance Raid series, especially not the normal Raid series, done in 4 hours. I should probably start leveling another class. I know you want to do those now, Jade, but, like, I have to think about the video, too. Unless people in chat are like, oh no, do this. This is what I want to see. Does anybody have any preference on what they would like to see or do? Ah, well. I'll make a decision of my own if there's nothing said, but, you guys might not like the result. Trial series could work. You think the trial series is short enough? There's a lot of talking. It is only, like, 3 fights, but it's a lot of talking. 4 hours. Yeah, the trial series might do. Fawns gives an emphatic shrug. Jade thinks that we could do the trial. You forgot where to pick it up. I believe the quest is called, like, the Gods of Eld, and I believe it is outside of Fortham Manor. To our fate, one's path, one's burden great, yet ever to our aching souls march heavensward as they've done for so long. I don't know, there's just something about Heavensward. I love this expansion. When it was current, I loved the story, and I loved the writing, and I loved the characters. I enjoyed it all immensely. Then again, I always just loved, like, the knights and fighting dragons setting. And I generally prefer winter months over summer months. I felt torn to lose the characters that we lost. I was happy to see the characters that we did see. I've heard that they're a bit one-dimensional compared to characters that you get in later expansions, but overall I still think it was very good. You enjoyed it, but you were mad about Bard at the time. Yeah, the gameplay of Heavensward when it was current was atrocious. Goodness sake. Bard was bow mage, Machinist Churb was all over the place. Dark Knight was arthritis spec and people liked it that way. Monk had to maintain its stacks and didn't really have a good way to do that. So I had a new system to try and stack up, which it didn't like really get good stacks on. The roll action system was still mostly there, but like it didn't get anything added to it, so like you still had to be a level 46 monk if you were going to play a melee DPS, even if you didn't want to be monk. Monk was also like 100% positionals back then. It was a time. White Mage was good in the expansion. I really liked White Mage in the expansion. You had Arrow 3! Summoner was a dot spec back then still. Like, they got Dreadworm Trance, but they didn't get the ability to actually summon Bahamut yet. I don't know, the classes were just all over the place. Astrologian existed, and it was too weak, and then it was too strong, and then it was too weak again, and then it was way too strong again. They just never found a good place for it. Okay, we're good. We're back.
You should have seen the look on Tataria's face when I counted laces. I realized in retrospect that I should perhaps have waited for you to turn. I also told Alice. Apologies.
No worries.
He may have mentioned, but Alphino has surprised me of all that came to pass in Gridania. The only task now is to rest. This is a calm before the storm. Lisa's chosen her path, and as her friends, we will just do what we can to support that choice. We are afraid to join the conflict in any case. Once the Alliance has taken to the wall and opened up the way for Girabanya, we will have little choice but to fight. Which is not to say the cause is unworthy. After all, ignoring the plight of those who one might conceivably save is not wisdom, but indolence, correct? I, for one, look forward to joining hands with the Alamegans and striking a blow against the tyranny of the Empire, as I rather suspect, do you.
Meanwhile, real Eorzean soldiers now manning the wall. You can tell because there are various heights.
Quick, march! The Imperials will soon come here to senses, and we must be ready to face the retribution. It's almost time, Father.
Aye, almost. Stand firm, Pippin.
I learned to brace myself against the charge of the Bull of Alamigo. No foe will dislodge me.
Yep, that's where he fell.
Very well, Ilbert. I'll take your homeland back. For both of us.
Like, they were still friends for many years before Ilbert became what he was and took his arm and took someone's money and... Meanwhile, the Imperial Garlemald... I wanted to say something else, but it's not right for me to say that. Oh wait, no, this isn't Garabania. You can tell because there's statues everywhere. Statues of griffins and other such things. My Lord Viceroy, our scouts have confirmed the preliminary reports. Baelsar's wall has fallen to the Orsian Alliance. Our hunt for Omega and the unknown Icon continues. They'll both yet elude us. My Lord, the battle caused considerable damage across the region. Should we perchance divert some of our forces to search and undertake necessary reconstruction work? Forgive me, my lord. I did not intend... Your will be done!
Unknown. My spies told me that omens called Shinryu, and I proved a match for Omega. Yes, the coming days promise to be most interesting. Most interesting.
Just a tiny glimpse of the face behind the mask. At the far edge of fate, the road begins anew. The heroes look to eastern skies and behold their crimson hue. A dawn of liberation, a gathering of storm of blood. "5 minutes of fate." Does that achievement give me a title? Game? It did! Fate Walker. That's a pretty good title.
Lady Flamin, I sent her outside to enjoy quite a cup of tea. Much tea. Much has happened these past moons, and we could all use a rest every now and again.
Hey, Squats!
Though it might be simpler to surrender to despair, I have chosen to resume my studies in the arcane. I received much wisdom from Baba Limo, when I would put his advice into practice. My sister has the most curious ideas about courtship. I made a fool of myself on that last mission, but I will show him what I'm made of. Come now, Horde. Is that the best you got?
Should the Archons be called away to Garabania, then it would fall to us to deal with the Scion's usual obligations, and thus we must remain in peak condition. A fine showing, brother, but you have yet to outpace Aenor. You go, B-listers. You go.
You should still be abed.
Back in the Far East, we treat with pain with a long soak in a hot spring. What say you a short journey as Elder? I'm sure the waters of Camp Bronze Lake are famous for healing properties. At last I was able to rise from my sickbed, but the pains where I tried to take up my axe. What a sad old man I've become.
The Science and I will spread thin to coming days. Zuriel and I are discussing assignments. I may have to reorganize my filing system.
Things are heating up in Alamigo, but I can't afford to lose track of the trouble we ruin the rest of the realm. Don't you worry, though. I'll be keeping an ear to the ground and nose in the air and the eye on the horizon. Alright, you do that, Real. You're a real one. Anyway, I'm not going to be picking up the next quest because that will start off Stormblood. We are not doing that. So, we're going to do... roll credits. We already saw the credits! No, we're not... I'm not ending the stream right now. But it is an idea. No, I'm going to go back to Foundation. And we're going to begin doing some of the side tasks that I've neglected. I'm pretty sure it's just going to send me right back to Mordota. Pretty sure. But I should do it. Alright. Let's see. And as for the other thing for crafting... Ah, it's not there. Mayhap that guy is the one... No, both of these will unlock that. Both of those go hand in hand. I'll do that at the same time later. Right now, we go back to the Forgotten Knight. That's the wrong place. I keep on getting the Forgotten Knight and the last visual confused. Let's see. Gods of Eld. Yeah, this should be it. Hello, Torsifos. Let's see. Event cancelled. Gods of Eld. Torsifos has a message for you from a mysterious stranger. Oh, my Lord Bont. During your absence, a stranger came calling. Upon learning that you are away, he left a message to the effect that he wishes to speak with you, and will await you at the Rising Stones. If you had a mind to oblige the stranger, please be careful. I cannot well explain why, but it would be ill at ease to simply be near him. I think that's the same Dragoon from the other thing. The armor looked very similar. While I'm here, I'm gonna pick this up, though. There it is.
Master McGammar, I'm honored you would stop to speak with me. I've been run off my feet since I left for Dragonhead, but I'll do my best to see the manor house doesn't fall into the shambles.
The past we walk. Deep in thought, the Housewartemp's manservant reflects upon a day not so very long ago. It was bitterly cold when we first came to the city. I stood waiting for you at the Ark of the Worthy. To think that it was all began. How much has changed since that day? Forgive me. Of late I've been studying the works of Balladian poet king, who wrote, "To you who ask the things to come, give thought to what is past and gone." So rarely have we the luxury to reflect on the choices we have made, on how they have shaped our lives and reflected the lives of others. Even I, a mere steward, whose deeds would not be mere a footnote in the annals of history, can see the value in this. I say this to you, Master McGammar, because as you move, so too does the world. Pray spare a moment to contemplate your journey, while you can. The road stretched on, obscured by an endless veil of snow. Somewhere in the white beyond stood the great iron gates, on the other side of a humble manservant who awaited the coming of 3 travelers. We'll do the rest of that some other time. We might have time at the end of the stream, we'll see. But you know a quest is good when it gives you, like, the gray text box telling you your own thoughts. You know a quest is gonna be good when your character has their own independent thoughts of your own. It looked like the quest was going to direct us to the Solar, and so we shall. And so we wait. You know, looking at the empty portrait frame, was Tupsamadi completely consumed? Are we gonna find Tupsamadi in the remains of the fortress? Are we just never gonna get Tupsamadi ever again? Ah, well. We'll find out, maybe. I think... No, I can't speak like that. Why, thanks for coming. Ah. White-robed child with a mask.
Unukalhai is my name, and I serve as a friend. I sought you out that you might alert you to a rising threat of beings known as icons. You are aware of the threat, you say? Ah, but I speak not of the primals, with which you are exceedingly well acquainted. It may interest you to know of the term icon that brings which refer to predate and precede the Guardian Empire by eras. You see, it was a name by which the Elegons called godlike beings, the dark divinity Odin among them, and the Guardians who seek to emulate the glory of the ancient Elogs have simply availed themselves of it.
Pray permit me to continue the tale. Oh, hi, RNJ. You're also a masked guy in a robe.
Ah, RNJ. How kind of you to join us.
As the Warrior of Light, comrade, my participation is but to be expected. After all, the matter doth pertain to the very fate of the star. The icons of Eld. In the distant past, their mighty beings did offer fierce resistance to the Alagon Empire. However, they eventually fell at the men of Elag, who devised the means by which to capture them.
It did not end with the capture, as you well know. The Alagons also learned well to harness the Icon's power.
They refined this knowledge at their Aetherchemical Research Facility on Annex 6 Law.
And within the Centrifuge Crystal Engine, they sealed 3 of the beings, the Warring Triad.
'Twas for the first and foremost to acquire the infinite power of the Warring Triad that the Archbishop did seek as his law. But in the wake of his defeat, the bindings which confined the icons were severely damaged. Would doubt not that they will fail completely ere long.
Know that we did not condemn you to striking down the Archbishop. You are simply fulfilling your destiny. And yet, were the Warring Triad to be released into the world, unimaginable destruction would ensue.
Take heart, for there is hope still. Through swift action, we may yet prevent the awakening and see them resealed. But in dealing with the new threat, our first step must be to contend with the old. 2 savage gods are returned, I fear, summoned once more by their worshippers, and the strength far surpassing their previous incarnations.
I speak of Primals Ravana and Bismarck.
Oh yeah!
If left unchecked, they will inevitably seek to seize the power of the Warring Triad. This will serve to feed the confluence of chaos and hasten the Icon's awakening.
To wit, we must needs vanquish both of their kinds. I pray thee, however, to first focus their gaze upon the Primals, ere we turn our attention to those Icons and their fitful slumber. I shall return to the waking sands forthwith and consider such measures are available to us. Meanwhile, I bid thee attend to the task of eliminating the Primals. Young Anupuhai shall assist thee. Rest assured he is not our enemy. For the time being, at least. What do you mean by that, Arianchi? Let's see. The Diabolical Bismarck. Inukohai would have you face the lure of the mist once more.
If we are to prevent the awakening of the Warrior Triad, the Bismarck must be cast down once more. I am aware of a rather unorthodox method you employed to lure him out and slay the White Whale before, and I have mind to follow established precedent. That said, islands are not easy to come by.
I should hope it's not necessary, but you may as well show this gemstone to Chief Sonu. He'll know as the weeping eye of the Manukunai, and will ensure that he is completely committed to our cause. Oh, and before you ask, I have already informed Master Garland of our plans. He is currently en route to the Blue Window. The kid really likes to lean against that desk. How about, what more do you have to say on that?
Safe journey to you, Bont.
How about, Thok around the clock? Inugohai would have you face the Lord of the Hive once more.
As you prepare yourself for battle, so too does Ravana. Within Thok's Thok, he builds his strength, feeding upon his prayers of innumerable children. But those same children will not suffer you to live should you surrender yourself to them a second time. Nay, you must devise a new way of approaching the Lord of the Hive's domain. Consult with their storyteller, the Elder of the Path, and he will aid you in this endeavor. Take this bauble. It is known among the North as the Burning Eye of Ravana. When the time comes, you'll know what to do.
Is Odin ever good in any game? Well... I don't think Odin is ever good. There are times when Odin is neutral, when Odin is just like a strong being that like protects his domain, but I do not think there is ever a time when Odin is good. Usually Odin is evil. When the bow wakes. Nuclei is anxious to act before the waking Triad awakens.
The time has come, Warrior of Light. We must move against the warring Triad now or suffer the consequences. The seal is cracked and the icons stir. Should they be allowed to awaken and resume the titanic conflict, it will be like the coming of a second calamity. You, Bont, represent our best hope of eliminating this threat. That said, the very act of entering the containment facility itself presents certain unique challenges. So unique, in fact, that I struggle to locate an individual with the requisite talents for surmounting them. But not for the impressive diversity of connections of your fellow scions, I might still be searching. Happily, though, they are able to furnish me with a suitable candidate. Now, along with you and your Echo-blessed companions, you are pieces we need to proceed with the deadly game of our raid upon a board. Victory hinges no less upon the total destruction of the warring Triad. But we must also beware the interference of those who covet the elegance primal harvesting technology. I speak, of course, of the blindly grasped hand of the Guardian Empire and its fumbling agents. The ignorant meddling of the Empire will serve only to hasten the Icon's awakening. It is my master's desire that the Triad be dispatched before inferior forces delve too deeply. Being the nearest to wakefulness, the Icon Sephiroth shall be your first adversary. Make your preparations to join me on the flagship in Azazla. We should speak further there.
Sephiroth?
No, Sephiroth.
I see. Thok around the clock.
The Lord of the Hive crouches within Thok-as Thok, sharpening its blades in anticipation of coming conflict. I ask that you grant him the violence he craves. His children, however, will not be deceived a second time. Speak with the storyteller in Vath and devise a new approach into Ravada's domain. Of the way-warring Triad, Sephiroth's number is the most fitful. Join me in Azazla's central isle as soon as you are able. We shall attend to his destruction first.
You know, I used to not be able to pronounce this guy's name. I used to call him Uncle Laley. I'm not sure why. But Nuclei is also good. I'm glad that I finally looked at a name long enough to learn it. What a curious child. You mean as a summon? The problem with Odin is that in most Final Fantasy games, there is an elemental weakness. If you know it, you're capable of exploiting it. Odin's problem is that he afflicts the status effect instant death, usually, or physical damage, which, for a summoner to be good at doing physical damage would be to trivialize the effects of physical damage dealing classes, even if it were to come at prodigious costs of mana, or MP. So, unless you have an enemy which is very specifically weak to instant death, I don't think Odin is ever good as a summon. No. Which is unfortunate, because he's really cool. Really iconic. Oh, that was bad. Wait, where am I needed? All the way over there, I see. So not the entrance to the dungeon, but past that. Past the Warring Triad statues, which we have that one there, and that one over there just beyond the spire. It's good to see him again. Should be just below this deck.
This is the place, Warrior of Light. Here we'll find the containment facility where entities of incalculable power is changed. And they lie changed, their fathomless energy siphoned away by Alakon devices. As I warned you, Sephiroth poses the most immediate threat. His dreaming minds drift perilously close to consciousness. Thus must his destruction be our first concern. Your fellow scions will be joining us anon, accompanied by their uniquely talented individual of whom I spoke. From what I gather, the two of you are already well acquainted. Let's continue inside, and wait for them by the doors to the containment facility.
Okay.
You've not been waiting long, I trust. We are eager to lend whatever cooperation we may to your mission, Bont.
Oh, it's good to see you again, Cryo. Istola. Anje.
It's an honor to meet you at last. As I know you have only one Mikote scion, you must be the Archon Istola, meaning your diminutive companion is Mistress Kryle of the students of Valdesian, correct? Diminutive? Perhaps there has been some mistake. I assumed it was for my knowledge and not my stature that you requested my assistance. Ahem. The mistake is mine. My apologies if I have been given offense. Mayhap it would be best if we proceed directly to the matter of our objective. Your adversary, the Icon Sephiroth of the Warring Triad, otherwise known by historians of Alagan as the Fiend, was once a patron deity to a tribe of tree-like beings native to Mericidia, but it was subdued by the Alagan Empire after a lengthy war of attrition. After his defeat, he was imprisoned for useless source of power. Even now, Sephiroth is neither truly living nor dead, his mind bound in a dream while his body's energies are harnessed by the Alagan technologies. The explanation for this failure to dissipate in the aether lies in his restraints. These ingenious devices serve not only to bind him, but to continuously regenerate his corporeal form. Meaning it will be all but impossible to banish him while these restraints are in place, yes? Remove them, however, and we risk allowing the unfathomably powerful and doubtless vengeful Icon to run rampant. It seems we have no choice but to divide our forces. One team to locate and control Sir Sephiroth's shackles and disable them, while the other stands ready to destroy him at the moment of his awakening. A most succinct assessment, Master Kyle. While I am aware that the Echo provided you with uncanny insight, I did not expect you to intuit the core of my strategy quite so swiftly. Ha! If only the gift offered me such detailed analysis, which is to say, it doesn't. I merely took it upon myself to learn as much about the Triad's imprisonment as I could before coming here. If it will be Bont and I, after all, who enter the Icon's den. Indeed. Given the nature of our adversary, none save those under the aegis of the Echo should be permitted to enter the containment facility. The risk of primal influence is too great. Well, that's settled then. I'll disable the restraints, and Bonton will do as gifted adventurer friends will welcome Sephiroth back into a waking world. Rather than the other way around, I could say, considering their respective fields of expertise, and of course, my diminutive stature. Right, it's time I had a little chat with the doorkeeper over there.
Activating verification systems. Lifting access restriction to Triad control.
I had no idea Delbit's Sessian curriculum was so comprehensive. When we locate the controls of Sephiroth's restraint, I shall gladly leave the operation to you. When we locate the controls, mayhap my words were unclear. Only those blessed with the Echo may safely enter the facility. Your concern for my sanity is touching, but necessary. Suffice to say, I am in no danger of falling under the Icon's sway.
Bloop, bloop. Warning! Verification systems detect multiple unauthorized vessels entering restricted airspace. Security systems engaging intruders.
The Guardians. Come here, NJ. We must keep the Imperials occupied. We too should be on our way. Gods. I would be lying if I said I wasn't slightly terrified. But I can't very well leave every deadly task to you scions. According to histories, Sephiroth was immense in both size and strength, mighty enough to rout even implacable armies of the Alagons, and that more than once. To cut a long story short, we have to get this right. I shall do my best to wake the Icon up too much. As my grandfather always used to say to certain little monsters, get them up and we get them moving while their brains are still in bed.
Containment Bay S1T7, now accessible. Good thing this one begins with an S, because it really helps you remember who's inside. All these trials are going to be held within containment bays. Big spoilers, I know. But, not all of them are so rightly named. Hello, Miss Pepper. You're having a good dance. That's great. Now, this one might be a while. Let's clear that dungeon. That's raids. We don't need raids. So, Heavensward Trials. Sephiroth, the Fiend, was a deity once worshipped... I need to get in queue. Sephiroth, the Fiend, was a deity once worshipped by a tree-like race native to Vericidia. Brought into being for the sole purpose of rebelling the Alagon invasion, Sephiroth inflicted ruinous losses upon the Imperial armies before finally being subdued and imprisoned by a central facility of Azys Law. And now, millennia later, this immensely powerful entity threatens to awaken, his vengeful dream disturbed by the careless ambitions of Archbishop Thornton VII. Topple this first pillar of the Warring Triad, or wheresoever his colossal shadow falls shall be visited by unthinkable catastrophe. Let's see, we can go talk to, we can go talk to the Vadu while we wait. Yeah, this says it'll be a little while. Hydrate. Okay. My drink's actually getting really low. Bolter's looked in the oven. He found a bag of money? Why is this here? Oh, thank you. That must have been the subscription from earlier. Thank you again, XER. A Tremontaine returns, and with it a white. So too comes a great Netherling warrior. Here's your Weeping Eye of the Monachmanai. A round gemstone heavily aspected with both water and wind is believed by the Zundu tribe to be one of the eyes of Menukulhai, a great beast of Vanud legend. Like double rainbows in the midst. Sonu knows not what to make of this. And I, the hands of anotherling. Storm clouds and the Vundu are no match for the eye's might. Smash it against the Aetherite that awaits around, and he will be vulnerable once more. Bind him in chains of steel and drive him from the cloud sea. Return Zephyr winds and sunlight to our lands. Oh right, there's also beast tribes to unlock, and a dungeon here. But that's not what I'm doing right now. So we barely explored this zone. There's a lot of the Sea of Clouds we barely even touched because you have to unlock flying to be able to do anything here. Let's see, where even am I going? Actually. Oh. Over there? You're kidding me? Okay, well, that's what you say. I could have swore it was like an Aetherite in the middle of the Beast Tribe. Well, I guess it's just not the way things do out here. That's a nice heart-shaped island. Oh. There you are, Bont. Enterprise Excelsior is ready to depart whenever you are. I need to smash this against a rock, though? Say again? If you someone want you to smash some gemstone against an Aetherite to dispel the barrier of storm clouds? I don't know where to begin. The hell's with it. Maybe it'll bring us good luck. I'll rendezvous with you there. You know, you could just lie and say you did it. What? Fine, we'll do it the hard way. Ah, I skipped a step, I see. Okay, so where am I going? Tell me where to go, map. That away. Yeah, Sea of Clouds is a little bit different where you can fly. Oh, there's a landmass above me. Neat. Getting a good bit of discovery experience. I probably won't be using Dragoon too much, so all this experience will kind of be going to waste, but like, I'll see how the rest of this expansion with it. Funny looking totem. Oh, there it is. There's the Beastman Aetheryte. You attune to the Aetheryte for no real good reason. After a pause, you smash the gemstone against the Aetheryte. Nothing much happens. Out of habit, you attune with the Aetheryte, and once more, nothing much happens. Level Extreme is now accessible. Now, I will not be doing that. So once again, that's an extreme trial that I'm going to have hidden, so it's not there. And wow, right on cue! That was a perfect use of time. Yeah, normally you have to attune to an Aetheryte to be able to get to the boss's lair, but, Bismarck, you just kind of fish out the sky. So, Warring Triad. There he is. Looking very similar to the restraints we found on parts of Bahamut.
Disabling Sephiroth's restraints now. Good luck.
Thanks, Kryle. And there we go, some classic music from a classic game. Hey, Sephiroth! With all your 6 arms, because you're a tree, right? Oh, they're doing a ready check and everything. Pestilent Netherlings, you shall regret your decision to loosen my fetters. Sure, there's a lot of things going on screen right there. Oh, a stack marker, and it's on me! Let's move right into everybody, except for the Black Mage, because of course the Black Mage isn't gonna move. Oh, that's a great big punch. With all 3 arms at once. Oh, that's a green dot. Oh, that's a great big blast wave. Let's get behind him. That was a wide shot. Got everybody who even, like, moved to a side there. Actually, really had to be behind him. Oh, he's changing phase? Equilibrium of life. I shall tip thy scales and partake of thy bounteous energy. Lots and lots of these little guys. Let's see, that was a Kokma. This is a Bina. The Kokomas are bigger ones and they do tank busters, which need to be tanked. So I'm glad that the tanks are tanking every one of them. The little ones don't do as much, but they explode when they die on a harder difficulty. Patience and penance, for money I've yearned, to enact this vengeance. And he fell down a pit. Well, it seems like everything's over. Never mind. Big. I am the end and the beginning. By my touch, shall your rusted lives be blessed. Hey look, a blue marker. What is this gonna do? It pushes you back. But if you're inside of it, you die. Oh, those are the salt shakers. Oh, that looks like he's getting ready for a nice spit. Unprojected AoE incoming. Spit. How you doing there, Black Mage? Didn't move forward, did you? Hey, look, ads. Alright, we need to kill that wind spirit. Very important. There's the salt shakers again. How do you like this music? I love it. Oh, wait, no. The arms are stacking. We need to get stacking for those arms. Get shot up. Dodge it. The other tank did not dodge. And then we get swept off by the arms. Lots of low blasts. We might hit a level 2 limit break. This is a blast against everybody in the party. Okay, magic on the left, physical on the right. Oh, a tanking pylon. I'm not supposed to be here. But it's better that I'm here than nobody. And now it loops. How about we have one of these? There we go. That's another salt shaker. Ah! Or random AoE blast. Weighs down. Not bad on normal. Extremely is one of the hardest mechanics to explain to a party. And he drops no weapons for normal, because they changed that up for this mode. Give that to the last person to leave, and we're free. Change it over to the log tab.
You did it. I've seen you in action before, but I've never against anything that big. My legs kept telling me to run, but I just couldn't tear myself away. I don't think I blinked once during the whole battle.
You should probably hydrate your eyes then.
A hero, tried and true. If only I possess such strength. Yashola, this is Kryl. Icon eliminated. Oh, if only you could have been there to see it. Bont gave Sephiroth the mother of all rude awakenings. And your distraction was perfect. We encountered not a single Imperial soldier. Huh? Yes, understood. Let's swap tales at the Rising Stones then. On our path to control the chamber, we discovered a number of dormant thralls, but it seemed the machines that preserved their forms also held them in a state of torpor. We need not fear them summoning their deity anew. In short, our work here is done. For a present at least. Let's go home, shall we?
Alright. Wait. Did you just kill a lot of sleeping people? Oh no, you just put them to a deeper sleep. Okay, that's fine. Is that the same? What do you see with your eyes, Anukel High? Oh. Oh, Garlean did make it through.
Your senses are sharp, young one.
I am Regulus von Hydrus, Legatus of the 6th Legion, and I would seem that your damnable woman and her accomplice have led me merry dance through the thickest infernal land's defenses. They think that I pursued them. I shall withdraw for now, my lesson learnt.
I doubt it. You Guardians never learn. You covet the means to enslave primals, when you headlong dash to control that which you do not understand, you show less wisdom than the very beast tribes that summoned them.
Oh, so he skipped in thaumaturgy.
I have no interest in crossing blades with children. Live, grow strong, and mayhap one day you will warrant my attention.
Wow! He's right, but wow! Hey kid, you didn't follow us. What's up?
I looked back and you weren't there. Did something happen? Not of consequence. I mistook a shadow for a man. Just what are you hiding beneath that mask of yours? A longing for hope? An appetite for power? A lingering sense of regret? And do I detect a desire to test your strength against a certain hero? Is that what your gifts tell you? No, those were just wild guesses. I wonder how some few of my words didn't strike close to my marks. Or mayhap more than a few. Be at ease, Glugahai. I have no supernatural ability to read minds. The echo simply allows me to comprehend, regardless of language, that which a fellow being would have me know. You need not mask your heart as you do your countenance. That was a performance, then. A ruse to uncover my true nature. I see I shall have to keep my wits about me.
You're very good at this, Cryle. What a sassy and smart little lady. Though she doesn't like being called little. I imagine most Lalafell don't enjoy being called little, even though they are. They specifically chose to be little. Let's see. Yep, that's back in the Solar. I suppose I could have mounted on in, but whatever. And it's gone. No worries about the chat. It was just log. I have the log tab specifically to hide player interactions. Nope, have to skip them. Do not go for the meteor question mark.
So, Warrior of Light, how did it feel to strike down so great a foe? You must tell me more of the experience once our meeting with the colleagues is concluded.
Though thine of all-surpassing skill at arm, do we now take our first step in ridding the star of the warring Triad's baleful presence. And in such wise do we lessen the burden that bequeathed upon us by the vainglory of Alag. Know, however, that two icons which remain are in equal in might to Sephiroth, and may yet exceedeth him. Ere thou proceed, I would counsel thee to marshal thy strength and give careful thought to thy preparation. I'm good.
Assuming the Guardians afford us luxury of time, even now they grasp for the means to dominate primals, blind to the technology's potential for calamity. My master taught me that the entity known as Sephiroth was this world's first sacred tree, elevated to godhood by a belief of the worshippers.
So wait, I beat Yggdrasil?
There is no power more fearsome than the born of unconditional faith by unbending ideal.
You mean I'm just fated to fight trees for the rest of my existence?
'Tis plain your master found a new willing student. Tell me, was it he who taught you of Alagon's technology potential for calamity, or are those your own words? 'Tis but a figure of speech, nothing more. When last we met, I thought I caught a glimpse of a boy behind the mask, but it seems your defenses are firmly back in place. Must you persist in this infuriating veil of secrecy? I for one would very much like to know who is this master of yours is, among other things. As long as our purposes align, what matters my affiliation? It matters a great deal. I do not ask out of idle curiosity. If we are to fight as comrades, we must be able to trust each other. On which note, I should apologize for my earlier trickery. It was merely an attempt to get to the heart of an enigmatic companion. Truth be told, I was rather glad you reacted the way you did. No person of your age has any business being calm and aloof all the time, much as you might wish so. Anyway, we had best be off. Do send word if you have any further developments. A companion now, am I?
Some trees are kinda strong. Yeah, that one had muscles. That one had some protein in it. Let's see. Oh, good. We also have a fiendish likeness. A Nuclei has a gift for you.
I have something for you, Warrior of Light. During our expedition to banish Sephiroth, I came across a certain relic, and I believe it would be best put to use in your hands.
What's this?
There's an Alagon device and a kind of used to store information. In this case, the records of a furious conflict that took place between the shores of Mercidia, between the Icon Sephiroth and the forces of Alag. Should you present the tombstone to a verification node outside the Triad control, node systems will analyze the various aspects of the conflict and create you a false icon against which you can train. Consider it a sort of mock battle. It presumes a Sephiroth that had broken free of his shackles. If I understand its workings correctly, the node should also be capable of manifesting a far stronger incarnation of the icon. This would mimic the catastrophic consequences were Sephiroth ever to absorb the additional source of energy, say by defeating another member of the Warring Triad. A compelling challenge for a warrior of your ability, yes? You need not possess Mistress Kyle's knowledge of the Alagon technology to begin this particular battle. Simply present the tombstone in need to a node on the flagship, and then follow the orb's instructions. I hope this experience brings you valuable insight, Warrior of Light.
And the other one. The fate of stars. Nuclei is preoccupied by a threat of the 6th Legion.
I am troubled, Warrior of Light. The 6th Legion will not soon surrender its pursuit of Alagon technology. While it's true that the 6th suffered heavy losses in attempting to breach Azaslaw's defenses, the Legion is still very much a force to be reckoned with. Left to its own devices, it will not be long before the Legatus moves to... Huh? Excuse the interruption. I called the link pearls only come from one of your fellow scions. Arkanishtola. What news? Are you quite certain they have broken us through? Yes, of course. We shall leave immediately. It would seem the things I feared most have come to pass. The Guardians have succeeded in dispelling the barriers Orianja placed upon the entrance to the research facility. We must intercept and destroy them before they acquire the means to control primal entities. Arkanishtola requests that we assemble at the scene of the intrusion. Pray depart at once. I will join you when I have informed this other science of this development. As I explained, simply present the tombstone to the verification node at flagship. Follow the node's instructions, you will soon find yourself facing a towering Sephiroth once more. Hie you with to all haste as this law. I will join you there anon.
Anything more to say about the others, or is it the same? It's the same. It is the same. Okay. We go. Once again to Az's Law. There's only one Aetherite in Az's Law. It's a little bit expensive to teleport to, but that's fine. Yes, I'll complete the Fiendish Likeness. I'll do that after. We have the Fate of Stars to deal with. I don't know, I really like the SS Law theme. Probably because of the keyboard that's in it. Like pipe organs, kind of. Like a... No, it's not a pipe organ. It's like a church keyboard. Which makes sense, because it's Heavensward.
I see we're the first to arrive. No matter. Your colleague should be here anon. Well, wise indeed to keep the area under surveillance. Had the Guardians slipped by unnoticed, I dare not think of the consequences. Archbishop Eustola sent forth as a Slav what became apparent that the Legatus was attempting to breach the barrier. I arrived to find that he had succeeded. We must hope that he has yet to find his prize.
Hello again.
Matanical High, and thank you for answering my summons so swiftly, Bont. We shall all be glad for your presence should we meet with the 6th Legion, as seems all but certain. As you may be aware, the facility houses some of Alok's most advanced technology. Accordingly, Orianja sought to deny the Empire easy ingress by weaving a ward of singular potency. Not singular enough, would seem. Would be surprised if Legatus had not reached the core laboratories already. 'Tis passing strange. I wove the ward in accordance with the most closely guarded teachings of the Archmages of Sharlayan. Naught was left to chance. Naught! 'Tis well known that the children of Galamod had no talent for arcane manipulation, nor had the Empire more than a cursory knowledge of sorcery. That they should succeed in unraveling so complex a skein of magecraft, and with such surpassing swiftness, tis passing strange. That it is, Orianja. It is a mystery for another day. Arkanishtola has a right of it. For all else, we must move to safeguard the knowledge of which enabled the Allagons to harness primal energies. A particular concern is the Genesis expression, an etherochemical formula that allowed the scholars of yore to create substance from nothingness. I know of no such formula. Whence came you by this information? From your enigmatic master, perchance? He did furnish me with that morsel, yes. And knowing exactly which prize he'd like it now enables, lets us predict his position. Do you not see? We have been given a perfect opportunity to remove the head of the entire Legion. I didn't think you quite so bloodthirsty, Uncle High. Surely safeguarding secrets should take precedence over slaying legatuses. Ra's sentiments reflect mine own. Yet the two objectives need not be mutually exclusive. What say you, Orianja? Orianja?
Ah, forgive me. My thoughts were bound upon idle imaginings. In answer to thy question, milady, I am content to be led by thee in this matter.
Right. I've enabled the facility's teleporters. Shall we?
Sure. I've traveled by teleporter, I don't know, like 4 times? 5 times now with the Omega thing? No, that would be 6. You dwell on the matter of the bearer.
I do. Verily, 'twas but a warding spell of the labyrinthine intricacy, the brainchild of the headless student's Baldessian himself. Even the most learned Archon would require several moons to disentangle such an enchantment. To do so in mere bells would require some predetermined power akin to the very echo itself.
I don't know, maybe he's just really good at puzzles. Okay, we have a solo duty here, which is why Miss Pepper left the party. The turbo has been activated. Prepare to teleport to the Aetherochemical Research Facility. Dungeon, but not. And now we get a good remix. We kind of have a trust, but there's 5 of us. The Guardians strike for the heart of the facility. And the Legate spearheads their charge. We must be swift in our pursuit. Clear a path. Cut through the fodder. How's it, scum? They're a little bit weak. I didn't read that in time. Oh, one of them got paralyzed. Oh, is there no backup? The Legatus himself is here. After him! Oh, they're going fast now. Was that machine shut down? I see. I shall contend with this foe. Press onwards, my comrades. Okay. You're on just let's go. I'm gonna go. Sure, I'm glad we have our brilliant conviction on us. Makes these solo duties really easy. There. It's Van Hydrus.
In the name of the Emperor!
Stop them! No one gets through! Go safeguard the Legatus with our lives! More. Emperor will not be denied! Ah! Ah! Oh, she got grabbed by a hand. Hunt! Lance, Kral needs you. Oh, it's not anymore.
Mrs. Kral. Go.
Go. I will stand guard over Mrs. Kral. You must keep what the Legatus from his prize. We leave her in your care, then. You best seek for safe in Nuclear High. This one looks like a handful. That's not too bad. Already almost down. Quickly, inside the barrier. You sure I can't just kill it? Oh, it's stuck at 1 health, I see. You're still, how come you can use an astrology barrier? The central laboratory should be up ahead. The central laboratory should be up ahead. Let's hurry along, shall we? Okay. Okay, don't answer. After the that gets us. Oh, there's the vanguard. Or the rear guard, rather. And still they come. Press on, Bont. I will handle this. You know, they're dividing us and conquer us. But okay. I fought him in a duel once before. I can do it again. I see he's found the meat of the problem. I have exposed the bones of their work. Now to extract the marrow. Even in the moment of my triumph, you persist in your misguided crusade. So be it. I shall present my prize to the Emperor alongside your head. Such a chunky gunblade he has. The chat log should be fine. You keep calling me a savage, but you're the one who's trying to fight us. I suppose I could fight all the bits. They go down in one hit, they're no problem. Oh, what are you doing here? Oh, that's fun. That sure is a cross relay you have.
Can you withstand this?
And that's some fire on the ground.
There is nowhere to run.
Except right here. It works out fine for me. Oh, that's pretty bad.
Can you withstand this?
Oh, I got hit by that for sure. Oh, no, I didn't. Whatever. Fine, just keep on making your fire on the ground. I can hit you. Your fire does nothing. Ignore the mechanic. My weapons inhibitors exist for a reason. But I will not lose to you again. What? Did you just summon a cerulean tiger? Or maybe it's a lie. Oh, it's one of those things. Magitech enhances my blade work tenfold. You cannot hope to win. I'm fine. Bont. Yeah? The Tobolith is unbreached then? Not exactly. We won't simply let you just look at it, guy. Kryl. My wounds may not slow my blade should you seek to bar my path. And would you slay me and you would slay me, no doubt. But it would be your final act. Yeah, you haven't forgotten about me, have you? What madness afflicts you, Eorzean fools? The Emperor but desires a means to shackle the Icons and their destructive appetites. Why do you rail against your own salvation?
It is not for man to wield such power. The primal energies your Emperor seeks to contain would be as kindling waiting for a spark.
Forget not the White Raven, Legatus. Like thee, he presides to wield the power of Alag, and invited the calamity in so doing. The star's fate is too important to be decided by any one man, a warmongering savage least of all. Have care, boy. You speak of my Emperor. But dying here in defense of his honor will not further his cause. What? That's not how flashbangs work!
Well, well, I appear to not be dead. Kyle? I may have cracked a rib. Or two. But I'll be fine, honestly.
Our foes gave us no quarter. Had Anukulhai stunted in his defense of thee, thou mayst be certain thy hurts would be far worse.
I could do no less. Mr. Skryl is here on my behest, after all.
The secrets of Alag are safe for the present, though 'tis doubtful the Legatus will return to Garlemald till his prize he coveteth lieth in his grasp. And we must redouble our efforts to protect this place. Carl and I will place additional seals upon the Dermalith.
Anukulhai? I appreciated you staying at my side. Thank you.
Was not.
Oh, please. It was a good deal more than that, and you know it. Now let me help you. When a woman thanks you for saving her life, the customary response is, "You're welcome." You're welcome.
The weather in Essaslav was hyper-electricity? Oh, maybe Proto-Ultima was up. But then faded because nobody did the fade, because they rarely ever do anymore.
Ah, Beranji. Are there new wards already in place?
My colleagues yet toil upon their enchantment. I came upon thee in secret that I might question thee outside their hearing.
Question me?
I would speak with the one who undid my subtlest magecraft. He who invited an Imperial Legate to enter this facility in hopes of engineering the man's demise at the hands of the Warrior of Light.
You accuse me of masterminding this day's events.
The plan may have been thy master's, but the deed was thine. Thou didst lure the Legatus of the Sixth Legion into a trap from which he was not intended to emerge. It is plain to me now that thy seeming opportunism in proposing this elimination was feigned, and that his death was the object that from plain from the start. And you have proof of this? Thine own words betrayed thee. Thou didst speak of the Empire's desire to claim the Genesis expression, this existence of which even the learned Mistress Kryl was ignorant. Whence did the legatus come by such definitive knowledge? In then there is a matter of mine unravelled ward. None save one possessed of an otherworldly gift could have so swiftly effected the dissolution. Know thee of another blessed with such. Assuming these accusations have merit, what then? Full many times, as oft doth this pursuit of truth lead men down darkened paths. I take no issue with thy purpose, 'tis but thy method I would call into question. In the Gallian Empire we have a common foe. Hadst thou deigned to share thine intention with Mont or Mrs. Kryl, 'tis like that we would have closed the trap with less risk to life and more success. I sought to use the most dangerous secrets of the loudest bait. Who along you would agree to such a reckless plan? None, and with good cause. Respective thou wert remiss of thy duty to thy comrades. I note with some disappointment that in the matters concerning which primals and those who would control them, the cold rationality upon which thou so pridest thyself is conspicuous by its absence. Know that the salvation of the star is at end too vast for one such as us to accomplish alone. Shouldst thou fail to trust in thy comrades, I foresee thy actions precipitating some terrible misfortune. Indeed. My sincerest apologies, Bont. Urianger is correct in his suspicions. It was I who orchestrated the encounter with the Empire. I would ask that thou forgive Unukalhai this transgression, and keep mention of it from Mistress Kryl. 'Twould be a pity for one foolish decision to wither the budding camaraderie ere it had a chance to bloom. There you are, you rotten idler! When Istola realized you were struggling with the wards alone, she was absolutely livid. Ah, never mind the warring triad. I have awoken Archangel Stola's tempestuous wrath. In supplication mood shall I return at once, and there atone for mine indolence. Come, Bont. It is time we return to the Rising Stones. Alright. I guess I don't really need to worry about the six striking against them while they're placing the wards, because they already retreated for the day. I thought that scenario came a little bit later, but it was there. Navigating Urianger's words sure is something. I kind of tripped over them a lot. Come on, door. We've been through this. I'll go whither the wild rose blooms. There, it worked. Finally, the password worked! Don't pick up the MSQ bolt. Don't pick it up. Do not pick it up. I should probably update the stream information. There we go. Stream title updated. Once again, I must apologize for acting without your consequence or consent or counsel. As a gesture of repentance and a sign of good faith, allow me to share something of myself with you. As Urianger suggested, I possess the gift of the Echo, though it is not a nature. It is a different nature than yours. Regardless, I would use my gift for the self-same purpose, salvation of the star, and nothing poses a greater threat than a world than the proliferation of the primal harvesting technology. This I know only too well. What I am about to divulge concerns the fate of another star entirely. Oh? On this other world,
A magic was devised that allowed the realm's champions to use a stone known as Auracite to contain the power of primals. So armed, these heroic souls conquered god after god, oblivious to their weapon's fatal imperfection. It is propensity to bleed primal energies, and with each victory the heroes changed, transformed to the very fiends they endless appetites. Insatiable their hunger for aether, they ultimately went to war over the star's ever-dwindling life force, and fought until there was nothing left. Thus, as Oriantra so astutely observed, when I am faced with those who rush to embrace power unchecked, I lose all semblance of rationality. Know that my master too cares deeply about the fate of this star. I am his servant, his instrument, sent here to ensure that the same tragedy does not consume another world.
Sir Nukelhai is from another world, very similar to the Warriors of Darkness. He was ushered here by somebody. He is a servant to them. And people were consumed by Auracite, you say, and became monsters by holding this Auracite. Balance unto all. Nukelhai has urgent news to share on the current state of the Warring Triad.
Warrior of Light, as the world to survive, we must needs move forward with our plan. Another pillar of the Warring Triad must be toppled. The question of which has already been answered. Following our encounter with the Legatus, Archon Ishtola detected erratic etheric waveforms emanating from a sector containing the icon Sophia, known simply as the Goddess, in former times. Such readings could only mean one thing. She is close to awakening. Let's return to Azislav forthwith and put an end to this primal deity lest she rise again from her terrible glory. In all of her terrible glory, rather.
Let's see, we have Balance unto all.
Make your preparations, Warrior of Light. Icon Sophia stirs, and we must needs return to Azislav with all haste.
Back to the lab again. Sure, I'm glad that Midgard Stormer is just here as my mount forever. Not the fanciest looking dragon mount in the game by far, but you know what? I like him. It's probably the ears that make him look a little bit weird. Like weird horn ears. Oh, we're actually going all the way. Oh, yeah, okay. There's the statues again. So we're fighting Sophia next. That's right there. I need to change something on my settings. I need to make it so my camera doesn't go forward as I'm moving. I like looking around as I fly.
We appear to be the first to arrive. Shall we wait for our colleagues here?
Sure. Don't see anywhere else to wait. It's not like there's a bench. Algon's never invented chairs, it seems. Thrones, yes. Chairs, no. Oh. That didn't sound good.
Huh? Has the 6th Legion have returned? Aunt! Or Nukelhai!
Are your ribs recovered yet?
Under attack! Ishtola and Oriantra have been engaged in a foe not far from here.
Alright. Lead the way then. Oh! Gold and black. And glowy.
Huh. Rarely is my shield thus tested. 'Twould seem the Alagons have not been lax in their recruitment. Think so? Mayhap your arm merely withered whilst you lay idle.
So your tongues. We've stifled them long enough.
My scales in hand, the goddess shall rise, and righteously cast off her cursed pall, that she, with wrathful Worm King at her side, might judge and thence and balance unto all. Hear my words in despair, Alagons. Our goddess is awoken. Your civilization has birthed the instrument of its own undoing.
It's well that you are here, Bond. I should like to know what our assailants were saying. You understood their words, did you not? Oh, right, I have the echo. You guys couldn't understand that. 'Twas a Mercidian dialect, if mine ears do not deceive, though one which beareth scant resemblance to any spoken in recent times. As for all antagonists' meanings, I do gladly defer to those blessed with the echo.
Gorm with the shield seemed to think we were Alagons. We recited what sounded like a verse of a prophecy that claimed that their goddess is awoken. Is that about right, Bont?
Yup. You got the gist of it.
And might we assume that this deity of theirs is the very icon we come to topple?
Aye. From their tongue, their words, and their attire, 'tis like that our antagonists were Mercidian, thralls to their goddess Sophia and victims of the Alagons' incursions. If, as Kryl claimeth, they thought us servants of ancient agents of Alak, 'tis little wonder that they sought to bring us low.
You suggest that Sophia's servants have been liberated from their containment,
who had no choice but to accept words of her awakening as truth.
Gods help us! The warring Triad have proven formidable enough when we've roused them from a fraction of their true strength. Should Sophia break free at the peak of her power, Bont and his friends will stand a chance.
I don't know, I think I'll do okay. Let us be about it then. Bont, Krell, and Nikolai, the three of you will make directly for Sophia's containment facility. Oranje and I will do what we can to occupy the Icon's thralls. There's that door again.
Mr. Skrull, do you perchance recall the words of the prophecy as its entirety? Let me see. I believe it was, with scales in hand the goddess shall rise, and righteously cast off her cursed pall, that she, with wrathful Worm King at her side, might judge and thence bring balance unto all?
Worm King, huh? So, this goddess like dragons? Containment Bay P1T6, now accessible. This is the one that breaks the form. Oh, right, so... Sophia, goddess, P. I guess it's Sophia? That's the way I have to remember it. I'll do that later. This one should be just as long as the other one. Thank you again, Miss Pepper. History tells of a Mercidian nation comprised of a multitude of races, the foundation of which were built upon the worship of a single deity. The goddess, as she was simply known, graced the souls of her worshippers with perfect equilibrium, binding their disparate societies in gilded chains of harmony. In present day, she is better known as Sophia, one of the incalculably powerful icons of the Warring Triad, and after 5,000 years of imprisonment, her failed plans for vengeance once more threaten to come to fruition. Defeat the awakened thralls and slay this stirring goddess, lest her divine balance being all the world to equal ruin. Let's go see if we can do Thok around the clock. There's a P in Sophia. Yep, that's what I said. Sophia. Not to be confused with Sopapias, which are different. I'm pretty sure that's what they're called. Yeah, it says less than 5 minutes, but it should be the higher end of 5 minutes because this is not a main story trial.
Click-clack. Ah, our hunter friend. Welcome. We come hunting gods once more. The non-mind is glad that you thirst for divine blood. Ever more rapturous did the one mind grow as I seek offerings of loot our deity's insatiable appetite.
Do you want this rock?
Another path where our gods remain? Yes. Yes, there is but one way. You must seek out the giant hive on the far side of the colony, and attune your spirit to the aetheryte and Scots within. But indeed is not possible. We hear that the crystal is wounded by ancient ritual magics. The one mind will have woven the seal with which only most worthy warriors will be granted leave to enter. That's our stock. They do not share the non-mind what they consider worthy.
I guess I'll do the rest of it later. Unless the queue fails. It could just fail because one DPS is really tired. So I'm not gonna give up yet. Maybe they're repairing their gear. How's my gear looking? A little bit tattered, but fine. And there she is.
I leave the goddess in your capable hands. Just watch out for her worshippers.
Oh, she was in like a coffin or something. Oh wow, she's not wearing a lot. She likes to play with her balls. Got it. And there's her scales. Oh. Oh. Head. Face. Oh. Well, that's... Okay. We saw that in the statue. It's fine. It's fine. We're just going? I guess we're just going.
The unenlightened come.
Up, get out of that. Get in that. Good donut AoE. 2 black mages this time. Baelsar, huh?
Know you the full weight of death.
Okay, you're going over... Where? Oh, you're dashing from over... I reacted too slowly to that. A little bit of lightning damage. It's hurting everyone, but not that bad. Cloudy heavens, huh? Ads! Alright, there's the 3. I think I want to deal with the girl first. That's a look away mechanic. If ever I didn't look at one.
Even in death, there is no release.
Alright, that one's dead. That one's dead, and now we gotta deal with their Lancer. Okay, now we don't slide into that, because here comes a scale. The arena is now a scale. Ching! Don't slide through the ice. And she tips the scales. A lot, literally. The scale's now the battlefield, and the battlefield now has no railing.
Can you bring equilibrium? I shall tip back the balance.
Wah! I didn't look. I didn't look. Foolish I am. Foolish I am for dying to the mechanic. You just die if you slide off. They top me up, so I'm allowed to do actions again. The way that you're supposed to be able to tell which way the scale tips. Oh, match? Because she's all about balance. You want to match the colors. Stained in red. I don't know all the words to this one. Come on, do the scale mechanic again.
Be the bearer of my wisdom.
Let's not get hit by the head again. Ugh. I was too far. I was too far in. We have a samurai. They'll do the lemon break. I'm keeping an eye on the scale boats on the side. Didn't get hit that time. Come on, do the scales one more time. Let me get a chance at it. Come on. You're going down too fast. Okay. There's one going over there, 2 going over there. So that side's going to be heavier. That side's going to be hit. So scale's going to tip that way. So over here. Yeah, okay. Add. But no, she's down. Die sad, I guess. I couldn't commend anybody in time. That's my own fault. Put back on the log tab. Okay. I see, the goddess is no more. Well done. Once Crown and Nukulahai has rejoined us, we may safely depart. One thing yet puzzles me, however. How did Sophia's servants come to wake from their slumber? I believe we have our answer for that. Oh? You find something? We discovered the remains of the Guardian soldiers in an adjacent sector to the containment facility. Just like that the fool ventured too close to Sophia during the Empire's previous incursion, and was enthralled for his troubles. Another reminder, if they were needed, the incalculable threat posed by these beings.
The goddess would not even have been conscious were she claimed by the man's will, and yet his mistake granted her the means to release her servants, and would have resulted in her own liberation as well had we not been on hand to intervene. I do much wonder that the Icon's pawn was capable of so effectively manipulating the facility's containment systems. How came he by such rarefied knowledge? That too is easily explained. During our investigation, Krau discovered a subtle flaw in one of the mechanisms which held the goddess in check, a flaw which had plainly been added intentionally. Upon examination of the facility's records of this period, we were able to piece together the story. In a way, time before the end of the Third Astral Era, where the peoples of Meracidia faced extinction at the hands of the Algon Empire, Sophia, a being of uncomparable cunning, was said to have communicated certain plans to their servants, thought through a medium of trusted oracle. Following the oracle's instructions, they duly conspired with a rebel faction within Elaga who, we believe, agreed to tamper with a prison intended to Sophia. Now the goddess and her thralls chanced to be captured, though we suspect that this has always been their plans. Indeed. The prison was situated at the heart of Alag. The only thing that they intended to attack the city from within. They would merely have had to wait for rebels to exploit their weakness to their confines. The conspirators' dealings with the Meracidians were exposed before they could enact this plot, and all was summarily executed. It seems that the flaw itself remained undiscovered, however. It might have remained so had the end of the days had not been for the actions of the Archbishop and subsequently the Guardians. It cannot be helped but wonder that it might have come to pass that their scheme been successful. Mayhap the answer lies in the prophecy. Krile hath the right of it. The words we discipled thus, the accursed Paul speaketh of Sophia's prison, from which she was supposed to emerge at the agreed hour. The Worm King, meanwhile, can be none other but the great Bahamut himself, then yet a prisoner, whom the goddess did intend to unleash upon Alag and set right the scales of justice. Ah, yeah, they're both from Meracidia, that's right. A foolhardy plan. Had it come to fruition, the two of them would surely have raised the realm. Naught would have been spared the devastation, the Meracidians' homeland included. Their home already stood on the brink of oblivion. Mayhap they wish for naught else but to purge the poison of Alag from the primal fire. A tale teaches us that even the greatest of men's creations may yet be brought low by the single act of treachery. The Elegons were fools to place their trust in the technological bondage. To shackle such beings is but to delay the inevitable. Naught save their to destruction shall free us from their menace. Let us return now to the Rising Stones and there conduct the final step of the most needful task. You hear that, Nikolai? Don't be a traitor. The threat posed by this facility is far greater than you imagine, Anjay, and not one limited to the Icons themselves. Sophia's remaining servants must be put down. Loop warning. Deactivating stasis chamber support system will result in subject termination. Enter identification code to continue. Oh. Well. Flip identification code accepted. Subjects terminated. That boy killed a lot of people just then. But they were all tempered. If only there was another way. We'll do that later. Back to the Rising Stones. Which, Ivy left a teleport for me. Thank you. Wow, we're actually getting through this pretty quickly. Yeah, we'll very easily get through the Warring Triad today. Good suggestion. Provided, of course, that we get through a loading screen.
Oh good, didn't need the password this time. Do not talk to these winds. Do not. Stop. Okay.
It's Artemis, Warrior of Light. Archani Stola mentioned that there was a matter she wished to discuss. Well met, Bont. You'll forgive me if I seem curt, but it would seem an account with our young friend. While conducting a final sweep of Sophia's containment facility, we discovered that all of her remaining thralls had perished in their stasis chambers. This was your doing? Aye, it was. I chose to act upon the knowledge revealed within the tombstone we had recovered. The true purpose of the prisoners is far more horrifying than we first assumed. The Algons were not simply observing the icons and siphoning away their energies. They're conducting experiments in preparation for our far more ambitious project. If you recall, both the Fiend and the Goddess were imprisoned within massive spherical structures. Spheres were the prototypes which paved the way for the successor construction of the artificial celestial body. You speak of Dalamud. Aye. The Icon's cages are unmistakably the same design as the Red Moon. To be plain, research facility contains a siege of 3 calamities, which might feasibly be visited upon the chosen target. Eliminating one of them would necessitate the destruction of the goddess's slumbering thralls. A distasteful task unbefitting one such as the Warrior of Light. Thus I resolved to perform the deed myself. You have made your case, and it is apparent we are not in full possession of the facts. Nonetheless, the notion of what may or may not be expected of Bont is presumptuous of the extreme. When the Warrior of Light chose to join the Scions, he did so in the knowledge that he would be required to face and destroy not only the primals, but also their fanatical servants. But what you deem a distasteful task is an essential part of our calling, a burden which every Scion is sworn to shoulder. Yeah, I've killed a thrall before. I see. It seems I misjudged the depth of your resolve. No matter. Assuming I have made myself understood, we need not speak of it again. Here's, however, one other subject I would discuss. The determination that Sophia's thralls were awoken by a Gallian soldier who had somehow gained access to the containment area, did you not? If that is the case, it seems highly doubtful that the interloper wandered into such a dangerous part of the facility by chance. Dissidents within the Empire claim that the 6th Legion is rife with agents under orders to thwart the Legate's mission by any means necessary. Lest you imagine what we have allies in Galamald, I should clarify that their motive is wholly uncharitable. Regular Van Hydrus rose to the top of the Gallian military for one merit alone, and he is fiercely loyal to the Emperor for recognizing his efforts. His compeers, by contrast, rose through the favor of their established order, and would accordingly do anything to see him fail. But they would be so reckless. You truly believe that the actions of these agents contributed to the recent crisis? Aye. They do pose no less a risk to the realm than those loyal to the Emperor. Plainly, we must needs continue to do all in our power to prevent the technologies of Allag from falling into the hands of man. On that point, at least, we have not ever been in complete agreement. Alright. Later! Give the boy much to think about. Oh, good. A day of simulacrum. And Nikolai has a gift for you. I would like you to have this, Warrior of Light. It's an Algon tombstone, similar to one recovered from your victory over Sephiroth. The records contained within describe the goddess' height of her power, and will enable Essasla's reality augmentation technologies to generate an idealized simulacrum of Sophia against which to test your skills. From what I've been able to determine, this formed part of the greater trial intended for test Algod's elite warriors. Quite how it was compared to the challenge presented by a Fiend's tombstone, I cannot say. I suppose there is only one way to be certain. This is verification known as this law and witness firsthand the awaited champions of Eld.
The last pillar to fall. Nuclei has a request regarding the final icons of the Warring Triad.
Greetings, Warrior of Light. But one pillar of the Warring Triad remains. Zervin, an icon known as the Demon. According to the histories I've uncovered, the monstrosity being was worshipped by a race of Mercidian beastmen. These creatures are the key to maintaining Zervin's manifestation, and we can be sure that there are many such trolls are imprisoned somewhere within the research facility. It is imperative that we determine their exact location as swiftly as possible. We dare not risk repeating a near disaster we suffered at the hands of Sophia's servants. As such, the fellow sides have already begun an exhaustive search. There are several sectors which only you, Kryle, and I can enter without fear of enthrallment. Let us make our way to Azaslav forthwith with the aid of the investigation.
Let's see.
Have your strength to equal Alok's greatest heroes? You know I visit Azaslav to find out. Zervin's trolls must be accounted for ere we face the icon himself. Azaslav waits. A pleasure as always, Spont. What do you ask of me?
Tell me about yourself.
Until Arcani Stola chastised me for the act, I had not realized I was treating you as an ideal rather than a person. I was convinced you were the light which brought hope to the darkness. He walked only to a path illuminated by the rays of the sun. May I but clung to this vision because you continue to achieve that which I could not. But the Star of Salvation will not come to the end of a predestined hero's journey, and I shall never again be demeaned to the sacrifices you have made with my blind presumptions.
Tell me about icons.
Ah, the beings called icons. Algons dubbed them. How much we have yet to learn. Precisely how they stand apart from primals have yet to be determined. If they were summoned in a similar manner that was responsible, we have managed to endure for millennia. We have gained some understanding of Dark Divinity's true nature, yet he is but one of many, that is far from the most powerful. The Warring Triad and the Algons of prison.
We've been told this part roughly. We've been told that part roughly, so we're good. Onwards! Back once again to Azaslav. But yes, there's a P in Sophia, but there's also an S in Sophia, and there's an S in Sephiroth, so it just kinda... I don't know. There's also a P in Sephiroth. I feel like they could have named the facility a little bit better. Even if they... No, if they put an S in it, that would have been the same. Okay, I see the flaw in my reasoning. Maybe it would have been better if they named Sophia something else. Has she always been named Sophia? I don't know. Ultimately, at the end of the day, the best way to tell is when you're going to queue for a thing, you make sure that you queue for the right thing. You look at the art when you click on the thing. And yeah, they're in black and white because I've not done the hard mode. The hard mode's in color. Oh, we're here again. Oh, this time we wait. I see.
Oh, it is good we caught you. The facility has been swarmed by Imperial troops.
What?
By their standards did we charge at the soldiers of the Six. Aye, once more doth regular Van Hydra stretch forth his hand to seize the forbidden fruits of Alag, and once more have our meticulous wars been swept aside like so many cobwebs.
Your meddlesome words were destroyed by the within, by the pulsating energies of an icon. It's you! Nay, put your weapons and listen. The followers of Zervin have awakened, and their toil to rouse their master.
The demon's worship yet slumbers when we confront Sophia. Could the tampering of our thralls have been more widespread than we thought? They shared their common enemy. It is not unthinkable that they would seek to free all those who the Algons had imprisoned.
Yes, the cage doors are open. And whilst you stand here quibbling over who picked the locks, my soldiers are inside the facility, risking their lives and their sanity. They have volunteered to face the death and prevent Zurban's servants from waking the fullness of his power. Now, assuming you have last understood the gravity of the situation, it is time that I rejoin them.
But you cannot hope to succeed. The Icon will enslave the minds of any who draw near.
Thus do I seek out those with the power to resist his influence. Aid us, and mayhap my men will not perish in vain.
You propose an alliance.
I have delved into the depths of the place and found its technologies wanting. These mechanisms have failed to hold their prisoners, and as such broken artifacts are unfit to bring before the Emperor. Twice have you bested me in combat. Will you now lend me that strength, and stand before our mutual foe?
'Twas in opposing you reckless schemes that you say are lost to us. You expect us to simply forgive and forget that which has come before?
I expect you to put aside your emotions and use your better judgment. But, of course, I am dealing with savages. I will not stand here and justify the death of the Ice Maiden. We pursued our ideals, and you pursued yours. Such was the result. And mayhap you might consider another point. In these endless clashes, we have all lost comrades dear to us. Yet I choose to put aside my past grievances and beg your champion's aid, to appeal to your reason. Thou art willing to build a bridge of common purpose upon such tumultuous foundation. I, too, am hesitant to accept the arrangement Archon Stola, but an offer has been made to a warrior of light, and 'tis his involvement which shall ultimately sway its outcome. I shall abide by Bont's decision. Let's see. Well... Zurvan must be stopped.
And for better or worse, we shall fight at your side. Mr. Scarlet and I are resistant to primal influences. We shall aid you where we can.
Then let us be on our way. Are the others back outside? Or talkies? Wow, I do not like that red filter. Huh.
Our companions have already passed through the research facility. We should not lag behind.
And what do we find? Oh, he's there.
The demon stirs.
Yeah, his followers are fighting, and the Imperials are even fighting other Imperials who got enthralled.
Like a suckling babe, he feedeth upon the aether siphoned up to him by his thralls. We must needs deprive him of his sustenance.
And we destroy those devices.
Hold! Witness your shoulders. They have turned on one another. Even half awake, serving corrupts and converts those who enter his aura. The three of us, then. Bont, Inuko High, we rush in together and each will disable a generator. We cannot give them a chance to rally a defense.
There are 4 mechanisms by my count. If I can avoid the Archon's miasma, my blade will make short work of the last one. We, all of us, have pledged our lives to... Keep your lives. I'd rather you tend to my fallen. Some may yet survive with their minds intact.
I know not if my strength will be enough. I am no champion.
The battlefield is no place for uncertainty, boy. Fate has blessed you with a unique talent and an occasion to use it. Do not waste such a gift. We strike! Oh, he's getting strong.
God, servant is...
Oh. The nuclei wasn't able to do it.
The nuclei!
Ah! You had to do the work of 2. Oh, it became red hot! Oh no! And the cut is cold as ice!
He slumbers once more. You saved me. Why?
I told you, boy. Yours was a gift too precious to waste. A gift the Emperor may one day have need of his own war upon these untamable icons. Emperor Varus, he raised me up from the ranks against my detract. I'll gladly give my life in his service. You must finish this. Slay these leeches upon our star. Kill them. Kill them. Kills. We must needs withdraw and prepare our assault. At the cost of his very life, the Legatus have prized a window of opportunity. Dang.
I had thought Regular a cold and ruthless man, but he showed surprising compassion for his soldiers. And it also seems he placed a great trust in his Emperor. If Regular could be convinced that the technology for containing primals is fatally flawed, then mayhap Varus can be convinced as well.
A research facility crawls with servant faithfuls. You are not ceasing their effort to rouse him. You would honor the Legatus' sacrifice, then you must slaughter those fiends to the last.
Forgive me if I show little gratitude for my rescue. They said that the Emperor and Van Hydrus were childhood friends. Foul fortune that we should be the ones to bring the news of his death. It is not often that I dare approach so closely an entity such as Zervan. How sharply am I reminded of the burden we place upon those with whom we are blessed with the Echo.
These wounded soldiers will live, but further battle is beyond them. I have counseled them to remain here until their compatriots arrive to bear them home.
He's dead. If I'd only been stronger. Enough of that. There'll be time for regrets after we've had rid the world of Zervin. Trial has the right of it. The demon has fallen back into torpor, and for now, we must act swiftly if Regular's death is that meaning. The survivors speak of an army of thralls loose in the facility, and we must have assumed that these followers continue their efforts to awaken their icon. Let us then concentrate upon diverting them from their task. Mistress Kryle and Master Owen Akalhai, prithee secure the controls of Zervin's shackles, and limit the restoration of his might. Archon, Ystral, and I shall forge ahead and strike down those thralls as would seek to harry you. Warrior of Light, thine is, as ever, the most perilous duty. Gather to thee thy trusted companions, and distinguish from this realm the fires of the demon himself. Will do. Containment Bay Z1T9 now accessible. See, Zervin, see, it works. It's just Sophia and Sephiroth that had to make things bad. See, Containment Bay Z. Only one pillar of the Warring Triad remains, Zervin, the demon. Worshipped by a Mericidian race of centaur-like beings, this icon manifested upon the physical plane is an embodiment of eternal victory. And yet, despite his godlike might, Zervin was captured. He has languished in his Alagon-made prison for 5,000 years, his primal desire for justice swelling in magnitude with each passing millennium. Through an unlikely alliance with the 6th Imperial Legion, you and your companions were able to prevent a catastrophic awakening orchestrated by the demon's thralls. But your work is not yet finished. Honor the sacrifice of Regulus Van Hydrus, and remove the threat of Zervin from this world once and for all. How's the queue looking? Still says less than 5 minutes. I guess I can't unlock Ravana. I'm happy that's queuing this fast, but like, you know, usually for these trials that doesn't go so good.
There's been enough sacrifice for one day. We must take the chance we've been given and defeat Zervin now.
Looks like the change is still there. Initiating file disengagement in sequence. All non-camp personnel are advised to evacuate.
1,000 souls are set.
Let's see. Can I even get caught up on this reason?
Mine age of slumber is at an end. 1,000 suns may set, but the insult of mine imprisonment hath ever been etched upon my eternal memory. I am come to mete out justice, to bestow the blessing of victory unending. I am Zervin. I am who stands above all of the gods. He who shall not be slaughtered and ruined.
Disengaging sequence complete. Subject Zervin is released from containment.
Good and evil, the war eternal.
I would like to target the boss.
My doubt is fled.
That worked out well. Got that fire there. The stack marker goes on a healer who should move to the middle, but it... As long, well, everybody was there. It worked out. It worked out. Why can't I target the enemy? There we go.
Wave cannon. Let's get behind him for that. This again. This again. And the stack marker targets the healer again. Okay, we're in the middle. Good. Yeah, just keep repeating this loop. Level 1 limit break. Boss is already at 50%. We might see a level 2, maybe. My sorrow still doth all become ice. You put ice right under him, so you can't move through the boss anymore. Without hurting yourself. Never mind, phase transition.
Bear witness to my will.
Let's kill the ad that has wings. Looks like none of these guys do. This one. Mercidian Meteor. No! Let's not have that go off. Another one? This time with 2 ads for tanks to tank. More than likely, one tank is tanking both of them, which is why their health is going down very, very quickly and very, very fast. Seems I was hitting the wrong one. Frozen in time, mine armor aflame.
Bow to mine infallible judgment.
A neat little cutscene attack. Now he's all lit up in fire. What manner of mortal withstands such punishment? Why battle then? Shall your fate be decided? Some people are aspected with ice and fire now. Sophia wanted you to do opposites. Oh, and this boss's tank buster has many rapid little hits, and not one big hit. Let's see. I am aspected with fire. Sophia wanted you to do opposites. Zervin wants you to match. And everyone needs at least one. Oh no. I should have moved. I should have moved. That was my fault. Southern Cross. That's a lot of ice. That's gonna make it hard to dodge an attack if he doesn't. Okay, the ice went away quickly. Wave cannon, get behind. I'll use that at 10% if we don't have a limit break by then. Because there's dashies again. That might make this a little bit weird. Oh, really likes targeting me. Back to the middle. Looks like I'm aspected with fire again. 12%. 11%. Broken seal. We match the colors again. There should be 4 of them this time.
If such is my fate.
And that's that. And everybody left before I could commend again. Oh well. What can you do? Get healed by carbuncle, I guess.
Incredible as always, Bont. Hopefully that will be the last of our world seas of the likes of Zervin.
Every one of his straws has been sane as far as we can determine. Our victory over the warring Triad is complete.
Impossible feat that I had not been blessed with your cooperation.
Let us not soon forget the efforts of Regulus Van Hydra and his men. Without their noble sacrifice, the demon would have awoken far sooner and possessed of far more formidable energies. The bodies of the fallen now accompany the survivors of the return journey to Garlemald. 'Tis known that the Imperials recognize no gods, yet they would honor the dead in their own fashion. And when next we meet, our fleeting alliance will surely be forgotten. It was an interesting exchange, nevertheless. They spoke of their present ruler as a man who values self-sufficiency. First befriended regularly in their youth, it seems, was highly impressed with his martial prowess. This common knowledge that Regulus' rise to legatus was great part advocated by the Emperor himself. Regula freely admitted his shortcomings when it came to politics. It was Varus' unconditional support that served to win his undying fealty. One does not expect such tales of camaraderie to lurk beneath the Empire's iron exterior.
Contrary to all expectations, the man died a hero. Witnessing the way you all leapt to danger without hesitation, it would seem I am surrounded by heroes. And yet my own actions were not but heroic. I have not the qualities nor the character to stand with the warrior of light's side. Ah, what curious thing to say. Are you truly concerned about what you do measure up to arbitrary requirements? If you know the path I walked to reach this place, you would surely understand why I do not myself. I return with me to the Rising Stone, so I shall tell you of it.
Oh, Nuclei is finally ready to spill the beans about his, origin to everybody. Alright, we'll do that part later. Thank you again for joining, Miss Pepper. Let's see. Cordona. That was a high regime. Unfortunately, I'm out of drinks, so I will be right back in order to get a drink. Shouldn't take long. Oh, sorry about that. You can rest assured that I have drank some of beverage. What's going on here? People are being fancy. Good for them. Not talk to the siblings. That's for another day.
With the victories over Zurban, the warring Triad is finally defeated. I'm afraid, however, that mine own efforts have often been a hindrance in the help, and you and your fellow scions deserve to hear the reason behind my actions.
Alright. Lay it out for us. Hello again.
I promise to tell you of my journey, who I am, and where I'm from. The truth is, I am not of this world.
Yeah, you told me as much.
I was born of a different star, a child whose power of the Echo was too feeble to save his dying world.
Oh, you also have white hair. You fit right in here.
A child who, unlike you, never became a warrior of light. When all I knew stood on the brink of destruction, I was yet half grown. Had I been born but a handful of years earlier, history may have written a different tale. The seeds of other heroes that had yet to fully sprout may not have withered and perished. The star I failed to save is known to you now as the Void.
Oh, he came from the other direction.
Hopont knew not that I spoke of my homeland. I explained to him beforehand the cause of its ruin. A magic was devised to contain the defeated Primal's might within a stone known as Auracite. The energies which had bled from this imperfect vessel gradually corrupted the champions who wielded it. These heroes became slaves to an insatiable hunger for aether, eventually transforming into hideous fiends, and none who clung to faint traces of light were strong enough to oppose them. The demons next turned upon each other in a war which drained the land's aether in every great amounts, until one day the star was suddenly swallowed in a flood of darkness, the entire world unmade in an instant. The void scent you encounter here in this realm are twisted remnants of once mortal beings who grew on that motes of life force that remained there. And as I lay dying, beaten and broken in my failed last stand, it was a white-robed Ascian who found my tormented spirit and bore me away to the rift between worlds. Elizabeth had been my master ever since.
Oh, you work for the Assassins.
From my mentor's feet did I learn the nature of reality, the existence of mirrored worlds and the eternal struggle between dark and light. Sudden and overwhelming superiority for either side will shatter the balance. The world in question will be returned to the void by a calamity beyond imagining. As a self-appointed custodian of this balance, my master warned me that the source, the first of all worlds, slips perilously close to oblivion.
In what spirit did this master proffer such a warning? A benevolent gesture, or veiled threat? To thee questions and more do I mean to coax forth answers, yet no matter his intention, that Hydaelyn doth teeter on an ice edge is an undeniable truth. Knowing this, what choice was given you to make?
I chose to join my master, and act as an instrument of the star. The tragedy that befell my home cannot be repeated. I will see this world saved. And yet I hesitated a moment, most crucial of moments. What right have I to stand alongside a true warrior of light?
In mine own words thou wert collected before thy time, and I offer that thou dwelleth overmuch on the question of what maketh thee a hero. The search for the answer leaveth thee paralyzed by doubt. Heed me, Master Nuclei. Those needs not believe thyself a hero to perform great deeds. 'Tis the deed itself which earneth thee the hero's mantle. Aye, the ideals you hold can be less important than having the faith to act upon them. Regulus' loyalty to the Empire guided his actions until the last, and though we did not see eye to eye on many things, his final deed can be called not less than heroic.
Personally, I find the faith in companions allows me to act unhindered by uncertainty. I know that should I ever falter, Bolt and the others will be there to support me, or steer me back into the right path if needed.
Yeah. You make your god, I'm your guy.
I see. The days leading up to the world's destruction, I was entirely alone. I never knew what it was like to have such comrades. I cannot imagine the loneliness you must have felt, but look around you now, Nuclei. You're not alone anymore.
Welcome to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Yeah, you're not gonna get a cool tattoo, but if you need me to punch a god, I'm your guy.
I'll fulfill my promise to save this world. When I stumble, I shall be glad to have your hands raised steady me. My apologies, this is difficult for me. For so long have I spoken from behind a mask.
Are you gonna put it back on? We should all feel comfortable speaking without such concealments. Says the guy who speaks with concealments. I should hope you appreciate the irony of that statement around you. Yeah, what she said. Alright, you three heading out? Alright. Good luck on the main story or side story or whatever it is you do. And that's that. A demonic duplicate. A nuclei is something of interest for you.
I were examining the controls for Servant's Hackles. I found a tombstone that may be of interest to you, Bont. Would you like to take a look?
Sure. Let's finish the set.
Information contained within this device appears to have been used to generate a simulated battle of grueling difficulty. Challengers should be pit against a simulacrum of Zervan, the power of which has been enhanced to the Icon's highest conceivable magnitude. It is described as the final test for our most elite of Alok's warriors, until it is distinguished as truly exceptional among them. I have witnessed no champion more exceptional than the Warrior of Light. Are you not curious to see just how powerful Zervan might have been? I urge you to visit the verification node, and undertake the ultimate test of Alakon's elite.
Let's see.
If you would test your mettle against the demon's unfettered might, then you need only present the tombstone verification node on Azaslaw's flagship.
Might as well go unlock all three of those right now. Because I don't know when I'll be going back to Azaslaw. Oh, I didn't mute, did I? Sorry about that. I tried to mute, but I guess it didn't. My bad. That was me, trying to see if I could fix my mouse a little bit. As you can see, it was acting up really bad during that last fight. I really do need to just get a new one. I really do just need to get a new one, but I just haven't had the time the place that sells good mice near me is a long drive away. And yeah, I could order stuff through, like, online services, but, like, I like looking at the product before I get it. Call me old-fashioned. When it comes to electronic stuff, I'd rather pick it up in person than order it online. Getting a pillow? Yeah, sure. Getting some food? Yeah, sure. Delivery's fine. Groceries? I'm still a little bit picky on that one. Computer parts? No, I have to go there in person. Back to the red field. Let's do it in order. Activating verification system. Combat simulation requested acknowledged. Awaiting tombstone data. Allegon tombstone of theology. Though it appears to be not more than a simple stone, Garland Ironworks engineers insist it contains reams of valuable information gathered by the Lost Allegon Empire on the subject of the fiend's Sephiroth. Data processed. Adversary, Warren Triad, Sephiroth. Defining simulation parameters. Warning. Threat level extreme. The Empire assumes no responsibility for death or injury resulting from participation in combat simulations. Activating reality augmentation. Initializing combat simulation. The Empire thanks you for volunteering to participate in this study. Post-mortem data shall be used to improve the survival rates of subsequent participants. Your sacrifice is appreciated. I appreciate the vote of confidence, little ball. Containment Bay S Extreme now accessible. Activating verification system. Enlisting program requested. Acknowledge. Awaiting tombstone data. Let's see. Though it appears to be not more than a simple stone, Inugalai insists this contains reams of invaluable information gathered by a lost Allegon Empire, the subject of the goddess Sophia. Slightly different than the last one. Data processed. Adversary, Warring Triad, Sophia. Threat level, extreme. Successful application will progress to Elite Squad induction. Families of unsuccessful applicants will receive twice standard death benefits. Before initiating this program, Elite Squad applications must agree to extensive physical Data corrupted. Unable to verify input. Applicant agreement accepted. Activating reality augmentation. Initializing enlistment program. The Empire thanks you for your service. Postmortem data will be used to improve the survival rates of subsequent applicants. Your sacrifice is appreciated. Containment Bay P Extreme now accessible. Activation verification systems. Elimination trial request acknowledged. Awaiting tombstone data. Let's see. Though it appears to be not more than a simple stone, the new alliance system contains reams of invaluable information gathered by the lost Allegon Empire on the subject of the demon Zervan. Very slightly different. Data processed. Adversary, Warring Triad Zervan. Threat level, extreme. This is our final qualifying test for surviving Elite Squad enlistees. Participation is only permitted to candidates who agree to unrestricted biopsy procedures following the trial. Specifically, enlistees who successfully complete the program will be certified as genetically superior and must submit to cell harvesting for subsequent cloning initiatives. Elimination trial survival rates are currently calculated at 1.9%. Activating reality augmentation. Initializing elimination trial. The Empire thanks you for your service. Postmortem data will be used to improve the survival rates of subsequent candidates. Your sacrifice is appreciated. For the people who are still alive! And when the day is done, we will make a neat gun. Actually, yes. About that. Every single one of those has unique extreme weapons. Also, they learned their lesson from these. They learned their lesson. They learned their lesson in that, turning in the quest unlocks the extreme. So that way you're not sitting with an extreme quest like in your log after unlocking extreme but then not doing it. Which is far superior. to the way that they had been doing it previously. Alright, anyway, let's go and unlock Ravana real quick. I was about to do this when the queues popped. Go through Warring Triad quick. Update the feed again now that the Warring Triad is done. Wow, that took like no time at all. I got plenty of time. Plenty of time! Just fly right past everything. Go straight to the Aetheryte. We attune to it, because that's what we do. After a pause, you smash the gemstone against the Aetheryte. Nothing much happens. Out of habit, you attune to the Aetheryte, and once more, nothing much happens. Okay, so now we have several extremes available, which we no longer feel like doing. Yeah, all those are now there. Actually, yeah, I can't even do Zerbins. The gear the game gave me is not sufficient to do Extreme Zerbin. How about that? Yeah, even if I equipped a couple of bits of gear that I got from the thing, it would not be enough. So I'll just stay looking a little bit better. You missed a step, you think? Yeah, you probably have to go talk to the Vath guy. I'm gonna go back to Ishgard. I'm gonna go and get that side quest done that I picked up earlier. There's a lot of traveling around. Okay, so, Tool Crozier, huh? Oh, this is also an opportunity for me to show, some weapons. You will make a neat gun. So let's take a look here. Let's take a look at guns. You know what? Let's just look at guns. I don't have Mach at this level, but that doesn't matter. Let's look at the guns from there. Okay, so these were all the trials of this expansion. So looking at the market board spoils it a little bit. So we have this is Bismarck's gun, complete with lots of water and air aspected aether, which makes bubbles come off of it ceaselessly. It just kind of ejects a little bit from a shotgun. It looks nice. It looks nice. It could be better, but it looks nice. Let's see the Dead Hive Musketoon. Priced a little bit more expensively. Ravana has lots of fire and earth aspected aether, so he has tiny little flaming butterflies coming off of it all the time. It has like this underbarrel attachment thing that's kind of neat, but ultimately it's just a very thin, small kind of... well, it's a musketoon. Now the Knights of the Round. They only got weapons fairly recently, but their weapon is very shiny and glowy, filled with lots of light aspected aether. They always have this like lens flare kind of effect going off on it somewhere, which is neat. That sure is a gun, but it's like it's just an okay gun. Now, here's the Fiend. The Fiend has... what does the Fiend have? I believe the Fiend has water and earth aspected aether, which you would think would be mud. But no, it turns out that that's just plants. That's life. That's nurturing. Sephiroth as a tree god is a fiend of those aspects. But what's really cool about the weapon for Sephiroth is that they all get this, like, weird metal, like, coil that goes around them when you sheath them. Which I think is neat. Sure is a big, thick gun there. Let's take a look at, Nidhogg's weapon. Nidhogg's weapons are angry. As not being a primal, as just being a trial against a great big powerful being, it doesn't have the dual element system that everything else here had. So Nidhogg is just anger element. And his weapons are appropriately angry all the time. I would guess that his two elements would be lightning and fire, maybe? I don't know. We also have the goddess, whose aspects are like wind and electric. Yeah, wind and electric aspects. Her weapons are all like gold-plated and neat. Like, they're just kind of neat looking. Lightning and shadow darkness? No, actually it's air. She cast arrow a lot during that thing. Lightning and shadow darkness? Mayhap. Mayhap. I would guess fire, because he does breathe fire a lot. He also has his hot wings. And then we have the demon, which is fire and ice. Very obvious by his attacks. But, like, they get to come kind of orbitars kind of going around it, which is neat. Weapons are very, like, just... It looks like you're wielding a piece of the thing. Like, this is, like, Monster Hunter level weaponry here. Which I think is neat. I like these. These are cool. Anyway.
A warm welcome to you, Master McGammar. What do I owe the pleasure?
I'm just going on a trip down memory lane.
Retracing your steps from the first days in Ishgard, I see. Well, no one could begrudge you in indulging a little nostalgia. I am reminded how much I owed you and yours. Lest you forget, foreign merchants were subject to frankly unreasonable levels of scrutiny until relatively recently. Not so now, however. Now goods from every corner of the Eorzea flow into our market, and that, my friend, is a change we can all appreciate.
Merchants of all nations speak of a common tongue, and words are coin. Needless to say, there is little profit to be held in prejudice, especially against those who have received a patronage of account. Thus, when wards of House Vortems arrived, she was glad to make their acquaintance. Yes, this needs to go there. Shadows and Cast can go untracked for now as well. We gotta go visit the Forgotten Knight, though. There's Bert. You did good, Bert. You kept it firm the entire expansion. Well done. Where am I going in here? Oh, right. I'm in the wrong place. Sorry, Bert.
Whatever it be then. Ale? Old wine? No, don't tell me. Tea?
No, I'm just walking around.
Oh, so it be memories then, is it? Now there's a bit of draught I'll leave you wanting. Assume you can remember your own name, that is. Take your friend, Tataru. One moment she's just another girl winning her customers, clearing tables and so forth, and then she's got a dozen admirers asking after her every bloody night. I'll be damned if I can remember how it happened. Singing those stupid songs, dancing those daft dances. Though, to be honest, I think their stories really won him over. Stories of certain heroes' grand adventures across the Eorzea, told with a flair that put a minstrel to shame. Who doesn't love a good hero's tale, am I right? Oh, so we even got one about a man who built this tavern. That's what the founding fathers of Ishgard so goes. Now, as the Enchiridion told it, besides Haldrath, the only knights to survive the Battle of Nidhogg were followers of high houses. Of course, these days we all know better than to put too much stock in the words of the church, eh?
Yeah.
There's more to the tale than just words. There's a sword, too.
Which has been passed down from proprietor to proprietor since before anyone can remember. Just a rusty old burger. When you look closely at her handle, you can just tell about the make-out and inscription. Brothers brave and true, live well, forgotten and content. The man who forsook wealth and flame and chose the life of a humble tavern keeper. Just a tale, of course, albeit a good one. Is there a truth? Who can say, friend? Who can say? He knew everyone's story, though he'd never share his own. An optimist, he wanted to believe the best in people. Sometimes the faith would be rewarded, and other times betrayed, but he would listen regardless, and he would hope. We can go climb Cowtop next. No matter which order you did the first two quests here, it sends you here first because this is one quest. They could have made it a choice, just like it was your choice at that point in time in the game, but I don't know, this is fine. Master McGammar, I was for a moment thinking of you. I had hoped to speak with you after Sir Amek's investiture, but circumstances conspired to prevent me from attending. Maybe you'll show me allow me to say now what could not be said then. On behalf of House of Helionart and all of Ishgard, I offer unto you my deepest and most humblest thanks. You risked your life to stand against a sworn enemy and freed us from a millennium of torment. Though we can never hope to repay you, we will ever remember you and your deeds, that our children and their children's children might know the man with which they owe their lives. Oh, well, thank you. You don't have to do that, though. I could see that it was a grand investiture would have been more fitting occasion for such words, but I could not risk them being left unspoken. What brings you this way? As you can see, Camp Cloudtop remains much the same as it did during the war. Though we now no longer need watch the skies for Dravanian and outliers, the Vanu have proven themselves similarly worthy of our attention. Oh, I'm just reminiscing.
I say, old boy, you have the most uncanny ability to appear whenever I least expect you.
Oh no. But enough about me.
Artois?
Ah, yes, my lord. Lady Laniet, I'm pleased to report that we succeeded in infiltrating Fundu territory, and there observed the beastmen harvesting crystals at several different sites. Based on the volume of crystals acquired during our period of surveillance, I am prepared to estimate how much time I believe it will take before the Fundu will gather sufficient crystals for another summoning. I have also taken the liberty of drafting several proposals outlining how the Rose Knights may prevent such an eventuality, such as raising the sites and securing their stores, as well as detailed assessments of the risks involved should you choose to proceed.
The Fury. I gathered you are clever, but I was not aware that you were capable of this. Respects. You are wasted on your master. Hard-working, full of potential. I think there's a place for you here, the Rose Knights, if you would have it.
That you would even consider taking me into your service is a tremendous honor, my lady, and were I free to do so, I should be gladly to accept it. But I am pledged to another, as you well know.
Regrettable, but understandable. I take comfort in the fact that a youth of your talent with character will never want for opportunities.
Pledged to another, you rascal. I thought I saw you whispering in young Solid's ear the other day. You certainly wasted no time wooing our newest maid. There'll be no secrets between us. You must tell me everything. Where you've been sneaking off to together, what adventures you've been having, every little detail, and don't you dare leave anything out.
One-track mind, that guy. I'm sure he will not. In any event, you have jointly exceeded my expectations. I grant you leave to return to the city. Should the need arise, I shall call upon you again.
Thank you, my lady. I believe we shall do as you suggest. Until we meet again, Master McGammar.
Not so fast. The next airship isn't due for another hour. We have so much to talk about, Anwar. Anwar! Yeah, those two sure are a pair. For all the ladies' disdain, it was an old familiar dance. To her, Lord Emmanuel would always be the boy fumbling for a compliment, and perhaps there was comfort in that. A memory of home on the bleak frontier. Falcon's Nest, huh? I suppose we did go there permanently after. So for the sake of flow, we should have came here first. Alright, where to? Down there, huh? Hey, Redwall. A thousand pardons, Master McGammar. I know you are planning to pay us a visit. I would have seen to receive a proper reception. A feast, perhaps, or at least a formal welcome with men in full dress. Ah, no need for that. Just walk a memory lane. You have more than earned it. When you'd only look at the pilgrims who'd come in their droves to pray before the relief to see the truth of that. Oh, I'm glad you guys washed it off. Some abide in silence while others shed tears. Not for sorrow, you understand, but for joy. Joy at being released from Nidhogg's torment. Sir Redwall, the shipment has been unloaded, and the quartermaster confirms that all supplies are accounted for. Master McGammar, are you here on official business? No, just walking. A journey to remember and reflect. Aye, much has changed since first we came here together. Since I abandoned you to follow the heretic's trail alone. Well, my lord, mayhap you recall the survivor who carried back to Falcon's Nest that day. Well, his wife but recently gave birth to her first child. Is that so? Well. Mayhap I should pay him a visit. Oh, he would doubtless be honored, my lord. You need not put yourself to such trouble. Your responsibility as Count surely leaves little enough time as is. Think not on that. I am still me, and you're still you. Whatever our respective titles, I would speak to you as a friend. The preoccupation with position and power has sown no end of discord between our two houses, a great detriment of our nation. Especially galling when one considers that much of what we have achieved was by virtue of our blood, not our character. So call me Count if you must, but know that I will take no pride in it. Mayhap one day, when I've earned it, I will, but not today. Still himself, is he? Yup. An honorable man, mindful of tradition, he was loath to accept the assistance of a foreigner in exile. When forced to confront bitter truths, he looked within and found himself wanting. Pride be damned, then, if it lead one astray. He would set aside his prejudice and join hands with this gifted outcast for the greater good of Ishgard. Sacred Tribunal, huh? Oh yeah, back to Ishgard. You know what? I don't want to pay... I'm not really paying for a teleport, but I've never flown in, and the door is right here. I'm not really paying for a teleport because it's my free location, but... Whatever. Probably would have been faster. The Tribunal, huh? Oh, that one. Oh yeah, because next we were put on trial. Or rather, Alphinaud and Tatari were. Yeah, this is where I got the black chocobo. 2 foreign heretics against 2 knights of the Heavensward. Under a watchful gaze of the Fury, they would fight, and the winner's claims would be proven true. It was the opening gambit of a greater game, which stakes would remain unknown for some time. Oh, we're just walking around the city now. You're Master McGammar, if I'm not mistaken. We have met, though I'm sure you do not remember. It was a seeming lifetime ago when you answered the Archbishop's summons. I often came here to reflect upon all that has come to pass, and I saw you gazing in the Holy Vault. I thought perhaps that you had too. Turned the world upside down. Everything we held dear. For change. For truth. You say it had to be done, that this grace sought godhood. If so, then perhaps it was the Fury's will that you prevailed. But to say it, to believe it? I know that no man is without sin, but he was pious and humble, wholly devoted to the church and his people. I knew him, sir. He was a good man. Whatever else he may have been, I will remember him as a good man. To walk the righteous path, to live for the sake of others, to rise to the highest station, yet remain powerless to bring an end to your people's suffering. What price to salvation, then? What sacrifice beyond reason? For uneasy lies, the head that wears the crown. Also, at that point, the answer is to reject the crown. Oh, Limsa. You have me go to Limsa? I guess we did go there in order to help out Raban first. Oh no, we're going to Limsa. Well, it loaded quick. Nothing to do but dance while I wait, I guess. Oh, I can't even do that because that's an animation. Oh, fun. One day it'll load the person I need to talk to. There it is. Sergeant McGammar, this is the most unexpected. Got business with the Admiral? No, not today. I'll totally remember to say, but far be it for me to deny you. I announce or no, I suppose the Admiral would be most displeased if she heard that I turned you away. Oh, I get to go talk with her! Thank the Navigator. I had resigned myself to another day spent listening to my advisors prattle on about the Beastman's latest movements. Come, Sergeant, tell me of your adventures. I'm just walking through the city, remembering my days. Ishgardians sail into uncharted waters. I hope these new reforms of theirs meet with no resistance. It would be on the first grand voyage to run afoul with reefs if ere it properly began. Who was Sir Aymeric at the helm, it may yet chart a course for generations to follow. Which is not to say that our own doesn't need correcting. The Alliance has grown complacent. The bloody nose you gave us at the melee showed me that. Now that I've forgotten the lessons of the banquet, rest assured we'll root out any further turncoats before the dagger is at our back. You have my word on that, and Leugiri's besides. She had never been one to retreat, much less in the face of transparent theatrics. This has been no ordinary battlefield, its rules of engagement anything but clear. So she would watch, and she would learn, and in time, she would act. Never again, Sergeant. Never again. Grabbing that soul, huh? Oh, right. Flamen... They said that Flamen went out to get some tea. I don't think she moves from this position. I sure am moving. Let's see. She should be around here somewhere. There she is.
Revenant's Toll has expanded so quickly. My, how the days do roll past while our minds are focused on other things.
Yeah, she can just have her tea. A nice little bistro. Who do I need to talk to here? Are you upstairs? Oh, you are.
Master Bont, is aught amiss?
No, just walking around.
I am both flattered and surprised that you should remember my small role in this tale, given the grandeur of your subsequent endeavors. Though I must confess to having derived some selfless pleasure from donning the garments of the shinobi once more, I am honored to have been able to assist in freeing General Bond from his captivity. And I believe I speak for all my countrymen when I say that we are most grateful to have been granted the opportunity to contribute to the restoration of the scions. Much has changed, it is true, and much may never be as it once was. But in watching you and yours rise from the ashes and rebuild, I am reminded that we must never give in to despair, for there is always something which may yet be saved.
The oaths we swear! Prevention was ever better than cure, as Seguri knows only too well.
Will you be traveling to Ul'dah next? If so, I would ask a favor of you. I prepared a small unguent of aid to General Bond's rehabilitation. Injuries such as his must be tended to daily, even long after they have been healed. You need only deliver it to his men, Commander Swift. He will see that the Flame General receives it.
I've looked at these ovens before. They're barren and empty. They're too busy whisking whatever it is that they're whisking. Lower tables would have been nice. Don't fall off your chair, boy. Really glad that they put these potted plants here, specifically for players to do that. And now we wait for this person to load. It's probably because I'm loading so many players by traveling between the cities. That's loading so slowly. My computer's also just old. Swift will be here any minute now. I might pick up a pair of dress pants while I'm here too. Greetings, Bond. So what do you have there? We have the Domin Unguent. Containing a variety of ground herbs and natural oils, this recipe for traditional medicine has been passed down for generations. Unguent. That's not why a general required such stuff. It's not our Domin friends who made it for me, did she? Oh well, should be sure to pass it on. Actually, wait here. Just a moment to conclude the meeting. I expect he would be glad to speak with you before returning to the palace. So, Commander Swift tells me that you came all this way to deliver Unguent? Just going down memory lane. Nearly, she says. Ha! Oh, mayhap it is best to be prudent. The gods alone knows why to agree to deliver this for her, though. Unless you mean to favor me with a rematch I requested. Ha 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 ha. I mean, you want it? I'm here, let's go. I jest, lad. You're on a journey of reflection, are you not? Aye. Moab said as much. And now you want to relive the moment you pulled me from the pit and Ilbert left me in to rot. It changed me to think of it. I was so blind to his hatred. Ulrino tells me it was not always so, that Ilbert admitted to him once to believe that I would return to Almigo at the head of an army. 20 years passed and I did nothing. For all my accomplishments, for all my wealth, power, and influence, I did not better the plight of my people. Not for lack of trying, Ilbert didn't know. I thought the bull of Alamigo had grown fat and complacent, and my story had set a bad example for our countrymen. Forget your homeland and chase the old dream, a fine, impossible dream which gave men the strength to endure their hardships and try and make new lives for themselves here. So a dream had to die. It would kill me, starve the disillusioned, arm them with monstrous expense, and then... Forgive me. Besides, pay the price for my failing. The gods know I've no shortage of debts to pay, and vows to keep duties to discharge. But mark me well, lad, there will be a reckoning. May have not today, may have not tomorrow, but a reckoning there will be. Yeah. The storm of blood is coming. A refugee of a fallen nation, he had risen from the depths of poverty to claim a seat in the syndicate. Yet for all his great deeds, one was left undone. And like sands through an hourglass, a year slipped away, taking with them an old friend's hope. Worth is Western, huh? Well, that's pretty far away from any 8th ride ever, so... Oh, also be it. I'm sure I'm glad that we picked up the ability to fly. Matt, the Alliance leaders, though, you can't tell them anything without them telling the other 2 or 3. Lots of white and blue and gray. Oh yeah, there's a person at that gate to let you in if you ever need to, but like, as far as I'm aware, there's only like maybe 2 quests that actually go inside this village. Weird. Oh yeah, the house that had the bear. By the Fury. Is that you, Master McGammar? Forgive me, but what reason could you possibly have for returning to this godforsaken place? Ah, you know, just reminiscing. But it's fate which brings you here on this day of introspection and reflection. We come to Gorkane Mill to accept the surrender of half a dozen heretics who fought the Lady Iceheart. If you are intending to visit the cellars, I would ask that you do nothing but to unsettle them. Alright, let's go and talk to them. Oh right, only the left half of the door works for some reason. I can just imagine Bont just walking into that door frame every time. Wait, I know you! You're the amphitheater, the Dragon Slayers. I suppose we owe you an apology. We came to us seeking a parley. We were surely thinking it was a scheme to lure out Our Lady. We were sure about a lot of things. When she first started a revelation rather. When she told us she was not Saint Shiva reborn, we assumed it was a test. Had we not prayed for our salvation? Had she not descended to deliver us from evil?
She replied that our players were but fuel for her feeble dream, a construct born of desperation and denial. There was no savior, she said. But then we marched upon Ishgard regardless. She pulled us from our brink of oblivion to implore us to find another way. And here we are, ready to lay down our arms at last.
It's time.
She considered you a friend. But things have been different. Mayhap we could have been friends too. Farewell.
Oh, shoot. Forsaken by gods and men, they found salvation in revelation. They would take up arms against their own kin to set ancient wrongs to right. Cut out of Ishgard's festering heart, and the war would be over. This they knew, believed with their very being, until their savior told them that our efforts would be for naught. Oh, the convictors, I see. Is that... Yeah, there it is. Yeah, that's fine, Miss Pepper. Yeah, this is not anything you can help me with. If I were leveling at one of my alt classes right now, then yeah. But no, this is something I have to do. Oh, if it isn't a great war from life himself, who slew the dread Wormnidhogg, bringing an end to 1,000 years of war and my very livelihood. Well, go on then, strike me down and finish the job. Stab me right in the heart. Even I let you with my spear if you like. After all, I won't be bloody needing it. That'll be true. For a moment I had you fooled. Ye gods, if I could hate the man who would raise up Nidhogg. Oh, unless you worry, the business about me losing my livelihood couldn't have been further from the truth. In point of fact, peace is proving surprisingly lucrative. As our nation's ties with Heavensward has grown stronger and our interest in Nirvania have been to expand, we have seen a marked increase in the number of travelers on the road. Needless to say, said travelers require protection, which we are only too happy to provide. Granted, such work will not earn you a lordship like slaying a dragon might, but it pays well and is far less prone to end in incineration, which seems a reasonable enough compromise, all things considered. As long as there are wars to fight, there will be those who take up arms not to be out of hatred or even a sense of duty, but for want of a better employment. When presented with an alternative, such individuals may gladly trade their sword for sights, or failing that, pledge them to a more worthy cause. He did have me going there. He did have me going there. Let's see.
Something the matter, son? Nath giving you trouble?
Nope, just walking.
A journey of remembrance, eh? Gods, it feels like only yesterday you sailed turned up in Tailfeather with you two in tow. Back on our lives and gone all too soon. Did I ever tell you how we found her 5 years back? In a torpor out in the forest in the lonesome? Ah, well, we weren't about to leave her there, so we carried her back and tended her until she woke you up. Didn't say a word for days, eh? Just sat here and stared up at the sky as if the ground had nothing for her. And it didn't, we learned, when she finally spoke. Now you might think it's time one to smile, but have you seen her in those years that followed? And one day, all of a sudden, she up and got that truth that must have shared. Up and leaves for God knows where. That was the last we heard of her for a time. Redemption's not beyond us, friends. Come and hear the truth.
Come and hear Lady Arsart speak. And they did, far and wide. So it went. Some said there was nothing to it, but I knew. I knew. I think, Bond, deep down, most folk won't actually want to hear themselves by the others. When they try, oh how they try. You do, certainly. And so did she.
Let's see. The legacies we leave. Champ will see you on your way.
Apologies, you came here to think on your own memories, not listen to mine. Taking nothing next? Right then. You'll do this properly, you'll need to gather up your incentives, same as before. Guess you've forgotten there's a basket of fresh Calum tree fruit, a good-sized jar of land trap nectar, and a dirty great cartload of young Nonka flesh.
What?
Ah, come on, lad. Surely you can't be that bloody deaf. You're more than welcome to the village already. Safe travels.
I'm glad he remembered the recipe. It's like making a hyper potion in Pokemon. We're here again.
Click-clack. Hunter, dragons, and gods, I bid you welcome. What are you asking me this day?
I don't know, just walking.
Once, we had have no concept of what you speak. The one mind does not forget, but we do. It can be most distressing. To remember is not enough. One must strain and give words to memory, and inscribe words upon parchment. This is the Chronicle's calling. He wrote of how you came to Losat Vath, and how you left to slay Ravana, and how the young hunter trained with the old hunter while you are away. We shall treasure those memories, in history you have given us, and when new Vath join us, we shall share with them as well.
Bound no longer to the will of many, they are now free to walk their own path. Thus reborn, they would write their first chapter of a new history to be passed on to future generations. And as their culture grew older and richer, so too would their story. I could teleport to Annex Shrine, but it's like... it's right there. But Nera. We talked to her a lot.
Friend of Ysayle, warrior of warriors, thou art ever welcome in Annex Shrine. What bringeth thee unto us this day?
Just remembering.
There is much wisdom to be gained from looking to the past. To walk half-remembered paths and mark anew their twists and turns. We too do this, though not through pilgrimage, nor less the written word beloved by thy historians. In song do we preserve the deeds of the lost and chronicle the passing of the ages. Naught hath greater power to stir our hearts. 'Twas a dirge of profound sadness that roused Nidhogg's brew to action, a dirge which soundeth no more. Now a new song riseth to fill the void, one of hope rekindled, of war's end and peace rebirth. I shall sing of thee and Ysayle ever after, that all may know and remember.
In the chorus, the fallen could rise once more. For none are dead whose names yet echo in the heavens, and the song would not end until the last voice fell silent. Heroes and villains, sinners and saints, all would live again. Okay, I gotta make sure I talk to the right Mog.
You like my axe? You can't have it, Kupo.
I don't want it. Too small.
Well, yank my palm and call me a mole butt. I certainly wasn't expecting to see you today. Still calling yourself Bond? Not that there's anything wrong with that, Kupo. Anyway, what are you two doing here? Thank heavens for that! Oh, sure you were going to ask for help with yet another one of those exciting quests. But by all means, we'd love to pass the time reminiscing about the good old days. And when better than now, Kupo? But the friends visiting at Lal. Wait here while I fetch them. What? Full glad am I to see you again, Bont, and in Markholm of all places.
Kupo, it really is you. And just when we're about to leave.
Why are you here?
I think it wonderful, this pilgrimage of yours, a final reflection upon the past, that you might face the future with eyes unclouded and heart at peace. Few would deny that the event of recent days warrants such contemplation. When last we stood in this place, I dare say none among our number would have believed what was to follow, young Estinian least of all. Upon learning what had befell him in Az's law, I confess I thought him lost. But when Master Alphino told me of your great struggle, of his salvation, I was reminded of your talent for the impossible.
If you ask me, he seemed altogether too stubborn to die, though I suppose it is no small feat to evict a spite-filled worm once it had made its home in one's head.
With Nidhogg's passing, the children of Ishgard and Dravania may at last look to the future. It is my hope, however, that they will not forget the deeds of history, nor the many thousands of lives lost in the conflict, for only through remembrance will they avoid the mistakes of the past. We thank you again for your hospitality, Chief Moglin, and pray that you will one day allow us to extend you the same courtesy. I wish you well on your journey, Bont. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal.
Until we meet again, Kupo.
Even the farthest reaches of the distant, dangerous lands, one may chance upon a friendly face. Though given to mischief and largely unconcerned by the troubles of the outside world, they came to understand Ishgard's plight and agreed to lend their aid. Eventually, that is. Yeah. Oh right, the campfire site. Are we gonna go camping again, but this time a very lonely camping? The crackling warmth of Alphino's campfire, the savory waft of Ysael's bubbling stew, the soft snoring of Moghan sleeping on the grass. A cold wind blew that night as well, and on the morrow they mounted the steps and blew the horn. But having climbed the summit with a hope in their hearts, they ascended dejected, weighed down by a truce too grim to contemplate. I feel like I didn't need to camp. Ul'dah? I don't remember going to Ul'dah next, but I guess I did. Oh yeah, they had to like reinstate Rabban and like wake up the Sultana. Oh yeah, that was a thing that happened next, didn't it? I just did this and I don't even remember. It was like a week or two ago, but like, eh. Okay. That made me go to Ul'dah twice. I did this myself. This is a side quest. Oh, I guess it still is the Midsummer Festival. Oh there, over here quickly. Oh. Good imitation there.
I should have known to have seen you through my disguise. But enough talk. We cannot linger here lest the gods recognize the Sultana.
If you start the game at Ul'dah, you see this first. You see her in this disguise. It's not very good. Honestly, she should wear a different color than pink.
As you may have deduced, I was taking the air outside the palace and I saw you standing there, staring off into space. Have you something on your own mind?
Wait, you haven't talked to Raban?
I understand completely. So much has happened. So much has changed. And also so much a space of time. Even now I struggle to make sense of it all. But one thing at least is abundantly clear. I owe you an immense debt of gratitude for all you have done on my behalf and on behalf of those whom I hold dear.
Well, you could actually pay me, unlike most people who do that.
After I awoke, Papa Sean told me everything. It was a lot to take in. But nothing could prepare me for what Lord Lorito had to say. That ruthless, manipulative swine came before me and expressed regret for what had come to pass, and thinking to make his own amends, offered all Telegi's assets as well as half of his own personal fortune to the crown. And I accepted. Long did I debate on how best to use his wealth. There's no end to the troubles facing our nation, and no shortage of worthwhile causes. Yet none amongst our people have suffered more than the refugees, and as they who shall be the first to receive aid and succor. There is also the matter of the terrible wrongs committed against you and yours, for which I am in large part responsible. Nay, do not protest, is the truth. Accordingly, I have set aside monies in aid in the Scions rebuilding, if you would have them.
Of course. That would be most welcome. Thank you, Your Grace.
Pray do not thank me, not after all you have suffered. And know that I do not think to atone for mistakes with money. It is a tool with which I would see put to good use. Oh, listen to me. So much for enjoying a moment's respite outside the palace walls. As it rather seems I have brought the responsibilities with me. I suppose I should return.
Yeah, probably. Before somebody goes looking for you. Must come up at once. Father is worried sick, you know. Ah, confounded. You lot, search this area. I know she came through here.
Oh, on the other hand, it is essential that a ruler sees firsthand how his subjects go about their daily lives, and I will not have visited the markets in weeks. It would seem a shame to let this opportunity go to waste. Font, might I impose upon you to have a brief yet cordial conversation with those Sultan Sworn? I leave the choice of subject matter up to you. Take care!
I see you're working on your rogue experience. Alright, where are they? Just around the corner, yeah? Yeah. I beg your pardon, sir. Will you perchance see a young fellow noblewoman pass this way? Nope. Are you certain? Oh dear, dear Master Papa Shot said this might happen, but I never truly believed this was serious. The triumphant we share. Or the triumphs we share, rather. The Sultan's Sworn Elite sports a faintly troubled expression, as if straining to remember something important. Oh wait, I know you. You're Bont! Bont McGammar? What a stroke of luck. I can have none better qualified to help us. You see, it is no mere noblewoman that seek. But Master Papa Shaw was most explicit that we need secrecy. Pray forget I mentioned it. You'll find us. We'll find the lady on our own. What a cruel fate to lose her father as a child, and be compelled to rule in his stead. And now the years tempered her dreams and taught her, sometimes brutally, the price of naivete. Though outwardly unscathed by her ordeal, it was a wiser and more wary Nanamo who reclaimed the throne. How much more is left, actually? I know this is a long quest line, but I want to know exactly how long. Or the game can just take 8 years to load. Do I say 8 years a lot? I feel like I do. I wonder if it would be poor taste to say it takes 12 years to load. In we go. Oh wait, no, I didn't need to go here. Oh, this is the second to last step. Okay. If I was going to get this done, I was going to get this done eventually anyway, and I have time now. I thought the Warring Triad would take a lot longer, to be honest. I'm also surprised that not one bit of the dialogue in the Warring Triad series was, like, voiced. I could have swore there was one thing that was voiced. I could have swore Nikolai got, like, one voiced bit. Where are you, actually? You are in there. Hold on. Oh, she's just outside. Excellent, I did not.
There you are, Bont. Yuguri told me of your pilgrimage, and it was only a matter of time before you sought me out. I too have been reflecting on the choices which shaped my path. When I took the road with her grandfather, when I joined you at the Crystal Braves, when I tried and failed to warn you before the banquet, I had my suspicions about Wilburd's death, and that was the work of the Garlean spy within our ranks. But I could not be sure who was involved, hence my desire to speak with you in private. I thought long and hard about how to approach you without arousing suspicion. Mayhap for too long. Eventually I decided to arrange a meeting through Mistress Momodi, though I know that bastard Laurentius had seen me do it. Shortly thereafter, the fourth received urgent summons. Needless to say, I had no choice but to answer, and soon found myself at the mercy of Captain Ilbert's band of traitors. They confined me to a rising stones, along with others still loyal to the Scions. Briol, FME, Agamus. Quite what they had planned to do with us, I couldn't say. Mayhap they thought that we wouldn't turn, given time. Fools. Lieutenant Yuhase bid the Third keep us under constant guard, but when Captain Ilbert moved to carry out General Raban's execution, we were forced to withdraw all but a token force, which we took by surprise one night. That was over. One might argue it still turned out better than it had any right to, all things considered. Still, there are nights when I lie awake wondering if I had done things differently. If I had been more careful or more decisive, what then? But there's none to be gained from thinking thus. We must count our blessings, must we not? We're still here, and most of what can be broken can be built. You'll see, Bont. You'll see.
I for one appreciate her dedication to the cause. For freedom of all, it had begun with an oath and ended like a betrayal, and conspirators turned on their comrades for coin and country. The good and true were beaten and imprisoned, or else butchered where they stood. But even in their darkest moments, they never stopped believing that the dawn's light would shine again. Go back to Ishgard? Sure thing. That's a well-dressed Rogat in there. Perfect for the hot weather. With a nice hot pink. I hope they add more bright colors to the game soon. No, they're working on the second dye channel right now. But yeah, it would be nice if they add some more colors, like, I don't know, tie-dye, or like a very bright, vibrant green. There really isn't one. Oh, hello there, Bond. Fancy meeting you here. Hey guys, good to see you two again. I've been listening about the glory days, eh? Aye, we spent many a sleepless night hammering away at the corner of ours. How's that Mana Cutter holding up, by the way? Working good. I just ride a dragon now, no worries. Ha! That's good to hear. Not that I had any doubts, like, our craftsman's second to none. Quite right. It'll take more than a swelling wind of raging dragons to bring her down, and that, my friend, is an Ironworks guarantee. Speaking of which, back in the field test success, we have already gone ahead and licensed the design for mass production. Soon the Sky Steel manufactory will be churning out Mana Cutters by the dozen. Which is why we're here today, as a matter of fact, to make sure their machinists don't bug up anything. Apparently adventurers have been queuing up to place an order, and even some sky pirates. Ah, just imagine a sea of clouds teeming with our creations fills me with our father's pride. Right then, that's enough rattling ourselves on the back. We gotta make sure the cutters are up to snuff, or Jesse will never let us hear the end of it. Now, till we finish, there'll be no more breaks, distractions, and not one wink of sleep, do you hear me? What? Oh, chocobo cart. Well, we'll leave you to it. And next time, Nexa. Till next time, eh? What did I say there? My head just kind of went in a side direction. Despite their many hardships they've endured, or perhaps because of them, they're greeted every new challenge with a smile. Their workshop is their battlefield, their tools their weapons, and invariably rose to the occasion, delivering ingenious solutions to seemingly unsolvable problems. They're good friends. I enjoy Biggs and Wedge. Alright, we have to go to, the Ares front door. So once again, back to Mogholm. They made me go to Mogholm twice! That's worse than sending me to Ul'dah twice. Yeah, the airy cloud is still gonna be there forever. That's fine. The sad place is over there. I feel like there was another location. Yeah, there was like a ruined chapel thing in that direction over there, that black mass. Let's go into that little tower there, yeah? The tempestuous winds, they carved a path. Through tempestuous winds, they carved a path, breaching the dread worm sanctum, and there they put him to the sword. Yet in the wake of hard-fought victories were secrets laid bare, in a vision dark and disturbing. The legacy of the fathers bequeathed their sons and passed down through the generations, old blood enduring the new, now mark of the original sin. Oh good, we get to go see Hilda! I don't mind going to Ishgard. Yeah, I've gone to Ishgard like, what, 4 times now? Oh, since there's all this new blood joined the watch, seems to have been acting a bit odd. I guess he's to prove himself or something. It's my job to watch Hilda's back. I don't trust anyone else to keep her safe. And there he is, at last. Gabriel said you'd be wandering all over, reminiscing about the days gone by. Seems a bit soon if you ask me. That's not like I don't understand, though. Some days I'd be walking through the broom, and as normal, it hit me all of a sudden just how much has changed for us. Though, I know it's a bit different from what you've been through. Puts me in mind of the first time I saw him and his friends up near the Aetheryte, ready to show about bringing that horse Vortex man. Oh? You never told me you'd met before. Wasn't so much as a meeting as a heckling, to be honest. When I heard their guide warning him off of paying a visit to Broom, it stuck me in the craw. You gotta admit that Master Elfin was being a spitting image of a snotty little lordling. A little lordling that went off to fight 2 knights in the Heavensward with bounty as a trial by combat, not to mention helping retake the vault from the 2 brothers. Really have mercy. Feels like a bleeding lifetime ago, don't it? Of course it was. You got nothing new. No, it was nothing when you came before. It's a bleeding rebirth is what it is. Cold comfort for the folk who died getting us here. Now the piece is ours. We owe it to ourselves to make the most of it. Meaning we got to work twice as hard to make his Broom a much better place. And no about harassing bluebirds neither. Aye! A world apart from the opulence of the pillars, they had toiled, shrouding the haze of the Broom. Sentenced to a life of hardship by birth, they dreamed of a revolution as children dream of fairies. Then one day came and went, and then suddenly found themselves with a seat at the table. I knew you got your share of it in the end, but I have to admit that it's a little bitter that it wasn't me. Gave me no reason to practice marksmanship, though. Then after the vault, there was the Zundu. Oh, clouds part and let shine the brilliant sun upon Lunuvaru. Great Netherling warrior returns to Oxundu, and on pilgrimage of remembrance. Well, well. No one will always be grateful for you to your victory over the ravenous white. No longer need we fear for the safety of our smallest islands. But Lunuvaru is not one to forget Netherling's first coming, when he saves us from certain death by hands of black ones, distant memory though it is. Yes, his many deeds are stuff of legends. We shall remember the stories, and the hero's name, McGammar, for they are worthy of celebration now and ever after. An earnest, good-natured people. They had borne witness to the rage of their beloved god's twisted manifestations and proclaimed it to be false. By grace of its kind traveler, they duly deliver from its wrath, and mad god's death signaling the birth of a new hero. I will use the Aetheryte for this one. It's always difficult to me whether the McGammar Amphitheater or the Lancers Guild is closer to the Apkalu Falls. I should have just walked to the door. Given that there's a festival going on, I think I made the right choice by going to the Lancers Guild. Not that people stop at Cartaneau for the festival, but the amphitheater is all dressed up for it. Maybe I can go take a peek at it after I've done talked with Ymitra.
Well met, Bont. What brings you here this night? Indeed. Well, it seems like an age. It was not all that long ago that we rescued Stola from the lifestream. How quickly we begin to forget even those memories most precious to us. In my defense, I might have had a rarely missed opportunity to make new memories with my sister in the days since her return. Our conversations are largely on the matter of scientific and professional concerns, ancient Algon technologies, primals, scions, and so forth. She has an insatiable thirst for knowledge, as you know. Yet while I understand her desire not to burden those around her with her lit troubles, and to carry over as she did before, I do worry that her willingness to manipulate her own aether to compensate for a loss of her sight may have dire repercussions. She never told you, then? Well, of course not. She would rather have defeated the purpose. You should know the technique she employs places a tremendous strain on her body. She is, of course, well aware of her limits, and far more than willing to ignore them should she deem it necessary. I pray you see all that she does not. Regrettably, she is wont to ignore my advice when it does not suit her. Yet, given your shared experience, mayhap she will be more willing to heed your warnings.
Her sister was under no illusions as to the danger of her life she had chosen. Should the worst come to worst, Yustola would do what needed to be done. Pay any price, make any sacrifice, and that without any hesitation. She was a woman of conviction, deserving of respect and admiration, and no small amount of worry. And there you have it. She is blind. The game straight up tells you, to your face. Not just in a cutscene that's between Minfilia, or no, not Minfilia, Matoya and Y'shtola. Yeah, this is the amphitheater when it's dressed up for the summer fair. Even though they don't hold it here, they still have people here to represent. And that feels nice. It's just nice. Oh, Idleshire. That's fun. It's fun to order things load in. Why must government seek their combination be so difficult? Like herding crows. Stupid crows with muchly differing views on glorious nation's future direction. Sorry? Gosh, Suffix knows he is letting emotions run wild. Uplander's welcome voice of reason. Not like when Uplander first returned to Idleshire, yes? So much venom in that one's tongue flash, tossing dummy fuck thieves! Was looking so way back to mutual understanding. Citizenship in society, first step to strengthening communal ties, gives all vested interest in community prosperity of egalitarian utopia. And finally, the burdens we bear. For a final objective of this quest, you will receive no guidance from the journal of the duty list. You will need to read the text carefully and decipher the clues to determine your next course of action. Slowfix is a goblin beset with troubles great and small. And now Slowfix bids Uplander full civic duty of citizens. Idleshire has land money of great import. In cave south of a settlement lives Old Crow, wither of powerful magic used to crafty make frogmen, which you chase away curious gobbies. Uplander has many busy deals with Old Crow, yes? The Uplander could appeal to Crow's better nature and make her call all frogmen harriers. I guess we go see Matoya again. Speaking of her. Looks like the Alexander bubble is still intact. Glad that didn't pop while I was away.
Why did I hop off my mount there? We're good, I think. A moment to lean back, stretch my arms. That just means we get to hear our theme again. It's good.
Oh, this is a pleasant surprise. I'm well aware that you're only here because you want something. But at least you didn't bring your little friends. So, out with it.
No, I'm just remembering.
Oh, is that what the goblins told you? Oh, my servants were attacking their poor defenseless scouts with the slightest provocation? Ha! The little buggers were trying to eat them. Lucky I didn't have my prorogos return the favor. You can tell them that for now that they try it again, I will personally feed them my servants, one limb at a time.
I do hope you don't come all this way just to play errand with those dirty little scoundrels. Oh right, I forgot about that errand.
Aren't you a bit young to be going on grand journeys of reflection? You haven't lived long enough to have so many regrets.
Same goes for that boy complaining that things didn't unfold as he dreamed they would. Makes no difference what should have happened in Ophelia. What matters is what did happen. Past is the past, and no amount of wanting you done things differently will make it so.
You make your choices and you do what needs to be done. That's it.
It's the attitude you came here the first time when you first wanted to find a way to get to Essen's Law. You would do well to remember it.
Right then. You wasted quite enough of my time. So I know that I had to suffer Stolla's unannounced visits. I don't need you making a habit of it too.
She was the sum of everything that had come before. Triumphs, failures, all essential, all indispensable. Had things unfolded differently, so too would she. What use then to mourn the woman who never was? There was only this time, this place, this choice.
Mayhap if I hung a sign around the next saying, Goblin Eater, in big red letters, they'd think twice.
Of course the goblins tried to eat the prorogos. Of course they did! Through the mask, no less. And then we lost a lot of people. You spy something on the ground at the landing's edge. Now what could this be? A blue bouquet. A bouquet of fresh Nemelia lilies lies at your feet, an offering for the pardon. Oh, we know who did this. We saw this at the end of a cutscene. 1,000 fires blossomed around her as she fell forward the battleship, a crimson star shower amidst of impassive clouds. Then came the azure light, faint at first, soon blinding, then shattering, casting motes of diamond into the four winds. For those we have lost. Yeah, let's go see Tiamat. Tiamat knows how to be sad. Let's be sad with Tiamat. We can even see her in the distance. What a neat, terribly irradiated zone. Child of man, chosen of Hydaelyn, naught remaineth for thee here save the delusions of the condemned. In my madness did I spy my departed brood brother in yonder skies, though I know it cannot be so. Yeah, about that. What sayest thou? My senses are yet mine own. Then, he whom I saw was but my dead brother's rancor clad in mortal flesh. Yeah. And thou didst deliver him unto death's cold embrace. I bear thee no ill will, child. 'Tis beyond me. All my hatreds are bound up in moments ephemeral and eternal. My beloved's passing, and his resurrection. I am no better than Nidhogg. Consumed by love, twisted by rage, I too sought vengeance without end. Oh, hey, Midgard.
Yet thou hast since renounced it, hast thou not?
Though millennia have I watched as time did what which I could not, as the men of Alag perished and their works fell to ruin, leaving me to think on mine own sins and solitude. What folly to despise man his base desires, when hatred's hand so effortlessly drove me to take Ascian reed.
Then look thou upon him with eyes unclouded, and mark how they labor to rise above his nature. How he and his soldiers brood now raise their voices in a shared song of peace. 'Tis my dearest hope that it shall prove the founding stone for a bulwark against the dark.
As time delivered Alag unto its reward, so too will it prove its place true or fleeting, as I remain here, apart, and watch.
Chosen of Hydaelyn.
Chosen of Hydaelyn. It is well that thou camest unto me in contemplation, but on the road stretches thither on, as thy battle is not yet won.
Yeah. Perhaps there was hope for them. Perhaps this time they would learn and remember, but her part in the tale had ended long ago. Within this monument to hubris would she remain, until the end of days, beyond redemption. This is the research facility, okay. Well. Alright, Tiamat. You know, without the Warring Triad here, one day this flagship's just gonna fall. After all, it was using them to power itself, right? So, I wonder what's below this. Probably Abalathea's spine. Some mountain range. The console's still on? Did people never turn their computer off? The Undying ones were defiant, disbelieving, even as death embraced them. Then the knights too succumbed, loyal to the last to the long-lost cause. His body growing light, the Archbishop looked upon the arbiter of his fate, and knew not what he saw, and then it was over. Naught remained save the eyes. Thinking to bear them away from the covetous hands of men, Justinian took the accursed baubles as his own and was duly bent to their will, if only for a time. At friends' behest had they embarked upon their journey, and so it was a triumphant homecoming, and all the pomp and circumstance was but one way it could end. Pay respects to a friend. If you go to try and look at the map, you get no clue. You just have to know. You just have to know. No, that's not right. This is right. There's not very many quests in the game which the map doesn't help you at all. The game will happily hold your hand for like 98% of things, maybe 99% of things. But for that 1%, you either look up an internet guide or you do it yourself. The intent is that you do it yourself. But this one's a bit obvious. Of course, it's foggy, so we can't even look at Ishgard while we're doing this. Just my luck. Maybe the cutscene will make it better. Oh, thank goodness it does. And so we have learned Sash Hoshfon. It doesn't get any easier, does it? He came here to pay his respects too. But yeah, now anytime that we want, we can just do a quick little Sash How. Yeah, just like an HAU, then tab and have it all complete. We could do the hand gesture that Hoshfon loved to do. Well, that took a little bit more time than I thought it would. We're now at the 7:30 mark. Which, like, you know what? I feel like that's a good place to end it. I feel like that's a good place to call the stream. Thank you all for watching. I'm glad we were able to finish this little journey that we had. Heavensward's main story is done. I can look at New Game Plus real quick. Where is New Game Plus? There it is. So yeah, there we go. Yeah, Heavensward's done. Stormblood is yet to start. Just a couple of expansions left. Let's see. Yeah, we did the Warring Triad. That was the optional content we have there. We still have this raid series here. We still have this raid series here. We still have a Hildebrand thing to do. That's what we got. Bye? Yeah. Let's see. Is there anybody to raid? Is there anybody to raid? Sometimes there's someone to raid. Not often on Friday, but sometimes. Sometimes there's somebody. No. No, there's not. Oh, well, I had to check it anyway. Thank you all so much for being here. I hope that you have a wonderful weekend. What am I going to do on Sunday? I really should do an art stream. But what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to play Monster Hunter World on Sunday. I'm going to play Monster Hunter World on Sunday. And then on Tuesdays, with Zare, while her computer is very broken, we're probably going to play the Switch version of Monster Hunter. Or rather, the version that I have on Switch, which would be Monster Hunter Rise. It's not what she wants to play, but would be a cooperative game that we're capable of playing together, which is capable of doing. And if nobody has it installed because everybody forgot, then I guess we'll play some more Gunfire. No, right, we can't do that. Jade and I will play Gunfire. Or maybe we'll play WoW. Who knows? Who knows? That one's a little bit pending. I'm going to put down Monster Hunter Rise, but, you know. But that's enough of me prattling on. I've been keeping you guys. Good night, everybody.